For the code that says that if they use emergency lights,
I don't know everything. I just know a lot about, some stuff.
Well, you know a lot of shit, yeah. From what I heard, you know a lot of shit, bro. About the law, yeah.
I mean, that's what men do, man. Men learn. At least that's what we're supposed to do, right?
Yeah.
Supposed to know shit.
yeah, section 21055.
I found it to be a great hobby to learn.
Very interesting.
I'm playing video games right now
What are you playing?
since it's been chill.
What are you playing? Can you hear me?
I can hear you. I don't know if Cuddles can hear you, bro. You good here? Hey, Koi, what's up, buddy?
Hey, what's up?
What's up, buddy? Your mic is not too good. Yeah? Are you gonna push to talk or something, or?
I'm on the phone. I'm using my phone.
Yep. Hard to make out what you're saying, but good enough. How you doing, McCoy? How's everything, bro? Are you the Philippines guy that I talked to a few days ago?
Alias,
Nice.
Ambaray X.
I don't know what you just said, man.
I found it. I found this part where it says that they have to report a dead person within 30 days. Or what it says. California Highway Patrol, the death of any person during the preceding calendar month. So an accident involving a motor vehicle. Didn't know that either. That's interesting. Yeah, interesting.
I don't know why he was muted on my end.
Mic check. Mic check. Anybody?
You good here, bro? Good here.
Okay, thanks.
Mike's doing good.
Da-da-da-da.
Hello guys, is anyone here?
Astronauts to the moon.
Ignition sequence start. 2, 1.
You've had your time, now you gotta go. So withdraw, pitch and yaw, algebra, don't you know? No need to frown, but you gotta go. Cause what we saw, so bizarre, NASA nah, ugh. Switch up, cause we gotta stop with the 9 and move to phenomena. So pack your landers fast, cause we're getting rid of ya. We're wanting to ditch ya, can't quite see why some lunatics wanna double ya.
Went out.
No mas NASA.
Went out again.
NASA, we're moving past ya. All the CGI we're getting is so old. Mama, Trump or Obama, all these sloppy, choppy crappies gotta go.
NASA goes nowhere.
NASA, if you care,
Yes, we want some new face.
NASA, listen here.
NASA, take a chair. Yes, we want some new face. New face, new face, new face, new face, new face, new face. Round up those lives from long ago.
Not NASA.
Adios, idiots. Take with y'all the lunar modula and the rover.
Men on the moon.
Don't you want to let Apollo go? I say yes. You say yes. Oh, yes.
Come back down. Falcon 9 first stage.
Enter Elon. He hails from Africa. Picked by NASA, so you can bet that he'll be picking ya. Keep an eye in the sky for Elon before he steals another billion, or launches or lands another rocket full of billion.
Ilona, donga kota, hamdu namsa namja noya gunu funsa. Simunkwa, hoku tsioda, ponantusa nimpusa utila.
NASA goes nowhere.
NASA, if you care.
Yes, we want some new face.
NASA, listen here.
NASA, take a chair. Yes, we want some new face. New face, new face, new face, new face, new face, new face.
Hey, we want some 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 new face. NASA goes nowhere.
NASA, if you care.
Yes, we want some new face.
NASA, listen here.
NASA, take a chair. Yes, we want some new face. New face. New face. New fakes. The fakest fake ever faked.
Sedun katsa.
Sí, por favor. Porque yo necesito ir al baño. And now look at you, you're all wet.
How'd you know that?
The pool, you fell in the pool.
Oh.
Wow.
met a man the other day who thought the earth was flat. I said, man, you must be crazy. Where the hell is your tinfoil hat? But he spoke with such conviction, and he believed the words he spoke. And something deep inside me knew this couldn't be a joke. But why would he believe this? Or why believe such things? 'Cause everybody knows the earth's a ball and that it spins. Well, you must be pretty crazy if you think the earth is flat. 'Cause we all know that it's a globe, and that's a simple fact. So I said, what about the photographs that NASA takes from space? He gave a knowing smile and told me, man, those things are fake. But what about the videos that I've seen with my two eyes? What about them? He replied, have you heard of CGI? Oh, NASA's faking everything that you have ever seen. And as for flying to the moon, well, they ain't never been. Indeed, my friend, their line scum is there for you to see. Just take some time, look into it, and the truth will set you free. Well, I was kind of skeptical, but I have an open mind. And what he said was interesting, and I've got a little time. So I grabbed myself a doobie, and I started watching vids. 'Cause if NASA's really lying, then they're lying to my kids. And as I watched, I got angry as I learned of the deceit. The global earth deception was right there at my feet. Well, holy shit, this could be true. What if we're not on a globe? The more I learned, the more I yearned, the more I started to probe. I upturned every rock of information I could find. I started to unlock the truth, the war upon my mind. I had 1,000 questions I just couldn't understand. I had to meet that man again, that flat earth man. Oh, NASA's faking everything that you have ever seen. And as for flying to the moon, well, they ain't never been. Indeed, my friend, their line scum is there for you to see. Just take some time, look into it, and the truth will set you free. Well, I called him up that evening, and he agreed to meet. He was very welcoming, and he showed me to my seat. He said, I see you've done some research, my open-minded friend. I know you'll have some questions, which we'll get to in the end. First, take a look at what's on these walls, paintings of a globe. I painted every single one of these, don't you know? You see, back in the day before computers, I was in demand. An artist painting everything I saw upon the land. Landscapes were my favorite, I was awfully good at those. Many people told me that they looked just like photos. And then one day I got a call from a real important dude. He asked me if I'd like a job and said the money's good. Well, what's the job, I asked him, then I'll wait for his reply. You'll be painting globes for NASA, then he promptly said goodbye. Well, I was sworn to secrecy, I could not tell a soul that I'd just got myself a job with NASA painting globes. My work was published globally in every magazine to fool the people of where we live, a truly evil scheme. See, we don't live on a globe, he said, the earth is truly flat. I've been on the inside and I know that that's a fact. Oh, NASA's faking everything that you have ever seen. And as for flying to the moon, well, they ain't never been. Indeed, my friend, their line scum is there for you to see. Just take some time, look into it, and the truth will set you free. Well, we talked until the sun came up and my mind was truly blown. This man had challenged everything that I thought I'd known. And finally it was clear to me to why these bastards lie. And finally it was clear to me about the reasons why. It's all about control, you know, to get inside your head. It's all about the money, too. They got an awful lot of bread. $50 million, man, what could you do with that? That's what NASA gets a day to hide the earth is flat. You see, if they can get you to believe that you're on a spinning ball, well, things like God and creation just make no sense at all. It all exploded from nothing, right, with their theory of Big Bang. It's true satanic mind control from the Freemasonic gang. You see, it's only Freemasons that get to go to space. They're the evil bastards who are lying to your face. Yeah, NASA's pretty evil, man. The whole thing is such a fraud. The only reason they exist is to hide a loving God. Oh, NASA's faking everything that you have ever seen. And NASA flying to the moon, well, they ain't never been. Indeed, my friend, their lying scum is there for you to see. Just take some time, look into it, and the truth will set you free. Yeah, NASA's pretty evil, man. They're a lying scumbag. Take some time, man. Look into it. I did. Now my mind is truly blown. The truth will set you free.
where I'm sad, 'cause I can't see no curve at all. I've waited all my life just to think for myself, just a little bit more openly. Now I've grown up far to be true, but my senses always knew. I just wanna scream, yeah, feels right. Open my eyes, no going back. It's what a surprise. Yeah, feels right. And now it feels so good to me. I'm working every day with this smile full of positivity. Waited all my life just to think for myself, just a little bit more critically. 'Cause now I finally found to be true what my senses always knew. I just wanna scream, love is back. Open my eyes, 'cause it's a fight. It's what schoolmasters' lies. The earth is flat. I found out for yourself. No one's telling the truth. It's all there online. Now it's down to you. You stop with Eric Debate. You can trust in what he says. Spends time with ODD. March Cruz, B.O.B. And if you take the time, you simply cannot fail to see that it's right. We don't live on a spinning Flat Earth was only true in fairy tales, meant for someone else but not for me. The moon landing on TV, they really went, just trust me. They showed us what the Earth looks like from space. Then I saw the globe, now I'm a believer, and not a trace of doubt in my mind. I think it's real, but I'm a believer. I couldn't prove it if I tried. I thought globe Earth was more or less an obvious thing. The more I see, the less I understand. They couldn't be lying, there's too many involved. There is no way that this is fake, 'cause I saw the globe, now I'm a believer. Not a trace of doubt in my mind. I think it's real, but I'm a believer. I couldn't prove it if I tried. Think they're out to get me, that's the way it seems. Flat Earth has haunted all my dreams. Then I saw the globe, now I'm a believer. Not a trace of doubt in my mind. I think it's real, but I'm a believer. I couldn't prove it if I tried. Then I saw the globe, now I'm a believer. Not a trace of doubt in my mind. Yes, I saw the globe, yeah, yeah, yeah. I'm a believer. I'm a believer.
Morning, everybody.
Hello.
Slow start this morning, everybody. Think everybody's watching Glowbusters or something.
First breath you take feels like outer space, got me floating, floating. There's no one around when you look down at clouds, keep on floating, floating. Why you dancing with the devil? Join me on a higher level, let go. Once you know the things that we know, you start to feel like a rebel. We know, we know. The earth is flat, we all are black. There's more of us on Pluto, they're watching us. Who can we trust? And this is how high we go. We go, we go, we go. The earth is flat, we all are black. There's more of us on Pluto, we all asleep. They counting sheep, cause they don't want us to know what we don't know, that we know, we know. Join me on this ride if you're not scared of heights. Keep on floating, floating. You feel so alive once you live on the inside of knowing, knowing. Why you dancing with the devil? Join me on a higher level, let go, go. Once you know the things that we know, you start to feel like a rebel. We know, we know. The earth is flat, we all are black. There's more of us on Pluto, they're watching us. Who can we trust? And this is how high we go. We go, we go, we go. The earth is flat, we all are black. There's more of us on Pluto, we all asleep. They counting sheep, cause they don't want us to know what we don't know, that we know, we know. Everything that's up is down, what's down is up. We're falling faster than the speed of sound, but we stay vertical. Ain't got vertigo, this is how we roll. Every time we roll, we always feel the need to fill our heads with theories and conspiracies. But baby, you'll be always down the right. You stay by my side when we get this high. Yeah, we feeling right, cause everything's better when you'll be floating high. Yeah, I be wetter than water purified. We be lucid dreaming, vanilla sky. We be digging deep and we come alive. Once you know what we know, you start to feel like a rebel. We know, we know. The earth is flat, we all are black. There's more of us on Pluto, they're watching us. Who can we trust? And this is how high we go. We go, we go, we go, we go. The earth is flat, we all are black. There's more of us on Pluto, we all asleep. They gotta sheep, cause they don't want us to know what we don't know, that we know, we know, we know, we know, we know. The earth is flat, there's more of us on Pluto.
Good morning. Any evidence of curvature this morning or evidence that we're on a heliocentric model floating through a void?
It's flat.
don't have time for a meeting of the flat
Do you suppose it is beyond us to produce a dual system of astronomy? The stars can be near or distant according as we need them. Do you suppose our mathematicians are unequal to that? Have you forgotten doublethink?
It's not okay to think that the Earth is flat.
Is the Earth flat or round? It's round. Okay, now let's see. How do we go about proving that?
Earth, throughout its life, even when it formed, it was spinning, and it got a little wider at the equator than it does at the poles. So it's not actually a sphere. It's oblate, and officially it's an oblate spheroid. That's what we call it. But not only that, it's slightly wider below the equator than above it. A little chubbier. Chubby's a good way. It's like pear-shaped.
Show me a live stream. sentences at peace upon the plain.
And what you're seeing here is a mirage.
Hey, sunrise, Earth is the place. The moon makes light so cool at night. The luminaries, they all rotate around you. From the point of truth, where is the curve? Where is the curvature? Where is the Where is the
It's not okay to say that the earth is flat. This is some sort of strange denial. I don't know where it comes from. And it's something where I keep getting this question. We really need to put this question to bed because we've known the earth is a sphere for a long time.
Just Photoshop cartoons, they're all just CGI. No photographic proof of a code, no none at all. Why the hell can no one take a photo of this ball? There ain't no photographs, but somebody tell me why. They're all just Photoshop cartoons, they're all just CGI. No photographic proof of a code, no none at all. Why the hell can no one take a photo of this ball?
You guys are all on the Discord and like check. That's all I do. Anybody here?
Hello, Dave Inkle. Mike is very noisy.
Yeah, probably got background noise. I was just checking.
No, it's okay. No, it's okay. But that a noise is coming. Some problem in the mic.
Yeah.
All right, I was just checking. If there's a DJ who wants to play some music, go ahead. Thanks for answering again.
Thanks. Yeah. Good luck on your mic. Some noise. Thanks.
Earth is flat.
Awesome.
Black Swan.
I hear you. I probably can't talk. My mic sucks. Hello.
Oh, dude, this is awesome. I love this song already.
Where in the world did you go? You're crazy for thinking your movies would fool me. You're crazy for trying and crazy for lying, and I'm crazy for believing you. You're crazy for thinking that I wouldn't question your CGI images and deep sea space station, and I'm crazy for believing in you.
Bravo! Bravo!
So Patsy Cline was a NASA skeptic. Who would have thunk it?
Yow. Hello, everybody, hello, and welcome to 24/7 Flat Earth Discord. I'm your host, Enoch, but you may call me Master Chief. So, is there any Globers out there today that's gonna be able to share us any information about the globe, if it's true?
Thank you, Enoch. Let us know today, folks. We're gonna need that evidence.
Yes.
I'm gonna predict negative on any real. Could be wrong, I guess.
I'm crazy for what is it? I forgot the fucking lyrics. I don't care. I like the song already. What?
Crazy for believing you is what it says
Right.
about NASA. Why would anybody believe NASA? Why would they lie? Why would they lie? I don't know.
There's no proof of curvature.
Yeah, that was good. That's not new, is it? That song, is it new or what?
Sounds new.
No idea.
KJ, what's the deal, KJ?
Klein, though. Sounded dead on Patsy Cline, whoever sang that.
Right.
Ooh, did you even know that the Earth's not a globe? Did you think about what NASA was telling everyone, that the Earth is a lie, that it's a globe? Oh, why do you share that the Earth's 3,958.8 miles away? When you look at the curvature of the Earth, then you will know as well as I do that it's not true. Oh, why did NASA even lie? Oh, why NASA lied? All right. I lost it. Sorry.
You're good, Enoch. The Russian judge gave you a 6.6. You're good.
Yow. Oh man. 10 straight in a row. Oh my goodness, that's a lot of 10s. I want to make something up right now. Let's make up a song, guys. So I'm gonna play 2 chords. A minor and G. And we're gonna make up a song, okay? Tell me the radius. No, don't just give me a guess. Can you prove to me gas pressure without a container? No, I don't. Everyone can prove to, so why even try and lie? Can you tell me about the spin? 'Cause it's so insane. All the things that NASA claims, and I don't even want to start with the gravity of the Earth. We all know the truth. It's not what they think, no. Not everything floats. Damn it, I can't think straight right now. Where's Sonny, damn it? Sorry. Sonny, where are you, bro? We need you in here. I need backup. I need a backup plan for my backup plan. To back up my backup plan. I need a backup plan to back up my backup plan. Backup plan, backup plan, backup plan. Uh-oh. Bagahamanium. Hello, Globers. Where art thou? Show us your proof. Stop telling us to look towards the sky. We have to measure the ground first. And so far, what we observe is that the water is leveled. Yow! Come on, guys, I won't bite you hard. Very hard. I won't bite you very hard. No. He's a biter, guys. Yow! Alright.
Thanks, Master Chief. Great music. Awesome.
Much appreciated. Thank you.
Master Chief has the voice of a young angel. Because he doesn't sound 33. Master Chief, I'm not going to believe you, bruh. Saying that you're 33. Nope. Also, you don't look anywhere near 33, so you have to show me a birth certificate, bruh. I'm just kidding. Oh, how's everybody doing today? I don't expect everyone to answer all at once, or, gosh, anyone at all. There's not a lot of people in here.
I still exist in whatever this is.
Me too, man.
It's raining in Kentucky.
Yeah, it's kind of sunny here where I'm at.
Kentucky Rain would be a good song for like Elvis.
Yeah, that sounds good. I like that. Elvis song or like a old country tune.
There's like 3 people that's listening to this that know that reference. Anyway.
What was the reference?
Kentucky Rain and Elvis.
It was Elvis then? Did he write a song like that?
He had a song like 60 something.
Got it.
Literally named Kentucky Rain.
Yep. I'm certainly not old enough to have grown up listening to Elvis, though I have listened to a lot of Elvis in my life. Just not that song.
I happen to be a late bloomer generation. So.
You happen to be a what now? Sorry.
Late boomer, so
okay.
I really saw the moon landing on TV. Nixon.
Did you really?
Yeah, Nixon, AT&T patched Nixon through 250,000 miles, clear connection, man. It was cool. It was so cool.
I'll bet you were excited.
I was 6 years old, like, hell yeah, we're American on the moon. America, damn it.
That's right. America, fuck yeah. America, fuck yeah, went to the moon.
Hell yeah. We rode the moon buggy and we played golf, all kinds of science and stuff. But then we destroyed that technology, but that's no big deal. Okay.
Well, I'll tell you what. They got lucky with that technology because somehow people think that what they saw on TV was all filmed on the moon. And then you've got Buzz Aldrin going on a talk show telling everybody what you saw on TV was an animation.
It seems to be a contradictory statement, doesn't it? Just skip on by that. Don't worry about it.
Don't worry about it. It's fine. And you know, they didn't kill him after that anyway. They're like, well, nah, he's not really speaking out too much. We'll just let him be. It was a little slip. Nobody's gonna catch that.
What's funny to me, Glad, the only casualties we had in the space program were astronauts on the ground getting killed in car accidents and stuff. And then when they went into the lunar module and zipped around 250,000 miles, nobody got hurt. Everybody was safe. Cool.
Right. Yeah, that little meth shack was duct tape and wires, kind of string. I saw string in one of the pictures.
They did have gold tinfoil. They got to give them credit.
Yeah, see, gold tinfoil, right? So they got the special tinfoil that's like NASA tinfoil. So that means it can go to space. Okay.
Yep.
This isn't your regular Reynolds wrap tinfoil, even though it's still tinfoil.
Zip right on by those Van Allen belts that you didn't know were there, so you're all good.
Well, I didn't notice it. We didn't. I don't think we passed through the belts. So I didn't feel anything. Poor motherfucker. Hang on a sec. Yeah, who was that keep getting interviewed who said he didn't know? He's wearing glasses, an older gentleman, and this was like a decade ago.
I know who you're talking about. I want to say Gene something, but I can't
something, yeah. And so he basically said, this is for the audience, he basically said that he didn't even know what the Van Allen radiation belts are. Like, he didn't, like, the person interviewing him who doesn't work for NASA or anything like that had to explain to him what the Van Allen radiation belts are. And let me tell you what that means. So the Van Allen radiation belts are supposedly radiation belts around the Earth discovered by this guy with the last name of Van Allen. And it's dangerous radiation. NASA has said so over and over and over and over that the Van Allen radiation belts are dangerous radiation. Now, if you're going to go to the moon, what do you got to get through first? All the stuff before the quote-unquote Van Allen radiation belts, and then the dangerous Van Allen radiation belts. And so, apparently, because it's dangerous radiation, right? Like, you wouldn't survive it, is what they're saying. And, let alone would you not even feel it. And so they interviewed an astronaut and saying, you know, listening to his story, this, that, and the other, what'd you see, how to go, what was this? And then he said, and something about, did you feel anything passing through the Van Allen radiation belts? And the guy just kind of stops and he's like, I'm sorry? Van Allen radiation. And the guy has to explain what the belts are to an astronaut. I just, woo-wee, you can't write it. You can't write the stuff. See if I can find that video, because that was a poor explanation. But yeah, the guy had to explain to an astronaut what the Van Allen radiation belts are. Audience, go look up what the belts are, and then ask yourself, why didn't an astronaut know about these? And how's he still alive? Do not know why I'm looking on YouTube for this video. Okay, so this is a video explaining some of it. The voice text, check it in 3, 2, 1. And then let's see, there's another one. See, BitChute's cool. They're still okay. I mean, obviously they're, because like when I sign on to BitChute, the main page is a bunch of like either way left, way right, leaning crap, whatever. You know what I mean? And then there's like woke, like diet woke stuff about like Federal Reserve and ... you know, all that stuff. But then you can find some decent stuff. Well, I'm not finding it right now. It's a hard one to find. It's like in the middle of, you know, a 45-minute video, which I think it's in this video. Let me Hang on a sec. This is such a cool story so far, audience. I'm very sorry for boring you like this. Well, here's the classic of Buzz Aldrin getting angry and leaving the interview. That's always a fun one. Let's see. Check the voice text there. That's always fun. 40 seconds of Buzz Aldrin getting loose on a guy. Let's see. On Bart Sibrel. Everybody knows who he is. If you don't know who Bart Sibrel is, go ahead and research if you'd like. A funny thing happened on the way to the moon. And there's another one. I forgot what it's called. But if you look up Bart Sibrel, I guess now I'll have to put it in the voice text, won't I? Hang on a sec. Yeah. Oh, Bart Sibrel got arrested for something a year ago. Oh, and it says on the local news, it shows a really bad picture of him, and then next to it says Bart Sibrel, conspiracy theorist, arrested. Oh, that's terrible. Poor Bart. That's too bad. All the public stuff about him is just... Yeah, he was on Geraldo. Conspiracy theorist claims Aldrin is a coward who staged the moonwalk hoax. And you can imagine the whitewash that was. Geraldo making him look terrible. In his own very friendly way, right? We all know who Geraldo is. And then you got a interview here with Bart and Bill Kaysing, who's the author of We Never Went to the Moon. But that's an hour and 10 minutes of a guy saying, nope, we didn't go, nope, we didn't go, nope, we didn't go. Let's see, hang on a sec. Oh, here's where Bart gets punched. He says, what? Go ahead.
I'm just checking my mic. I got booted and I was just getting back in. Go ahead.
You're here. It's just a little bit like scratchy and crackly when you speak, but you're loud.
Fair enough. Continue.
It's probably just because what it sounds like is air traffic interfering with your phone signal. You know that little buzz, that thing. You usually only hear it if you're in a plane or especially a helicopter with the headphones on when you're tuned into the local aviation traffic.
So I interrupted you explaining how something was real about NASA or something, right? Where were you?
No, nothing about NASA is real except for the real hoax. So the hoax itself is real, right?
Okay.
It's an actual hoax, but what they're telling you they're doing, they're lying to you about it for sure. You remember that one astronaut that was wearing a diaper, driving to kill her husband? Remember that?
I recall that news story. Continue.
Yeah. The reason I bring it up is because if someone is suspicious, or if they're blatantly going to speak out and whistleblow about something, they defame them or they kill them. So I'm just wondering. Because, like, usually it's a normal story, like, oh, he killed himself, oh, he died in a plane crash, I did this, that, and the other. This one was a young lady wearing a diaper, claiming to drive cross-country to go kill her husband. That's just such a strange story to make up, right? I don't know. Maybe it's true. Who knows?
Yeah, it was. I remember when I first heard about it. It was why is the diaper even important in the story?
Exactly. Like she was so pissed off that she wasn't even going to stop to pee or poop. Like, right. Okay. Well, here's the thing though. I think, if you don't want to be seen going places, and you have an older car that may not have any electronics in it where they could track you, then yeah, you don't want to be on any cameras. You're just going to poop and pee in the car. But it just still seems very, very far-fetched. That's all.
So, to anyone listening to the sound of my shitty microphone right now,
it actually sounds okay.
If you have globe evidence, direct measurements of Earth's curvature, motion of Earth, please come in and share those with us. We've been waiting for a minute or two. So, please come on in. Maybe you and a buddy went out to a random 20-mile stretch of ocean and you showed the deviation of the 267 feet from the horizontal. We'd love to see that evidence. Wouldn't you, Glad?
Well, I do so like talking to all of these people that I wouldn't have talked to. See, if there were ever any globe evidence, none of us would have met. Okay? And I wouldn't be able to help people learn things every day and help them remove the shackles of indoctrination. So, but at the same time, we are every day asking for only one thing, and that is empirical, tangible, direct, physical evidence of the globe Earth. So, it's a mixed bag. Like, of course, I want to see the globe evidence, but more so, I know deep down I can't. I won't be able to see any, right, factually, because it's flat and stationary. So it's almost like I'm spinning my gears just so that these people can learn something. You know what I mean? I don't expect to get globe evidence, right? I'm not stupid. But exactly. You know what I mean? I want these people to learn. I want them to actually go out, measure the Earth. Every time I'm arguing with somebody, and they're like, "Where's your evidence?" and all the smart people said stuff, so I don't have to go do stuff or find out for myself. Listen, folks. Do you just not test anything for yourself in life? Nothing? You just go about, oh, this guy figured this out, so I'll just take what he says. I'll just follow his rules. I don't need to find anything out for myself. Gosh, human beings are so high on the list of intelligence and progress and technology. We've got literally every tiny little thing figured out outside of Earth and inside of Earth. Isn't that amazing? Yeah. Isn't that just amazing?
Yeah. Smart scientists got it all under control, man. We don't have to worry about nothing.
And let me tell you,
play your Xbox, watch your TV, you'll be good. Go ahead.
That's right. Is it easier? Tell me this. Is it easier to make shit up or to actually do it?
I would go with make shit up.
Exactly. See? Oh, man. I just wish people could think. So, okay, and I found Astronauts Gone Wild, which is Bart Sibrel's other one. So, but I'm going to stop focusing on this because it's getting kind of boring, and everybody knows. At this point, everybody listening knows who Bart Sibrel is. So, there you go. Check the voice text for a few videos. They're a lot of fun.
You are listening to 24/7 Flat Earth Discord 2.0, the best place on Earth to talk about Earth. Anyone listening would to come in and discuss the alleged shape of the Earth being a spinning globe, we would love to discuss that with you. Civil conversation. Let's get down to reality and facts and what we can prove, please, okay?
Thank you, Dave.
Probably fell on deaf ears if any of them heard it. Who knows?
Yeah.
once again, good job on the cleaning out some of the sophistry out of the YouTube chat. I was in there this morning for a few minutes. Saw Liz, Keyboard Heroes.
Yeah, man, it's I'm taking them down. We're all doing it. Everybody who comes in there and talks to these folks is taking them down a peg by peg. So, yeah, I mean, eventually the YouTube chat is going to be just Globers not staying on topic and getting timed out, and then throwing tantrums and throwing hissy fits. And here's another thing, YouTubers, the Globers, stop asking us questions. I know that you think that we have some kind of onus. There's a burden of proof somewhere on our side, but that couldn't be further from the truth. It is that the globe is the positive claim that goes against natural reality, and then you come into our world and start insulting us and don't even provide evidence to back your insults. So we're nice enough to give you a platform to come in and give you something to do every day. You know what I mean? So you should be much nicer, number one. But number two, where is your evidence of your fantasy, the one you push on everybody? Where is that? See, if I had proof of Narnia or unicorns, right? And everybody hates those cliches, but what else are we going to say? If I had proof of killer clowns from outer space, right? The very first thing I would do is not argue with you about it, because what a waste of time if I've already got evidence of the thing. You know what I mean? I'd just give you the fucking evidence and call it a day, right? So I'm not sure why these people, oh, that's right, because there isn't any globe evidence. So all they can do is come here and waste our time. Got it. Well, anyway.
I think it's pretty sad when we demonstrate the cause of acceleration on Earth. It's nothing to do with woo-woo forces. We demonstrate that you can simply manipulate the density of the medium or the density of the object, and we can cause an acceleration. And they won't even accept that manipulation is the cause of the acceleration. They will infer woo-woo forces. And then once you point out that these woo-woo forces aren't actually forces anymore, they then say, well, it's woo-woo mathematics in conceptual space-time that's actually causing these woo-woo forces that are actually indistinguishable at our scale. And then we just say, that's just assault, mate. And they still can't accept it. Why is it that they refuse science, but when we demonstrate the cause of it, they infer woo-woo forces when we can demonstrate what the cause of the acceleration is that was previously thought to be gravity? We can demonstrate this, and they just ignore it. It's just an outrage.
I agree. They want to. They're smart enough to know this stuff, right? So it's just a decision to come in here and obfuscate and blather and waste time. You know what I mean? Like what you just described about the acceleration. They know all that stuff. They know there's no gravity, and that's kind of that's the sad part. We have been emptying our minds and our hearts into this topic for these people so they can learn, and all they do is say, nope, no, you're wrong. Nope, you know nothing. So, I don't know.
It's total dishonesty. It's like, how can you have conversations over and over and over again if you're a ball earther, and you know that your answers are incomplete or wrong, and you still have them? Well, you still go in and say things. It's like 3 or 4 days will go by, and they'll ignore it. They'll go back to the claim that was... I mean, Polaris moving at 1 degree every 69 miles. Well, it doesn't do that. But you'll have Sean Hawkins continuously asserting that it does. Yet he's seen the evidence that shows that the premise in the first place is not linear, because the stars slow down as they get to the horizon. Well, that means that they're not... Before you even move a foot, you're not getting that linear function that you need to make the claim that you're moving 1 degree every 69 miles. Because if it's not linear before you even move, then it's not linear when you are moving. So the premise is wrong in the first place. So he'll lick his wounds for 2 or 3 days, and then he'll come back 3-4 days later saying, take my Polaris challenge. Completely ignorant to the fact that it doesn't even work in the first place.
Yeah. And of course they're not going to admit when they're defeated. So yeah, like you said, they'll go away, lick their wounds, and basically just do a little research on the topic we know more about than them. And then they'll come back at us with stuff that we have already debunked, and then when they bring it up, we try to help them see that it's bunk, and then we'll do it. Yeah, with the Polaris thing. He, excuse me, Sean Hawkins, did some kind of money bribe thing. I think was it $100 or something like that, to anybody who would argue with him in private, no less, about Polaris. And my question is, why do we have to do it in private? Why do you have to keep globe Earth evidence from us?
I mean, why do they, like, the problem with the money thing is, no matter what evidence is presented, they will always claim that they were victorious anyway, no matter what. So it could be a dollar or it could be $1 billion. They will always claim it anyway. And then the argument becomes about money rather than the actual evidence that's presented to win or not win the point. But if they can distract away from the point and argue about money instead, that's a better position than having to accept that their evidence is wrong. So it's like the money argument, we really shouldn't do that because, I mean, everyone argues over football, right? Everyone argues over baseball. And you can argue all day whether the red team's or the blue team's better, right? Oh, well, I've got a better goalkeeper and I've got better wingers. Okay, but who's better? Well, none of that's literally, it's literally a case of who finished higher in the league last year, right? That's literally the answer. But if you can argue all day about how strong the evidence is or who owes who what money, which is the better of the two positions? Arguing purely on the strength of the evidence presented, or arguing who's got the right to the money, and it's a distraction technique to take away from the lack of evidence that they've got, and they do it all the time. It's a joke.
Yeah, and that's a great point. That's why I haven't taken any debate for any of that stuff. I did almost at one point. I forget how much money that was involved, but it was GE Platypus who said, if you can make a map that matches reality, I'll give you a bunch of money. And first of all, I'm not a cartographer, so I'm not going to try to make my first map is going to be accurate to what you believe, even though I'm trying to prove a flat Earth. Like, so there was going to be money involved, yeah, and I didn't want it. That's nasty. You know, when you involve money, it's like, uh-oh. Well, now we're involving something that has nothing to do with the truth. You're just, it'd be another distraction. Someone coming back like Sean Hawkins saying, "Oh, you owe me $100." You know what I mean? And that's distracting.
See, the Sean Hawkins thing, I did that Polaris thing not because of the money side to it. I never mentioned the money at all. I just wanted him to see the evidence and see would he still do it. 3 days later, he's back on saying, "Take my Polaris challenge," despite seeing the evidence that his premise is wrong in the first place. And when someone's doing that, it's like, how can you take this? How can you be? There's no other word to describe that behavior other than dishonest.
Yeah. Yeah, and I've been using words like sophistry and all these other kind of bigger words, but yeah, they're just liars. If I keep it simple when I'm describing it, they're just liars.
Sophistry is exactly what they're doing. They're using posh. It's like Bob Nodell does it, right? He shouldn't do it, but he does, and I don't know why he does it. But he talks about the incoherent dielectric acceleration claim, which is a little downward bias, a little bit of acceleration, a little kick. But when I tested it directly, it doesn't do what he claims. Does he consider the evidence? No, he just completely ignores it. He's as bad as them. We can't have that kind of shit. You need to have evidence to support your claims, and if you haven't got evidence, when someone at least has a go at trying to, even if I've got it wrong, you've got to address the point that's demonstrated. Because if I've misunderstood it, you're gonna have to show me how I've misunderstood it. Because unless you do, your claim is wrong. Now, what will Bob do? He'll completely ignore it. What will Sean Hawkins do? 3 days, he'll rinse and repeat. But Bob's ignoring the evidence and rinsing and repeating anyway. So it's like, I've got to look at Bob, me personally, and I've got to say, this is not acceptable. Like, Bob's claim is that there's a current-based or an electricity-based charge, direction, acceleration, whatever. It doesn't do anything. And it's like, we can't have this kind of nonsense. It's like you say, we need to have evidence and support that evidence with, it's all right having an argument over the interpretation of what we're looking at, but you've got to have evidence in the first place to have the interpretation, right? Give me 2 minutes, I'll be straight back.
Sounds good. Yep, totally agree. I wish, and here's the thing about the Polaris thing. Not only is it focusing on the sky when we're trying to figure out the ground, I can go even more specific. Okay, what is the scientific experiment that you performed to to glean your position about Polaris proving globe Earth. And once again, Sean Hawkins, if you're listening, I really hope you are. There's 3 constituent parts. Yeah, no. Just keep listening, because I know you've heard this, but it doesn't sink in. Clearly. You need a dependent, independent variable, and control variable for your scientific experiment to back up the claim that Polaris proves a globe Earth. Now, if you were to truly sit down and really, really work this out, there is not an experiment you can perform. Do you know why? You can't manipulate Polaris. Thanks.
Yeah, it's like in chat right now. Jollyman's chatting to Bobby Steels. How many times do we hear them describing how F equals ma and you can calculate the force? And it's Newton's first law of motion states that you can't calculate the force into existence because you need a force to cause acceleration. It doesn't say you can calculate a force into existence, because otherwise the rule would say an object at rest will remain at rest unless calculated by a force, or calculated by a sum, calculated by an equation. It doesn't say that, does it? It says it will stay at rest unless acted upon by a force. Well, if you're going to calculate the force that you assume that exists and then claim that there's a force there and then instantly say it's gravity, well, you've just calculated your perceived force into existence, because even though gravity is not a force anyway, you can't do that because it's required that you demonstrate the force that's causing the acceleration, not calculate, you can't calculate forces into existence, and they always do it because they know that gravity is not a force. So they substitute the second law of motion in lieu of the first law of motion, and in doing so make it sound like, well, we can calculate this, so therefore it exists. And that's not true. You need to demonstrate that this force exists. So this is why I've said to Bob, or whoever, because people have said to me, well, you didn't control all your variables. So I've said back, well, if you think that you can make that egg accelerate using some other thing that I didn't control, then demonstrate it. Show me that egg can be moved without adding salt or dissolvable mass to the fluid. Make that egg move without touching it. And so far, nothing. But they just don't like that egg test. But it demonstrates that there is a physical interaction with the medium relative to the thing in it. So, yeah, we can argue all day about the interpretation of what's going on, but it doesn't change the fact that adding the salt did something, because that was the thing that I changed. So, added the salt caused an acceleration. So when we say, well, what's going on there? Because you guys say density is not a force, but I've just changed the density and it caused an acceleration. So what is the explanation for that? And they just instantly say, oh, it's woo-woo forces instead. Like, well, I didn't vary the woo-woo force. I added the salt. That changed the amount of density because it was more mass per unit volume. It dissolved into the medium and it caused an acceleration. They completely ignore that. It's like, this is ridiculous. It's like banging your head against a brick wall.
Well, you know why they ignore it, dude, is because it proved to them once again that their claim isn't supported by reality.
Correct.
So yeah, you're right. It's just a circle. It's just over and over and over, no matter how much evidence but that's what I'm saying. The true people who are, the genuine people who are genuinely looking to learn something, a lot of you guys listening are in, you're up far in the rafters. We may not ever hear from you, but people are out there learning from this. They're seeing the sophistry in action, seeing that we're taking this seriously. We're actually doing the research, the experiments, the measurements, and tests, and the Globers are not. All they have is sophistry, obfuscation, insults, ad homs, red herrings, what have you. That's all they have. So the more people pay attention to this discussion back and forth here between globe and flat, at the very least, we're providing a position that says, hey man, we've looked into it way more than these people because they're just insulting us. And that's all there is to it. And we just keep getting our argument more and more precise, concise, and spot on, while they just keep flailing and going, geez, I guess all we have is to try to make fun of them. That's all we got.
It's like the use of the word sophistry then. A lot of people don't really understand the use of the word, but it's like gravity. It's a defined term. Sophistry is the clever use of language or false arguments, but with the intention of deceiving. But if you're going to use clever language with a false argument to deceive people, you might as well argue that gravity is a force. The reality is we can demonstrate why things accelerate. We can explain why things fall in a vacuum chamber. And not everything falls to Earth either. Like, let's not forget about things that go up, like water vapor and helium balloons and hydrogen and helium. These things go up and they never get addressed. So it's like, if you're going to use clever language or clever false arguments with disguised around clever language, and you are deceiving people by doing so, that is what sophistry is. And they all do it. But sadly, so does Bob Nodell.
Yeah. I've got a good gift for the sophistry thing. For anybody looking at the voice text, I'm going to find that right now. Might even read it out loud for everybody in the YouTube, too. Gosh, you just never know.
Rocker says, can I unblock CGI-Fi Dan? No, because he's over... Listen, I don't mind being called dumb by anybody, provided they make a point when they do it. But just calling me names because you haven't got an argument isn't okay. It doesn't do anything. I'm not interested in talking to people that just go, you're a moron. Well, explain to me why I'm a moron. We were arguing over what the how can you prove that the moon is more than 250 miles away? Now, whatever you explain for the explanation for all that, you're going to have to start talking about triangles at some point. And simply when you start asking them about, well, in your triangle, have you got 3 straight lines? Two of them are straight, but one of them's a curve. And when you start dissecting the trick that they start applying, it doesn't work. But they don't understand that, and they think that they can. And we're like, well, you haven't got 3 straight lines, have you? If one of them's an arc of the Earth. So you've got to then calculate for a chord that goes in between the arc to give you the straight line. But that then changes the angle to the thing that you're looking at, the star that you're looking at, because you're no longer using a tangential line, you're now using the chord line, and that's a different angle. So how do you measure that angle once you've got a chord? And you can't do it. So you can't triangulate how far away anything is, because you need to know a chord, and you need to know. If you use some variation on that, okay, fine, let's go through that. Because at some point, like chords, assuming R, whatever maths you're going to start applying, you're always going to be assuming R. Because if you do it the other way around, they're all close. So you have to assume R. Otherwise, none of it's close. And then all of it becomes millions and millions and millions and millions of miles away. Well, why assume R in the first place? Where did you get the R from to assume it in the first place? And that's ultimately where it always goes back to. Where did you get the R from? Demonstrate it. And you can't.
Yeah, they can't do the R thing. And that's why they also don't bring it up ever. I got sick of bringing up, and I'll start doing it again. Why not? But, you know, who directly measured 3959? Go. Like, who did it? Tell me who did that. And because there's no answer, the inside of their heads explodes. They have no idea what to say.
There is an answer, but it's undesirable for them to cite it, so they just pretend that they don't know it. The answer comes from two assumptions from 2 different people. It's Eratosthenes with his sticks and his wells and all that, which is interesting in itself, because sometimes you see it with sticks and shadows, sometimes you see it with sticks and wells. Either way, Eratosthenes is supposed to be one, and he's supposed to have calculated the circumference of the Earth, right? But then Christine Huygens assumed that Venus was the same size as Earth. And once you assume that one of the planets has got a distance to it or a size to it, then you can map out the rest of it. But Christine Huygens assumed that Venus was the same size as Earth. Well, once you've done that, you've then got the solar system. But the problem is, both of these are based on the assumption. Don't make the assumption, and then all of a sudden, they're very close again. And they just can't cite Christine Huygens, but that's where the answer comes from. He assumed that Venus was the same size as Earth, and then in doing so, he's got the rest of the solar system. Okay, well, don't make that assumption, and it's game over again.
Yep. And speaking of assumptions, like, when I can go to the top of a 14,000-foot mountain, Snowmass, Colorado, top of this mountain, I can see Glenwood Springs, which is way far. I can almost see Denver, which is a 3.5-hour drive from there. I can see hundreds of miles in all directions. I'm going to make the assumption that if my eyes could see further, and there wasn't anything in the air or any obstructions, I'm going to assume that I could see for maybe thousands of miles. That's my assumption based on the fact that I can see hundreds of miles in all directions. So until my assumption that I can see for thousands of miles is disproven by an actual limit right? Which we've been asked to provide, by the way. How far can someone see on flat Earth? Until that limit is provided, I can assume that I can see for a long time, and show me where I can't. Right? The further we go up, we are seeing for thousands and thousands of miles. 30,000 feet you are, 60,000 feet you sure are. You're seeing tens of thousands of miles in all directions. So, so I can make that assumption based on fact, but they can't even make the assumption because they need to demonstrate what they're assuming. But the big problem is they make the assumption as if it's fact, and then they base everything else off of that.
I'm just going to address Danny Faulkner, who's in the chat. Danny Faulkner wrote a book called Refuting the Claims of the Flat Earth, or words to that effect, which I've bought and I've read. And he spent a whole chapter talking about gravity, and he never mentioned the current position in science once. He never mentioned Einstein in his chat, in his book. He only talked about Newtonian physics. Well, that's not been the position in science since 1915. How could you get away with writing a book on refuting the claims of the flat Earth and not even mention Einstein once in your book, Danny? It's an absolute joke. Now, with regard to his message in chat that I'm just going to address, I'm going to put it in the hang on. I'm going to put it in the what do you call it? In the live feed so that
the voice text
appears on. Yeah, is that the one that will appear on the screen so we can see it?
It will, yeah.
This is a citation from NASA themselves. I'm just going to just give me 30 seconds while I do this. And I'll read this when I post it, but basically, in this citation that I've got from NASA, he basically says that he deserves more credit. Here we go. I'm just looking for the part where it says, there we go.
Hey, Sleeping Warrior, before you leave today, I wanted to talk to you before you left, okay?
No worries. Just give me a sec. Let me just deal with
yeah, please
Danny
continue.
Faulkner, the guy that wrote a book and didn't even mention the current position in science. I don't know how you can do that and hold your head in any kind of... It's just shocking that you would do that. Anyway, can you guys see that message in chat there? That picture?
Yeah, you want me to read it? Or do you want to read it?
I want to make sure it goes through on the live stream for the purpose, just for Danny while I know he's in.
Let me see. Let me check. Hang on.
Because if it's definitely on screen while he's there in chat, that's what we need. Because I mean, I'd love him to explain how this is wrong. Because if he's going to try and debunk NASA, good luck with that. Because I'm not going to take Danny as credible relative to NASA, because he's not. But see what it says.
Yeah, and the live stream can see it. The YouTube is seeing that. So the YouTube, if you guys want to read that, blow your screen up, pause the video, and give that a read.
Yeah, Huygens wanted to give the sizes of these objects relative to the size of Earth. He knew the relative distance of the planets, but in order to convert his angular measurements into Earth diameters, he needed to find the distance from the Earth to the Sun in Earth diameters. Huygens solved this problem with an assumption. So Danny's message, if you read Danny's message in the chat, let's go back to what his message said. Where is it gone? Can someone read Danny's message in chat? Because I've lost the screen. There it is. So Danny's message in the chat says, solar system distances are not based on Huygens' assumption about the size of Venus. That is a lie that flat earthers keep repeating. Okay, so he's claiming it's a lie. But it says here, Huygens solved this problem with an assumption. He supposed that if the planet Venus had the same size as Earth, he could calculate the distance in Earth diameters from his measurement of its angular size. Then with the Copernican theory, he could calculate for the time of the observation a theoretical distance to the planet in terms of the radius of the Earth's orbital circle. So it isn't a lie, is it, Danny? It's cited from NASA's own citation that it was assumed to be the same size as Earth. So your claim, again, like with your book, is not actually the claim of the flat Earth, is it? It's some shit that you've called a lie that's not actually true. It is supported by NASA, and it is an assumption. And if you make that assumption, like it says you solve this with an assumption. If he supposed that the planet of Venus was the same size as Earth, he could calculate the distance in Earth diameters from his measurement of the angular size. Then with the Copernican theory, he could calculate for the time of the observation and a theoretical distance to the planet in terms of the radius of Earth's orbital cycle. then you can map out the rest of the solar system. So no, Danny, just like your book was missing with the key evidence, your claim there that it's a lie is based on, well, it's based on either your own ignorance or a lie. Which one is it, Danny? Have you made an innocent mistake and now be corrected by a flat earther? Or is it that you're just lying because you're dishonest, like you were when you wrote your book?
Because Huygens himself said it. So what is he talking about? Only, you know what? Only the anti-flat earthers would try to do this with as much emphasis as they attempt.
Oh my God, not only that, Danny Faulkner, listen, these guys are smarter than me and they like to talk about the specifics. I can't get past the fact that, hey, demonstrate size of Venus. When did they get the size? When did they go there and explore the entire fucking thing to get the size?
Hey, why don't we start this? The next time somebody goes to what's up in the sky, we're going to go right to that part.
It doesn't matter what Einstein says, Danny. Doesn't matter what Einstein says. Doesn't matter what Sleeping Warrior says. Doesn't even matter what I say. Please demonstrate when they got the measurement, not only from Earth to Venus, right? And it needs to be direct measurement, physical. When did they measure Venus, bro?
Venus is the size of Venus, please. The next time we go to the sky, the size of Venus is going to be mandatory.
Yeah, he's got a response for him in the YouTube chat, too. Agreed, Sonny.
So basically, Danny says that I'm misrepresenting what he said. I read what you said verbatim, Danny, and I didn't misrepresent what you said. You're just lying. And when he says you need to look into the history of how the AU was measured, yeah, it's a relative scale. It's applying Kepler's third law into planetary motion. That's the history of how the AU was calculated. It's never been measured. It's been calculated from Kepler's third law, Danny. So I've looked into it. Your belief that it was measured is incorrect. The actuality is they only ever calculated it based on the assumption from Huygens. That's where it comes from. So your claim that you say I misrepresented is wrong. Then he says that Huygens worked out the distance of Venus assuming a size of Venus. Correct. So when you said that was a lie, that's not a lie, is it? You've just admitted it. So you've just contradicted your previous statement, haven't you? But that was not a direct measurement of the AU. Correct, because the AU is the astronomical unit is a ratio, right? It doesn't have a measurement to it. You haven't got any distances or actual sizes of any of the celestial bodies that you claim that you have. You haven't. Then he says you are on to talk about lies. You just told a lie about Einstein in your book. Can you show me in your book, Danny, in the chapter under called Gravity, where you referenced anything to do with LIGO, Eddington 1919, or the current position known as the theory of general relativity, because it isn't in your book? Yes, there are other areas where you give it a fleeting glance at one line, but in the topic of gravity, you can't talk about Newtonian gravitation and expect that to be acceptable when it isn't the current position in science, and it hasn't been since World War I. So I haven't told a lie about your book, Danny. Get yourself on the chat, get mic up, get in here, and I'll show you. We'll go through it page by page, because I've got it on my computer. We'll go through it page by page in your chapter of gravity, and you can show me where it is, because it isn't in there. I haven't lied about your book. You're lying about your book, not me. So get your ass on the mic and face me, coward. The AU was first measured by measuring transits of Venus. Yeah, how big's Venus, Danny? Oh, it was assumed by Christine Huygens, wasn't it? Yeah, so you can't measure. You're only getting ratios when you do that. You've got to make some assumptions. Well, we know the assumptions that they made. Eratosthenes assumed the Earth was a sphere when he used his calculations to measure to calculate the shadow lengths relative to the casting of the sun and the angle. And then we know that Huygens assumed that Earth was the same size as Venus. So they're the assumptions that's made. So get on the microphone, Danny, you weasel. What's his name? Nathan Thompson cornered you, and he asked you to explain how gas pressure was possible in a vacuum of space, because you claimed that you haven't been able to. You haven't met a question yet that you haven't been able to refute. Yet you sat there like a deer in the headlights and just didn't speak because you haven't got an answer for it, have you, Danny? A 2-litre bottle of pop, a 2-litre bottle of pop debunks your model, Danny. Why? Because if you take the lid off, leave it 3-4 hours, your drink goes flat. Well, why doesn't the Earth go flat as well? Because it's a direct comparison. If I'm wrong, get on here and correct me, and let's go through your misunderstandings, and we'll put you straight so that you understand.
Yeah, surely if somebody has gone through the trouble of writing and publishing a book, they would be happy to come and support it. Wouldn't you think?
I'd be proud if I wrote a book refuting the claims of the flat earthers, but I wouldn't be proud if I didn't get the claim of the flat earthers right and completely ignored the current science whilst refuting the claim that we don't make.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh, hold on. I got a good one. So, this is great. I can't believe they just fell into this trap. I didn't even mean to make the trap, but okay. So I said, the only way to get a direct measurement is to measure it directly. Right? That's just 2 + 2. Common sense. Well, it should be common sense. And then Flat Earth Denier in the YouTube chat says, no, that's a lie. And I said, well, everything else is an assumption. If you don't get the direct measurement, everything else is literally an assumption. And then he said, you make the impossible a necessity of science, which is not true. And I said, thank you for admitting it's impossible to go and get direct measurement of your claim. Thank you so much, because that's all we needed you to say.
So Danny says, I don't talk to rude people such as Nathan Thompson. I didn't see him be rude on that. You said, Danny, that you haven't met a claim yet that you haven't been able to refute. And when you ask, and I'm asking you now, if the bottle goes flat when the lid's left off, why doesn't the earth go flat when there's no lid? And the answer is you don't have one. But if you think that you do, and you think that ignoring Nathan Thompson because he was rude justifies you not refuting his claim or his question, it's not good enough.
Plus, I haven't seen Nathan Thompson on here in a year.
Mic check?
Hey, my check works.
Is that the Danny?
It is the Danny, and it's the Sleeping Warrior in here too. So we got some superstars.
What?
Well, Danny,
you mean he's in the YouTube chat?
Yeah, Danny's in the YouTube chat.
But is that the Danny?
Oh yeah.
Danny, join us. We won't swear. We won't be nasty with you. We just want you to refute the claims of the flat earth with some current positions on science or with some evidence. And let's see if there's any questions that we can ask you that you can't refute, because you claim that you can't refute. You've never met anything that you can't refute. Well, I've got a few that you can't answer.
He couldn't get past the first question, a curvature. He went into he went into Aristotle and then Aristophanes. He couldn't get past the first question, so fun times.
Well, his first statements he said today, I'm eating tea, I shouldn't really be talking while I'm eating, but I'm excited at the minute.
There's actually a couple of those folks that I went personally through the 3 points that didn't get past the first point of curvature. Danny Faulkner, I think he's one. Professor Phil is another. And let's see, R.C. Meisty, yep. They need to come in and provide the first point. They haven't got past that yet. It's terrible. Terrible shame.
I feel bad. Yeah. Totally. Go ahead.
Danny's original lie said, solar system distances are not based on a Huygens assumption about the size of Venus. That is a lie that flat earthers keep repeating.
I
brought up the citation from NASA. I brought up the citation from NASA showing it, and then basically no apology from chat to say that he was corrected. He's just a liar. You're all liars, Danny. You and your friends are all liars.
A den of liars. So yeah, at least you would want to get, like, if you wrote a book, like supposedly he did. So if you're disputing a claim, wouldn't you want to make sure you got the claim right? I agree with you completely, Sleeping.
Yep. In addition, check the voice text. Roger just posted Christian Huygens' measurement of the distance to the sun, and the word assumption is said 5 times in there. Is that 5? Looks like 5.
That is the exact same citation that I used. It's from NASA. That's the bit that he missed off there, Roger. Bad play. Should have cited the NASA bit at the top.
Well, and also it's Department of Astronomy, University of Virginia. Oh, it's prestigious, right? It's professional. It's real because it's in a university.
Hey, Roger. He also claimed that I lied about his book with respect to Einstein. He misrepresented what I said. I was very clear. I said he wrote a chapter on gravity, right, in his book called Refuting the Claims of the Flat Earth, or words to that effect. And in that chapter, all to do with gravity, Einstein's never mentioned once. And I've challenged him to come on, and we'll go through it page by page, and we can see where it's mentioned, and it isn't in there. So he said that I misrepresented his claim about Einstein not being mentioned in his book. I was very clear. I said it wasn't mentioned in the gravity section of the book. There were fleeting glances relative to other parts of the book, but in the main part where Einstein needs to be mentioned in gravity, Wasn't there? No mention of LIGO, no mention of Eddington, no mention that it's not a force anymore. None of that. Just claiming that Newtonian nonsense, and it's not even been in position for 100 years.
In addition to the 5 assumptions, right closely in there, let's see here.
No, Danny, I did not say.
He supposed that the planet Venus had the same size as Earth. He could calculate the distance. There's supposed and calculate the Earth's diameter, measurement, blah, 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 from its angular size. He could calculate another one for the time, the observation, theoretical distance to the planet in terms of the radius of Earth orbital circle, blah, blah, blah. Then he might repeat the assumption and the calculation for Mars. That's in one paragraph.
Sophist writes book based on assumptions and expects everyone to take it seriously. Sorry, go ahead.
He was known for his analytical skills, which he could calculate with.
Right, we need a volunteer. Can somebody go back in the last 5 minutes and go back to where I said about Einstein? He says that's not what you said. You said that in my book I never mentioned Einstein. No, I didn't. I was very clear, and I'll say it again because I know exactly what I said. I said in your chapter dedicated to gravity, you did not mention Einstein once. That is true. You did mention it in other parts, fleeting glances here and there, but you never mentioned it in the main section to do with gravity, and you must. And you didn't. So that's not a lie. I'm tripling down. Get your ass on here, and we'll go through it page by page and see whether I'm right. You won't do it, Danny, because we know that you're lying.
And if you weren't lying, see, when I've been caught in a lie, I've been like, I try to make up other lies and whatever, and eventually it came out. But when I was told I was lying, when I was telling the truth, do you know how mad I got? Do you know how passionate I got about proving that I'm not lying? I would do anything to make sure that person know that I was telling the truth. Now, Danny, you can't just come in here real quick. You know what? I will give you my word. Everyone else here will shut up. So just you and Sleeping Warrior can discuss these things. Calm,
and I won't
whatever.
swear. I won't swear. We'll stay on topic all the time.
And I can referee the whole thing. I'll make sure nobody speaks, including myself. I can have my hand on the mute button in case anybody does.
Yep, me too. I'll mute anybody who talks other than Danny and.
Yep.
Did you hear that, Danny? This is going to be a fully respectful adult conversation between two people, not a chat room where we have to act as if you're some here with us, even though you're just typing, you're hiding in the chat. Come on, let's have a real conversation. You and Sleeping Warrior, let's go.
Say it a third time for you, Danny. I did not say that you didn't mention Einstein in your book. Again, third time, I was very clear. I said in your whole chapter dedicated to gravity, you didn't mention Einstein, right? That's what I said. If you think I didn't, go and get the soundbite, play it, and let's hear what I actually said. And if there's anybody else that can go back in the last 5 minutes and pick it out, great. In fact, I'm going to do exactly that with the soundbite. Give me 2 minutes, I'll be back.
But how do we know this is the real Danny?
Well, I guess there's no way to be for sure.
How do we know?
He is talking like him. He is talking like... I'd say that that's probably him.
Same as all the other alts, right? That you dare them and then they say, well, no, I want to stay anonymous. I want to stay here. So, until he speaks, I'm calling bullshit.
I'll look for the timestamp also.
And it'd be the first time in history that atmospheric or gas pressure wasn't contained. The Flat Earth Denier says atmospheric gradient is proof of gravity. If it was contained, the atmosphere would be one even pressure. We have a gradient. And so not only there's two things, not only that we can't have any pressure without containment, no pressure is possible without containment. I'm sorry, them's the brakes, kid. But also, to make that claim, once again, the claim is, if it was contained, the atmosphere would be one even pressure. Please demonstrate to us that everything that was ever contained had an equal and even pressure. Go. Thanks. Oh yeah, and Danny, come on in, buddy. We're gonna be nice. Promise. Oh, I can download a barometer app for my phone. And that's going to be my empirical evidence for gravity. Flat Earth denier, are you feeling okay today? I can't believe you just said that. I'm going to test. Hold on. How many middlemen are there? So we got the cell phone itself, and then you got the app. So it's 2 middlemen in between. So it's not just a barometer, right, with real physical stuff in it. It's an app, bro. How do I explain this? I'll never be able to find anything out about the world from playing Nintendo. It's the same thing as trusting a phone app to give you anything empirical. Does that make sense? I hope so. I really hope so.
Well, I would definitely be trying to like come in and clarify my point and prove the flat Earth is wrong. If somebody was calling me a liar and that person was a flat earther, I would, thinking back to my 2012 self, I would want to destroy that fool in a debate. And if people were saying that they were going to, mute everybody and give me equal speaking time, I would do it publicly. I would enjoy it. Right? It's like after someone gives you a swirly, right? And you wake up the next day, like, wouldn't you want to wrap them around the, toilet and parade them through the streets with a toilet on their head?
Something like that, yeah. I'll be right back.
Something like that, anyway. No, I'm hoping that Faulkner pussies out because I wanted to speak to Sleeping Warrior.
Yeah, on the video, it says minus 1718 is about where a Sleeping Warrior starts.
Yeah, I've just gone back and listened to it. I specifically said he wrote a whole chapter on gravity and did not mention Einstein.
Yeah,
So
you were speaking for a few minutes before that, but I wanted to skip ahead to right about, I think it's right about where it says negative 1718. I don't know why it says negative. And I don't see the normal timestamp that Helio used to have on the live stream. Don't see it now. But anyway, there you go.
Yeah, you can jump to mine. I have a clock running with it.
Oh, yeah. There we go. Let's see.
We play it so we can hear my words and see whether Danny's overtly lying, because I'm pretty certain he's lying.
I could play part of this where I left off. I'll just play it.
Play it so we can hear my words.
Yeah, I'll just play it through my microphone. Part of this where I left off. 1 second.
So about 19 minutes before time.
Okay, ready? Is my mic still on?
Yeah. Be about 35 minutes before.
Okay. There's a little AC noise. Hopefully that won't be too bad. I'll have to turn up the volume. Hold on.
Now be corrected by a flat earther, or is it that you're just lying because you're dishonest? Like you were
whack.
As Huygens himself said it. So what is he talking about? You know what? Only the anti-flat earthers would try to do this with as much emphasis as they attempt.
Oh my God, not only that, Danny Faulkner, listen, these guys are smarter than me and they like to talk about the specifics. I can't get past the fact that, hey, demonstrate size of Venus. When did they get the size? When did they go there and explore the entire fucking thing to get the size?
Hey, why don't we start this the next time somebody goes to what's up in the sky, we're going to go right to that part.
It doesn't matter what Einstein says, Danny. Doesn't matter what Einstein says. Doesn't matter what Sleeping Warrior says. Doesn't even matter what I say. Please demonstrate when they got the measurement, not only from Earth to Venus, right? And it needs to be direct measurement, physical. When did they measure Venus, bro?
Venus is the size of Venus, please. The next time you go to the sky, the size of Venus is going to be mandatory.
Yeah, he's got a response for him in the YouTube chat, too. Agreed, Sonny.
So basically, Danny says that I'm misrepresenting what he said. I read what he said verbatim.
I need to go back.
You need to go back. Lying. And when he says you need to look into the history of how the AU was measured, applying Kepler's third law into planetary motion. That's the history of how the AU was calculated. It's never been measured. It's been calculated from Kepler's third law. So I've looked into it. Your belief that it was measured is incorrect. The actuality is they only ever calculated it based on the assumption from Huygens. That's where it comes from. So your claim that you say I misrepresented is wrong. Then he says that Huygens worked out the distance of Venus assuming a size of Venus. Correct. So when you said that was a lie, that's not a lie, is it? You've just admitted it. So you've just contradicted your previous statements, haven't you? But that was not a direct measurement of the AU. Correct, because the AU is the astronomical unit is a ratio.
How's that? That was pretty much it, right?
No, keep going. I directly say I think it's after this. Keep it playing.
Go ahead.
All right.
Right, it doesn't have a measurement to it. You haven't got any distances or actual sizes of any of the celestial bodies that you claim that you have. You haven't. Then he says you are on to talk about lies. You just told a lie about Einstein in your book. Can you show me in your book, Danny, in the chapter under called Gravity, where you referenced anything to do with LIGO, Eddington 1919, or the current position known as the theory of general relativity, because it isn't in your book. Yes, there are other areas where you give it a fleeting glance at one line, but in the topic of gravity, you can't talk about Newtonian gravitation and expect that to be acceptable when it isn't the current position in science, and it hasn't been since World War I. So I haven't told a lie about your book, Danny. Get yourself on the chat, get mic up, get in here, and I'll show you. We'll go through it.
Well, maybe
we'll go through it page by
3 or 4 minutes where I'm talking about Huygens, just before Huygens.
Because it isn't in there. I haven't lied about your book. You're lying about your book, not me. So get your ass on the mic and face me, coward.
I think it's earlier than that. I think that's the second recite, so maybe go back 2 or 3 minutes.
Oh, it was assumed by Christine Huygens, wasn't it? Yeah, so you can't measure. You're only getting ratios when you do that. You've got to make some assumptions. Well, we know the assumptions that they made. Eratosthenes assumed the Earth was a sphere when he used his calculations to measure to calculate the shadow length relative to the casting of the sun and the angle. And then we know that Huygens assumed that Earth was the same size as Venus. So they're the assumptions that's made. So get on the microphone, Danny, you weasel. What's his name? Nathan Thompson cornered you. And he asked you to explain how gas pressure was possible in a vacuum of space, because you claimed that you haven't been able to you haven't met a question yet that you haven't been able to refute. Yet you sat there like a deer in the headlights and just didn't speak because you haven't got an answer for it, have you?
That's good. I'm gonna make a clip out of this little section. Anyway.
Yep. Make a clip out of where he claims that I misrepresented his book and get the actual part. The first time I mention his book, when I say, hey, Danny Faulkner wrote a book, somewhat like refuting the claims of the flat earth. Literally, I said that was the first time I mentioned it, and I was really, really precise. I said he didn't even mention Einstein in his chapter on gravity, right?
Yeah.
Get that bit and show how he's lying, because he is lying.
Yeah. Anyway, that's a good little clip right there. I'm going to make a note of that.
I think I might have it. Let me see. Give me 2 secs.
No, it's an excellent discussion. I appreciate it. That's what we need to do, point these phonies out. They're not just going to get a free ride with their fallacious freaking argument.
Let me patch this sound through on my soundboard. Right, let's see. I'm just going to do a mic test first so that you guys can pick it up. Let me just make sure that you guys can hear this while it's just 1 sec. Could you hear that, by the way?
It's not really audible. I can hear
No,
it.
no, but could you hear it, or was it? I know it was fast, but could you actually hear it?
I could hear it.
Clear, even though it was fast.
No, it wasn't clear because it wasn't loud enough.
Okay, I'll turn it up when I find it. I'm nearly there, so 1 sec.
No problem.
You can't try and work how far away anything is because you need to know a chord and you need to know if you use some variation on that. Okay, fine, let's go through that because at some point, chords, whatever matter you're going to start playing up.
Is that loud enough? Forget tempo. Is it loud enough?
For me, it's still a little low. I don't know. Anybody else?
I can turn my gain up. Right, it's all right.
Always going to be assuming out because if you do it, they're all close. So you have to assume out. Otherwise, none of it's close. And then all of it becomes millions and millions and millions and millions of miles away. I assume out in the first place. Where did you get the R from to assume it in the first place? And that's ultimately where it always goes back to. Where did you get the R from? Demonstrate it. And you can't.
Yeah, they can't do the R thing. And that's why they also don't bring it up ever. I got sick of bringing it up. And I'll start doing it again. Why not? But, who directly measured 3959? Go. Like, who did it? Tell me who did that. And because there's no answer, the inside of their heads explodes. They have no idea what to say.
But it's undesirable for them to cite it, so they just pretend that they don't know it. The answer comes from two assumptions from two different people. It's Eratosthenes with sticks and wells and all that, which is interesting in itself, but sometimes you see it with sticks and shadows, sometimes you see it with sticks and wells. Either way, Eratosthenes is supposed to be one, and he's supposed to have calculated the circumference of the Earth, right? But then Christian Huygens assumed that Venus was the same size as Earth. And once you assume that one of the planets has got a distance to it or a size to it, then you can map out the rest of it.
Makes it funny.
But the problem is, you put these based on the assumption. Don't make the assumption, and then all of a sudden they're very close again. And they just can't cite Christian Huygens, but that's where the answer comes from. He assumed that Venus was the same size as Earth.
Better high-speed comedy.
It's game over again.
Yeah. Yeah, and speaking of assumptions, like...
I'm just trying to get it to the part where I said about his book. The minute I reference his book, I'll slow it back down.
Yeah. I love this.
Foot Mountain, so West Colorado, this mountain I can see Glen Springs, which is way far. I can also see Denver, which is 3.5
I mean, if they don't want this scrutiny, they should stop saying stupid shit.
If I could see further, and there wasn't anything in the air or any obstructions, I'm going to assume that I could see for maybe thousands of miles. That's my assumption based on the fact that I can see hundreds of miles in all directions. So until my assumption I can see for thousands of miles is disproven by an actual limit, right? Which we've been asked to provide, by the way. How far can someone see on Earth? Until that limit is provided, I can assume that I can see for a long time. And show me where I can't. Right? The further we go up, we are seeing for thousands and thousands of miles. 30,000 feet you are, 60,000 feet sure are. You're seeing tens of thousands of miles in all directions. So I can make that assumption based on fact. But they can't even make the assumption because they need to demonstrate what they're assuming. But the big problem is they make the assumption as if it's fact, and then they base everything else off of that.
I'm trying to address Danny Faulkner, who's in the chat. Danny Faulkner wrote a book called Refuting the Claims of the Flat Earth, or Words to that effect, which I've got and I've read. And he spent a whole chapter talking about gravity. But he never mentioned the current position in science.
There you go. He spent a whole chapter talking about gravity, but he never... Let's hear that again. That's glorious. Let's do it again. You ready, Danny? Are you listening? This is what I actually said.
Yeah. So I can make that assumption based on fact, but they can't even make the assumption because they need to demonstrate what they're assuming. But the big problem is they make the assumption as if it's fact, and then they base everything else off of that.
I'm trying to address Danny Faulkner, who's in the chat. Danny Faulkner wrote a book called Refuting the Claims of the Flat Earth, or Words to that effect, which I've bought and I've read. And he spent a whole chapter talking about gravity. And he never mentioned the current position in science once. He never mentioned Einstein in his chat, in his book. He only talked about Newtonian physics. Well, that's not been the position in science since 1915. How could you get away with writing a book on refuting the claims of the flat Earth and not even mention Einstein once in your book, Danny? It's an absolute joke.
All right, I'll give you that, Danny. I did start off by saying chapter. I'll give you that. I did start off by saying chapter, and then I did say book towards the end. So I'll give you that it was a bit wishy-washy. And if I misrepresented you, I apologise. But I did start off by saying he wrote a whole chapter on gravity, never mentioned the current position once, which is true. That's not misrepresentation, is it, Danny? You didn't mention Einstein in your chapter, but in your chapter on gravity. But do join us. Let's talk about it, and we'll see why. Why was it that you didn't refute the claim of the flat earthers when you didn't mention Einstein and didn't mention how gravity's not a force? Join us, Danny.
So, can I go over the thing that I wanted to go over now, or should I wait?
No, Danny's not going to join us, is he? He's going to run away because he's been demonstrated that he's a liar. Go on, Hank. You talk about anything you want, mate.
All right, so I'm specifically asking you. I want to know what you think about this. So, we know about the second law of thermodynamics, entropy, right? Hot always goes to cold, high charge goes to low charge, and high pressure goes to low pressure every time, right?
Yeah, I'm with you. I'm listening.
All right, so I've been thinking a lot about this this thing called specific gravity, right? Because as far as I can tell, other than birds and aerodynamics that birds use, everything in nature rises or sinks in a medium seeking its equilibrium. So if you do an experiment, what causes something to rise and sink? So you put an apple in a pail and you add water. What did you manipulate? The relative density, right? You manipulated the specific gravity. And then you put water in, it rises. You take the water away, it sinks or it falls, right?
Yeah.
Well, this happens every time, no matter what. So I'm thinking this is the fourth leg of entropy. Because it happens every time. In a medium, objects rise and fall due to specific gravity. They're always seeking their equilibrium, just like the gas pressure, just like the high charge in a battery.
Yeah.
Right?
And you know the thing that links them to Einstein directly?
Density.
Einstein is E equals mc squared. Einstein, you know like how he gives the equivalence principle, where he says that if you're in a gravitational field, it's indistinguishable from being in an accelerating frame of reference if you can't see your surroundings, right? Like the lift. He gives the lift example, right? Well, Einstein gives the mass-energy equivalence, where he says that mass and energy are essentially the same thing. So basically what he's saying is E is the energy, equals m, mass, and then the speed of light and squared being the other bit. Well, forget about the speed of light squared bit, but basically he says E equals m. So if you've got two masses and there's a disequilibrium between the two masses, there's going to be an interaction, and Einstein calls it energy. We call it relative density, but essentially E equals mc squared is Einstein applying relative density, but into the woo-woo land. So
do you know what C represents, though?
Say again?
Do you know what C represents?
Yeah, it was the speed of light, the constant speed of light, wasn't it?
Speed of light squared, right?
Squared,
MC
yeah, that's right.
Yeah.
Well, I don't think speed of light changes anything. I think he's just put that in.
But would that be mass times the speed of light squared?
Yeah, mass times the constant speed of light squared.
Yeah.
But yeah, so he's basically applying that equilibrium.
It's almost impossible for something to go faster than the speed of light, though, right?
It's almost impossible to go faster than the speed. Well, that's what he says. Nothing can go faster than the speed of light. That's what he says.
So I'm just saying his math don't work. E equals MC squared don't work. It does not equal mass times the speed of light squared.
Well, the maths works. The mathematics works because the mathematics always works.
No, they don't.
Well,
the dude
listen,
couldn't even show his work. He couldn't even prove how he can find out how fucking 2 and 3 come up with 5.
That's it. Right, Flat Earth Denier, what a liar. What's he saying here? Danny Faulkner, no, it wasn't Chapter 8, guess again. I'm actually looking it up, Danny, at the minute. I think it's on my old phone. It's been a while since I've read your nonsense. I'll find it, and when I do find it, I'll tell you. It was either Chapter 7, 8, or 9. It was one of those chapters. It wasn't early on in the book. But you know I've read your book. I've left you a review on Amazon. Did you read it, Danny? It was basically the same thing. It was like Danny wrote a book on refuting the claims of the flat Earth, but didn't mention Einstein in his chapter on gravity. It's outrageous. Danny, why don't you join us and we'll test which chapter it was, and we'll see how many times do you mention Einstein in your chapter on gravity. Join us, let's see, because it isn't very good, Danny. It's pretty low. It's like mathematically it's 0. Because I've checked it. It's not there, is it? Why did you not mention Einstein? And why were you claiming that you were refuting the claims of the flat Earth when it's not even the current position in science, and we don't even mention we move away from Newton. So why haven't you mentioned how gravity is a force in Einstein? Because it's not, is it?
Yeah, Sleepy, I was going to say there's somebody new in the chat, mate. Much and all as Danny's a bit of a name. He is out on YouTube, and we've got someone new in the chat. Lord Mason, hiya. Welcome to the channel. Would you like to unmute and talk to us or ask us some questions about Flat Earth?
Am I on?
Yep.
No, just, I always was a kid that, always thought outside the box, and, stuff don't seem right with me, and listen to you guys, Like, what was those three words or questions you were supposed to ask me before I start really talking? What were they?
The 3 points.
The 3 test questions or something.
Yeah, the 3 points.
Let's go through that.
Would someone like to do it? Would you like to do it, old dude? Or, I mean, I'll be happy.
Yeah, we can do. Well, Go ahead, Sonny. I'm sort of in the middle of making coffee, so go ahead, please.
Perfect.
Yeah,
it's good timing. It's been a little while. What's your name? Lord Mason, right?
Yep.
Okay. So real simply, here it is. These are the positive claims that the globe Earth makes, right? So
right.
we ask these as to level the playing ground. You may have heard them before. I'm not sure about that, but anyway, I'll just go through them quickly. As a summary of the 3 points, then we'll go back to each one specifically. How's that sound?
Sounds perfect.
Okay, good. So the 3 points are the positive claims is that the Earth has curvature, so we're asking for a direct measurement of curvature. Axial rotation, they tell us we're spinning at 1,000 miles at the equator, so we're asking for a direct measurement, how, when, and where that was done. And then provide a demonstration of gas pressure without a container. So I'll go back to the first one. So do you know of any time in history before the space age where someone has directly measured Earth's curvature?
I physically don't know, no.
Okay. So we can go back into this more in depth about what globers say. They try to use Stone Age stuff, but I won't drag down.
You hear people's other opinions. I mean, I've heard that, but I haven't had a definite, hey, this is what's proof here.
Right. So you don't know of how, when, and where a measurement of curvature.
No, I don't.
And you're right with the rest of us here. Neither have we. Axial rotation. Do you know the method used or how axial rotation was detected?
Let's see. I don't know about any detecting, but like, for instance, I call it, excuse me, don't mean to be defensive or anybody, call it Google. Google, they have their opinion, of course, so they say the Earth spins at 1,000 miles an hour, and the Earth's diameter all the way around is 25,000 miles.
Yeah.
So if the Earth spins 1,000 miles an hour, so every hour we go on 1,000 miles. So
hold on a second. Let me break it down real quickly.
What happened to that 1 extra hour?
Let me just break it down real quickly. So do you know of any empirical means that someone has actually physically detected Earth's axial rotation?
No, I haven't, but to me, I found a flaw in that.
Okay, good. Okay, well, we could talk about the flaw, but the point is, this is only an honesty test, basically.
Okay, yeah,
to see if somebody can say, if they don't know, they can say, I don't know.
Oh, I definitely don't know. I'll be the first person to raise my hand.
So the people, and then we'll move on to the third one real quick. We can go back. So the demonstration of gas pressure without a container is because we have gas pressure here at sea level on Earth, and do you know the requirement for gas pressure?
So what pressure the Earth is if we're at zero starting up in pressure? But
yeah, just in general, like in science.
I know how to gauge that.
What is the cause of gas pressure?
Molecules.
So
collecting, coalescing, and
think about how they measure gas pressure, right?
Of course. Pounds per square inch.
Or kilograms per centimeter squared, right?
I'm very familiar with gas, believe me.
Good. So it requires a container.
Yeah.
Correct? So they tell us that outer space is there, which is a vacuum of 17 to negative 10 to the 17 torr.
Okay.
Which is nearly impossible. So we have gas pressure adjacent to a vacuum of space that should be they say it's ever expanding. Well, they say all kinds of stuff. But why isn't the gas going off into space?
Why isn't it? Because there's either people say could be something up there blocking it, keeping the gas in. So Van Allen belt, I don't know. Then they say something else about, maybe what they say.
No, so check it out. Listen.
The
So I'm gonna
firmament or
tell you,
something.
listen. So I'm going to tell you the reason we have the cause of gas pressure at sea level is because we have a container. Otherwise, you could not have a constant pressure or even close to a constant pressure.
Okay.
Because for a constant pressure or constant volume, you need a specific size of container.
So this container should have equal pressure in all of this container, the same everywhere, same pressure everywhere. If it was in this container, like me, I work with Freon, so I got Freon bottles.
Yeah.
You got a liquid and you've got a gas, and once you open up that tap, that liquid starts to bubble because it's expanding.
Exactly.
So once you close that tap off, everything equalizes out, and you got two atmospheres.
Yeah.
So you got equal pressure in that area. So if you have the gas area in that bottle, it's the pressure from the top of that bottle to the bottom where the water or the liquid's at.
So the thing that a lot of people skip over or miss is that Earth is a very dynamic system. It's thermodynamic. There's all kinds of things going on. Convection, convection.
Yes, I know about convection.
Yeah, transfer of energies.
Yes, the trees, photosynthesis.
Changes in matter.
Yes.
Things going from liquid to gas.
Yes.
Gas is being created constantly at the surface.
That's why we got clouds, yeah.
So anyway, that destroys their space because unless they can have a demonstration of gas pressure without a container, then I'm sorry, it doesn't trump, whatever they're saying doesn't trump thermodynamics. And that's the end of the argument. But
I'm just saying that we're going to be a container. It shouldn't be equal pressure in the whole volume of this container.
No.
Everything should be equal?
No. It wouldn't be equal because it's a highly dynamic system.
So in other words, to me, it just sounds like everything's a frickin' particle. And the heavier the particle is, the more you're attracted to the Earth, and not being gravity, but you being a particle.
Density.
Everything's made of particle. Yeah, density. That's exactly what I'm saying. So there's less particles as higher as you get up near the top, whatever. It's all thinner up there. So that's why nobody can really kind of fly up there because there's nothing for crate lift and all that stuff. Because the molecules are not really there.
It's stupid to say you can go land a helicopter.
We don't know that.
I know we don't but the hypothesis sounds kind of like, what the
every
heck?
time somebody says, hey, we can't fly this high because there's less air, we don't know that.
We don't really know.
Well, if you got a ball and a feather and a damn vacuum tank and you drop them up without having the vacuum on, that ball's going to fall faster than that feather. But you suck all that. But you suck all the air out of there, and next thing you know, you drop them, they both fall at the same time because there's no particles in the way.
Okay, that's more or less. Okay, maybe so, maybe not. Now, how is that analogous to?
I'll post the GIF in a second.
Hank, you came in and came out. I don't know.
Yeah, it broke up.
But I was just saying, so, okay, we don't know.
I don't know.
The environment up there. But you've given me a scenario that's supposed to be analogous to what's up there, what up there is in question. So again, me saying we don't know that we can't go up there because we don't know if there is. As a matter of fact, there isn't a linear relationship between from here up there, the pressure decreasing or anything like that.
Well,
so we don't know how high up you can go and not experience pressure. We're only told that.
Unless we did the test ourselves, yes.
Sorry about that.
We got Big
NASA kind of
Daddy.
knows. I think NASA kind of knows.
Of course, I would assume they would. I would
I
assume
mean,
so.
they tell you with Echo too. I mean, the helium, well, not helium. It's a aerostat balloon satellite that they made.
Right.
Yeah,
They
but
sent. They send. I mean, this was up there for about a few years, traveling at 60. I don't know how many miles an hour it was traveling.
Planete Veritas thinks.
Yeah, and they said that they use a gas that is lighter than air. So I mean, there must be still some air up there.
must be next to
Can I get
the
you
Dark
guys
Knight.
to?
The Dark Knight. What do you call it? That thing that's up there. They say. You ever hear about that?
Yeah, that's so 10 years ago. I mean,
Okay.
12. 15. That's like 20 years ago. I remember that. Yeah,
Well,
that
is
was
it
the
with-
one with the pyramids on the face on Mars and stuff.
All right.
Can I get you guys to look at the live stream voice text? I'll post it again. Can you guys hear me? Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, so Lou gave me this, and this is allegedly a test that was done in the largest vacuum chamber in the world. And what he was doing is he's putting these different elements in there, and he's dropping them all at the same time. And you can see that they're not all falling at the same time.
Because the vacuum wasn't on.
Yeah, the vacuum was on.
It was on. That's a trip, right?
So videos playing games with us. TV's play games with us.
Yeah. So anyway, anybody who's a fan of the vacuum of space, the container is required to create a vacuum as well.
Well, people fight about the so-called dome and no dome. I mean, to me, it just seems like there's no more particles as higher as you go. And next thing you know, it's just no particles for no lift. And next thing you know, it comes
You
that
know,
void with nothing there. So that's why I call it a vacuum.
That's the thing. That's the thing. You don't listen.
We don't know.
That's
We don't
the-
know.
that's-
Don't know.
No, listen very carefully. Everything that you just said, you don't know is true.
Yes.
I mean, and we like how? Why is it that we put so much confidence in things that we don't know?
Well, if I was rich, I definitely would like to know.
But we don't. Like I'm not.
But it's
I'm not
like
willing to
interfaith.
tell some rich
Some
man's
people
story
are built
that I can't
different.
verify.
Some people are built to be thinkers. Some people ponder. Some people have mechanical ability. See, some people have got common sense and can, and some people just don't. And me,
some
I'm
people are
mechanic.
lost.
Yeah, and me, I like to think, but I know when I'm wrong. I'll tell you I'm wrong, or I don't know. But it's not
Well,
going to
that's-
stop me from thinking, is it?
That's admirable of you.
All right. So, think about this. Like, well, let's just say there are particles, and that particles, the volume decreases the higher up you go, and then eventually there's like little to no particles, and we call that the vacuum of space.
Right.
In this same vacuum, not only do we exist in the vacuum, but so does air itself. When I say air, well, I guess I should say hydrogen and helium, because that's what the sun's supposed to be made up of, right?
Would you think the particles would be sucked even tighter and closer from the vacuum?
Listen to what I'm saying. You have the sun that is supposedly a ball of dense gas, 340 billion times the pressure of here on Earth, inside a vacuum. So it's a gas bubble surrounded by no air pressure.
Right.
Make that make sense.
All I can say is, there's two things. There's either something over there covering it, of course. I don't know, though. I don't know if there's a damn firmament, whatever. I ponder on that one.
We don't have to worry about the firmament at all.
Well,
No,
that
don't
would
even think
seem-
about that. Just
that would make
think about
sense.
what we've been told.
The firmament would make sense.
Right, but I'm just talking about what we've been told and the impossibility
Oh,
of it.
come on. I walk into a classroom, I see a round globe, and, I've been brain taught this and, religion that, and it's just like, I was always the person that thought outside the box, and it's just, Yeah, it's just these questions. I mean, I'm trying to find my own answers instead of listen to everybody else. That's pretty much what it's down to. You know, the way the media's gone on is so damn messed up now. It's just everybody's lying, everybody's faking, and it's just you're not lying, pretty, and fake in this world. You're not going to make it. And it's just I don't want to have any part of it. You know.
Right.
All right, I posted a post here. I don't know if it came up right here. To me, if the sun was so freaking so far out like they say it is, how come the sun coming through the clouds, the rays are all bent, like the sun was closer? I don't know if we can. Is that website or the picture? Did I screw it up?
Yeah.
It's pictures of clouds where sun's coming through them, the beams. You know, if the sun was, you know, if it was so far out there, wouldn't the beam? I mean, I don't know about the beams bouncing through clouds and ricocheting. I don't see that. But if it does, I don't see it. You know what I mean? But to me, they're coming through the clouds on angles, and to me, the only way I can get an angle like that if the sun was closer. Yeah, exactly. But they're all sketched out. So that's another thing that makes me think.
You know what should make you think? The physics of water.
Well,
think about what water does. You put water in a bowl,
it seeks its own level,
or a lake.
Seeks its own level.
And you know the interesting thing is that you can verify this.
I live in Lake Michigan. I live in Lake Michigan. I can see all the way over to Indiana when I'm in Indiana. I know all about that. I can see Sears Tower and all that from the other side over in Michigan.
Well, I'm preaching to the choir then.
Okay, so anyways, but see, nobody knows the curvature of the Earth. So what's the diameter of the Earth curvature? I mean, nobody can tell us. So if I'm sitting over in Indiana and I can see over there, I mean, I don't get it. You know, they say if the Earth curved at 8 inches every 5 miles, they say, or something? I don't know.
8 inches per mile, square of the mile.
Okay, but if we don't know the measurements, how do we know that? You know?
They told us. We know because they told us the size.
They told us.
Yeah.
Well, that's what I'm saying.
So that means that 5 miles. 5 miles should be 16 feet of vertical drop in altitude.
Okay.
They
5
told
miles.
us
10 miles
to be a very
66
scary.
66 feet at 10 miles, so making a 40-mile or 50-mile lighthouse observations completely impossible with 400 to 600 feet of vertical drop.
Right.
This drop is missing
told me
in every observation.
Right.
They told me should be the scariest word someone has ever heard. Imagine you made it in like a $30,000 investment or something like this. And then you're like, by the way, where'd you get this information? Somebody told me. What? Like you're investment.
That's right. We got it from them.
I think when they started saying the Earth was round is when all those lies came out. You know, just don't tell the little people what's really going on. We'll just make this.
Once I got enough people believing that lie, then they would believe all sorts of.
Right, like we got these guys to believe this crap. Let's try this one. Okay, all right, we can see how to manipulate.
It's an onion. It's an onion. It's peels of the onion of lies.
Right. Now, I don't know if I can pop this one up. Am I allowed to put a YouTube video up on here at all or not?
Probably not if you're only VC verified. Let's see.
Okay, what it is a video of the SpaceX. So just type in SpaceX leaving LA.
Just DM it to me. To make a message. Just send a message to me and I'll post it.
Now I don't.
So right click on my name and you'll see the message.
But so do I go to the site first and copy the link?
Yeah, copy the link and then
gotcha.
I'll click on my name, message me.
Do this.
No problem.
All right, bear with me, guys.
We have.
I'm sorry. I just I like to ask questions and sitting there and just guessing is just like not the way to do it.
Yeah.
But
do you know anything about? Hey, Lord Mason, do you know anything about curved adjacent?
What's that in?
And the use of the sextant. Do you know how the sextant works?
Okay, yeah, for the ships and stuff that you judge. Yeah.
Yeah. How do you achieve a circle of equal altitude on a sphere? Do you know how you could do that?
So if I've got a pool ball, you want me to
wait a minute.
measure the
No.
like if I'm on the pool ball looking out into space, you're saying?
No. Not a pool ball.
Well, I'm describing the pool ball as Earth.
No, not a pool ball. Not
Okay.
at all. No.
Banana?
A flat stationary plane. Do you know anything about the nature of water? Oceans are not curving, right?
We know that now. I know that.
Yeah. So a horizontal plane, you can only have a right triangle with a zenith and a horizontal plane in order to get a right triangle.
All right,
When you
gotcha.
you do this in several locations. You end up with what's called a circle of equal altitude. That's how you find your location on a
right.
flat plane. This is how they've been doing navigation for hundreds of years.
Right. 1 mile apart or something, take your measurement, do the same thing over at the other place.
No, it has to be a little further than, but I want you to, see, that's the whole thing. You can't accomplish this. Can you imagine a right triangle with a curved bottom horizontal? How do you have horizontal?
You'll be off.
No, you don't have one because a right triangle, it cannot be more than 180 degrees.
So you're in agreement, guys. You'd be off. You wouldn't have your actual location.
Yeah, that's right.
Right.
So that's why we navigate like that because it's the most accurate way. Now, the most ridiculous thing is people that know nothing about navigation or coastal navigation. When you're sailing along a coast, you could do sightings of land or buoys or anything like that. Lights coming off of jetties, like you could triangulate these. And you calculate in your speed and through dead reckoning speed and distance. And,
what name do I click on?
And direction. Then you can triangulate just on the flat chart using the observations you make. Now, if somebody's trying to claim, hold on a second. If somebody's trying to claim that sailors are triangulating sightings of land objects, that they're seeing a mirage, I need to see the calculation for that. That's it.
All right, what name do I click on? Right click?
Right click on my name.
This is Sonny.
Yes.
What's the name?
Yeah, I wasn't trying to interrupt you, brother. Sonny, his name is Sonny.
All right, thanks.
Sonny, sorry about that. Yeah. Sometimes I hear someone say my name and I go look outside. Yeah, it is kind of sunny.
Guys, I want to read a section out of Danny's book. When there's a suitable period and a lull, pass me the mic because you want to hear what he writes about Copernicus and getting the distance.
There you go, Sonny.
Okay, what? Okay, good. Yeah, sleeping. I'm sorry.
Before that, then, since we were talking about the sextant, maybe we can have the new guy read it out. The things
Not
that
good at reading.
Someone else then?
I'm looking at the sextant thing right now.
I'll read them.
If S2, S3, and S1, right? If those are stars, and they're above the person that's triangulating their position.
Yeah,
You know the distance. Go ahead.
Oh, sorry. I was just going to read the first plate there. A sextant is a tool for measuring the altitude angle or elevation angle of a star above the horizon. In the hands of the practice observer, the modern sextant can be used to measure elevation angles with an accuracy of 10 seconds of arc. That is close enough to determine a ship's north-south position within a few hundred meters. That's from Britannica. If all the observer does now is to use a sextant to measure the angle of altitude, elevation angle h of the noon sun with respect to the horizon, and to record the exact time of this measurement. That's from PrincetonAstronomy.com.
Well, where are you reading from?
I'm reading from the plates in the live stream voice text.
Britannica book, right?
I put in.
You're not reading from. Well, when someone gets time, can they read what I put?
Oh shoot! I totally missed it.
Well, that-
Okay, hold on. Where are you? What time? Missed it. Where are you at?
32 minutes after the hour.
Oh, actually, who is it? Sasha put all of them in.
You have 32 minutes after the hour, Elijah's photo.
Okay, hold on. Here we go, Elijah. All right. Starting with the Big Boob Planet Cruising School. Is that what you talked about?
Big Boob.
33 minutes after the hour? All right. For us moderns, the concept of a line of position is easy to grasp. Tie a string at the top of a high straight pole. Tie the other end to your shoe. Walk around the pole while keeping the string taut. The string will form the same angle from the base of the pole to your shoe and then to the top of the pole, everywhere along your path. That is a circle of equal altitudes. Yahoo! This is the angle you will measure with your sextant. HO. If you take any small segment or arc of that circle, then it will seem almost a straight line, and that is your line of position. So when you take a sextant reading, you know that you are somewhere on the circumference of a circle that goes around the geographical position of that body, with the center being the GP of the body. You also know that the azimuth Z, the bearing of that body, will be a line drawn from GP to your position and perpendicular to the tangent of the circle of position at your position. Yeah, if you look at the diagram, it makes more sense, definitely.
Did you know that sextant in Latin is 1/6 of the circle?
Interesting.
Mm-hmm. So anyway, if you have multiple circles and they all have to be equal
in
altitude, that can't be achieved if you're on parts of a curving Earth.
The sextant was invented when the flat Earth was around, so that's why everything's all flat from that.
Well, that's a big secret they kept because the navigators continued to use the sextant throughout all of time that we know of since it was invented. And then before that, there was a staff. There was a staff, and then there was an astrolabe.
So that's Britannica, right?
No, they're different sources. If you look at the slides that Sasha put in the live.
Oh, matter of fact, read 233 also.
Yeah, because what I do is I find out who's got the source and where the source get their information, who funds them down the line. You know, see where it all comes to the same people.
Us moderns.
You sound like a copper. Follow the money, eh?
Yeah, it's the problem with this world. Just follow that money trail, you know.
Are you? So, Elijah, hold on. Let me get this larger. Hold on a second. There we go. The sextant is a device which can be used that part to measure the angular separation between two objects. Got that part? Angular separation. The user points sextant at the first object of interest, usually the horizon in navigation, and then slides the index bar until the light from the second object is reflected off the index mirror and horizon mirror, such that the two images are horizontally aligned when observed through the telescope. This shades simply prevent the shade prevents eye damage. Using the vernier scale micrometer drum, it is then possible to read the angle to a high level of precision. To ensure that the object is at its lowest possible point, the sextant is rotated along the axis of the telescope, and the time of measurement and altitude are noted. By measuring the angle of a known star from the horizon and using a book containing known reference values for the star in question at the time of measurement, it is possible to determine distance r along the surface of Earth to the point at which the star is exactly overhead. From this, a navigator knows he's on a specific circle along the plane of the surface of Earth of radius r, known as the line of position. He does not know his direction from this point. However, by examining a second star, a second radius can be deducted. The navigator now knows he is at one of the points where both circular functions meet. In the case that there is only one real route, he knows his position, although this is only possible if the radii are parallel. Got that? More realistically, he can look up at a third star in order to find the intersection between three circles. This will give him his location to a certain precision based on the precision of his watch, altimeter, and the divisions of the reference table. There is reasonable scope for both human error and a cumulative lack of precision. See there, but by measuring the angles to these three known stars, that's how you discover your location. That's the most accurate. Those circles need to be parallel in nature, or else you're screwed. That's it. Awesome. And
I mean, it doesn't get any more black and white than matter in the liquid state. Needs to have, well, it comes with the volume of the container.
Looks like Lord Mason was able to post that now. Hold on.
It's just pictures of all the suns, the angles of the beams and the damn, clouds. There's just too many of them. So it's like, what the hell? You know, the sun is closer. I don't know how close it is.
I'll put the link that you posted. 1 second.
That's the SpaceX. Okay, the SpaceX.
Of the pyramid, right?
Right. Now, like SpaceX, they got shooting up over the ocean off of LA, by Hollywood and stuff. You can see it. Pay attention to the jet fuel or the trail from it. It's dark when it goes up because the sun's not hitting it. But as higher as it gets up, it starts blooming out and starts lighting up. And next thing you know, the reason why it's lighting up because the sun rays are able to hit it. You see that video? I don't know if I can post it here.
Wow, Sasha, those are great shots. Look at that. That little sun dog. I've seen those too, man. That's a trip. I saw those in one of my sun photos as well. What lake is that? Is that an ocean, Sasha?
That's Adriatic Sea.
Adriatic Sea? God, how beautiful that is. Man. Look at that. I love those kind of views.
I don't know why I've never Googled it, but can someone please tell me? And this might sound super ignorant.
You should be admitted, right?
This is akin to when I asked my girl, "What's the difference between a sheep and a lamb?" Because I don't know. She was like, "Are you serious?"
Oh, jeez.
So go ahead, man. You're amongst friends.
All right. So, did I forget that fast?
No.
Oh, what is the difference? Oh, I forgot again. Damn. The difference between. Oh, what the fuck is the difference between the ocean and the sea? Like, what's the difference?
Sasha?
Oh shit! Nobody knows. I'm not alone.
The ocean is usually a large body of water that contains islands, whereas a sea is usually an inland body of water.
Smaller.
Yeah. Like the Dead Sea is surrounded by land, whereas a sea is surrounded by islands.
Yeah.
Black Sea.
Caspian Sea. The Lake Baikal, all are huge inland seas.
So a lake is small. And
Lake Michigan can be considered a freshwater sea.
Yep,
but
Sea Michigan.
Inland seas
and Sea Superior.
Mediterranean Sea. It's not the Mediterranean Ocean, right? It's the Mediterranean Sea. It's salt water.
The Salton
surrounded
Sea.
by land. Yeah.
The Salton Sea.
Lakes are usually freshwater.
The fruited plain. The hell?
Well,
Anyway,
thank you.
yeah.
So it's just basically a bigger lake.
The
Yeah,
Well, it's a saltwater lake. Yeah,
Saltwater.
lake.
The
Usually it's
Connected to the ocean in some way.
Yeah, connected to the ocean some way. Yeah.
And the conspiracy.
See.
I like that one.
And the Sadducees and the Pharisees.
Pharisees.
Yep.
Yep. So what'd you think of that SpaceX video?
Did I put it? Did I forget?
It's on the site. You did, I think.
Let me see.
Hopefully that helped
where's
you
it?
out, Elijah.
No, I did.
Yeah,
totally understood.
I posted it at 43 minutes. I need more coffee. I forgot my coffee. You guys got me
I
distracted.
got mine.
I should put my computer. Hey, North Star.
Sorry, bud. You guys talking about the CA, Elijah? Have you heard of a king? Have you heard of a king tide? Everyone's heard of the low tide, high tide. Look into Noah. What
King
Noah
tide.
says about king tide and what NASA says about a king tide.
King
I think we need
tide.
to jump on that. Yeah.
Yeah, Crimson Tide.
Yeah.
What is a king tide?
It's probably them being apologetic for it not being the moon.
Riptide.
The king tide is
Delivery.
Is it like the supreme high tide?
Yeah, they talk about the orbits and the sun, moon, and the earth lining up, and all this gravitational, all these different things is happening. I don't even know if they're, giving a full explanation. That's why I'd like us to jump on it. Someone that could do a little bit more research.
Is it the moans and groans because the disc is spinning?
Thank you so much.
No, we found out if we're spinning or the stars are spinning.
I don't know. I know that there happens to be coincidence with high tides and the amount of light that is featured on the moon, which makes no sense. This is correlation, not causation.
Well, we're told it's gravity, so what the heck?
Yeah, but why does a full moon create a high tide?
Yeah, I see your light issue. Static electricity.
Full moon and new moons create high tides, right?
Well,
So why does the amount of light that's featured on the moon have to do with the difference?
Because when we think about the fact that we're in a system, it would make sense that once we've seen something one time, it would happen multiple times as the cycle repeats. So it just is. And, asking, well, why is that and that? There's a lot of things that we can correlate, like roosters and the sunrise. Like, but nobody's saying that it's that.
Right,
it's just a funny coincidence, and we don't know exactly to what extent. We just know we're in a machine.
Well, see, I know of a couple of roosters that crow at 3 o'clock in the morning. It's really annoying.
I don't know. They say the magnetic field of the Earth is going off. The magnetic, the runways are changing their headings at the end of their runways. And you know anything about that?
That does sound interesting.
I know molten metal blocks magnetism.
Well, because it's heat. Yeah, heat destroys magneticity. That's proven. You can take an earth magnet, put a torch to it, and boom, it'll fall off the piece of metal.
Well, no. I mean, it will stop magnetic fields from permeating through it.
Right. That's what I was trying to say. With the earth magnet, you put on a piece of steel and just put a torch on it, and all of a sudden, boom, the earth magnet will fall because it got hot, and it just aligns all the magneticity.
Theory point, yeah.
Yeah.
But no, what I'm talking about is they say it's caused from the solid iron core with molten core around it. Well, that molten core would negate any magnetic fields from penetrating through it. So it's not caused by the magnetic or the iron supposed core.
No, magnetic field, exactly. What is that? A bunch of
yeah, they want to make it seem like it's a dynamo.
Yeah, but
That's
I'm
not
just
how dynamometers work.
exactly.
The only way that could work. The only way that could work is if there's an induced force from an external source, like a plasma ball when you put your hand on it.
Yeah. Coil. What does that say? Means coil. You gotta have voltage for it. Yeah.
Well, it's a path to positive instead of a path to ground.
Yeah.
So what? A solar wind's creating a static electricity, creating things electrical.
Hey, it's Sleeping Warrior.
Friction.
Yeah, go on, I'm here.
Now you guys are all right, I mean, I'm not nobody who's smart, and I don't claim to be smart, but like I said, I do think.
Well, that's what we want here, right? If you can think,
well, it makes the conversation go a little better.
Yeah, that's what I'm getting to. Yeah,
instead of picking on you, oh yeah, the Earth's this, Earth's that. Oh yeah, you guys are crazy. I'm going home to mommy.
You sound like you're from upstate New York. Are you from New York?
No, I'm from Chicago.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Got the fast talk.
You all sound the same. Yeah, we got that southern draw.
You got that flat jaw.
Yeah. But yeah, if you can be honest and have a conversation, do a little bit of thinking,
hey,
you're gonna fit around here just fine.
I got a good heart. I respect people. Everybody's entitled to their opinion with me. I don't care, but that's how life should be. I respect my neighbors. If you got a good heart, you're a friend of mine.
Hey, Lord Mason, could you do me a favor and say the Bears?
I really don't watch sports, but the Bears with Dick.
I was just saying that
chops.
You're from Chicago.
Yeah, the Bears. Talk from Southside. I don't do that. It sounds like I'm from Philly or something. New Orleans.
I'm just joshing you, bud.
Hey, you go ahead. It's all good. It's all good.
Hey, Chi-Town. I was born there. Yeah. The Bears.
Yeah.
Yeah, what about the park? Did you park the car?
Well, see, it's my mother-in-law. Me, it's sausage. Her, it's sausage. It's milk. It's the couch. No, it's not a couch. It's the Davenport.
Did you hear about the girl from Wheeling?
But has it ever occurred to either of you that it might be sausage?
Did you hear about the girl from Wheeling? Something about the ceiling? Never mind.
Well, yeah, the couch is called the Davenport, and the living room's called the parlor. It's like, okay.
Right.
Yep. It's good. It's fun. We laugh at it. I like the way the British people talk. I think it's pretty cool. They got their different terminologies for things, Like for a car, like the car, you get the trunk. That's what the boot. You got the hood is the bonnet. The truck's a lorry. Elevator lift.
Truck in the glove box.
Yeah, the glove box.
And see, here's the thing that I don't understand. It's like, a lot of these people that live in the United Kingdom, they want to sit here and say they live on a globe, but the place that they live and they rent is called a flat.
The flat, yes. How about it? Yes, they live in a flat.
Why are they all flats?
Yeah.
How many flats does it take to make a globe?
Yeah, about it. That's Mr. Al. He should know. Yeah, seriously, we got to raise a lot of money. We should put a fund up. Man, we can come up with our own SpaceX and find out for ourselves. And we can bring Shatner along with us.
No thanks. A couple of P900s is all that's necessary.
I'm sorry, but them ships, I don't know. I got something in my, something I don't see right.
I think we could spend our time more productively. We could build new technologies with the knowledge we have, actually.
So did you guys hear about the spaceship captain that Captain Kirk to space? He ended up crashing a small engine plane, but yet he could pilot a spaceship. What?
I don't know if you guys ever see the SpaceX video of them landing. Look how hard it hit the ground, because look at all that dust just go boom.
Look how CGI it is.
I know. That's what I'm saying. Something don't seem right. I don't mean to be a doubting Thomas, even though that's my name.
Yeah, because if you're watching that reverse landing on anything like that, that's violating all natural laws of engineering and physics.
Just like to me, the Boston bomb. As soon as I see those bombs blow off, right there, I knew something was wrong because I didn't see a percussion mushroom wave. I just seen everything just going straight up to make a lot of show.
The media wave.
Yeah, but if you just look at them things blowing up over there, pay attention to the way them blow up. You don't see a percussion wave. You see a show wave. Like, hey, Mardi Gras.
And if it was truly an ammonium nitrate device, like they were saying, then there would be a flash and no fire.
So you guys are with me on this then?
What about the one in Beirut?
That was a hell of a bomb.
Dude.
That was a big one.
The Illuminati card game and all that shit. You know?
No.
But that was a damn percussion. Do you see that thing, man? It hit the air so hard, it even vaporized the air and turned it into clouding. Wow. Compression.
Made a crater all the way down through the water to the bottom.
Yeah, but you see the air had humidity into it, but it just boom, like a fast jet would come by, you know how it does to the wings?
That did not look like it didn't look like any kind of normal
it was
that was not a conventional explosive.
It was highly
compressive.
compressive.
Not an ammonium nitrate device. Ammonium nitrate does not have that amount of power.
No way.
Almost nukeability, but I don't think so.
That's what it was. It was a tactical nuke.
Yeah,
Took out 1 square mile.
Wow. But no radiation picked up, so what's going on with that?
Exactly. It's almost like they're using the radioactive material to burn real fast to create more energy. All it is.
Yeah, just to vaporize it.
It's just a unit of heat to, That's
so that was just a display. They're just saying, here's what we can do.
Yeah, so don't fuck with us.
Yeah, and everybody that had the footage of this Tomahawk cruise missile come in at, say, a good 45-degree angle, that was always blocked and fact-checked. And it's like, nope, you can actually slow the footage down and see this thing come flying in within, like, 3 frames. You see the thing, like, twice within 3 frames, and the 3rd frame, it's starting to detonate.
Just like the Pentagon. Same thing.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, I got that footage too. I have it saved.
Building 7
I got the Pentagon footage.
Okay.
I got the footage of the Pentagon where he says that he can't find any airplane parts. There's no fuselage, no wing section.
Right.
And it was before they had made it look like a plane went through. There was just a tiny little hole.
Okay, what kind of plane was it they said it was?
Boeing 747.
Okay, what kind of engines does Boeing have? Do they have General Electric or do they have Rolls-Royce engine?
Doesn't matter. They still have titanium.
They got the GE, but they had a Rolls-Royce out on the ground out in front, so how could that be?
Well, the Rolls-Royce is Saab, which is one of these industries.
It's got triangle bezels on it.
Jet engines.
It's got triangle bezels on the exhaust, and the GE has rectangles.
It's a Rolls-Royce engine that's in the helicopters.
Yeah, but that wasn't the motor that goes to that plane. But they staged it out in front.
I didn't heard there was any plane motor engine in front of the Pentagon, but I did.
They had a tail
on
out
Wall
there?
Street, on Wall Street, they said there was an engine. It was from the wrong plane, though.
Yeah, that one too. They're staged.
Yep. I'll tell you what, there's something special that causes steel to melt, but the aluminum.
Yeah. Hey, I'm a welder. Right. I cut metal all the time. Oh my gosh, don't get into started.
I can tell you this much: aluminum's going to melt before iron does any day.
Mm-hmm. Or steel, like the high carbon steel that they use in, you know.
Or you can take mercury.
All steel is carbon and iron, man.
Well, if you take mercury and scratch it into an aluminum beam, it's going to just corrode real quick and fall apart. Yep. You know about that, right?
That's why even gallium will do that too.
Exactly. Well, that thermite brought down the World Trade Center. We all know that. We see that molten stuff pouring right out of the damn machines.
There's 2 liquids that are banned on any kind of airplane.
Yep. Oh, yeah, you can. Yes. Wow.
Yeah, they can burn buildings down. So with thermite, so you can't carry liquids on the freaking airplane.
Can't put thermite out either, or that gallium and spread in through the fibers of the aluminum. No way. It's kind of. I don't know. Is there an oxidizer for that? What is it? We call that oil. The oil it sits in, stop it from corroding.
Sure was a quick cleanup, wasn't it? got rid of all that stuff like really quick. Well, actually, not really quick. What did it take, like 12 weeks or something?
Does anybody know what happened to all that steel that came down at the World Trade Center?
Besides the half they dumped into the.
I think it migrated to China. Now it's
It
Chinese.
sure did. It sure did. You know why this is doing this? They're doing this?
Because it was a terrorist attack, and you don't investigate a murder the same way.
Well,
you do
they got a lot of that proof of the what do you call it, thermite on it, powder and shit. But that's not maybe one of the reasons. They're getting rid of all of our good steel here in America, if you didn't notice, because things don't last as good. Also, how they're doing that is they're cheaping us up. And how they're doing that is they used to dig iron ore out of the ground, put it in the trucks, ship it over to the lake over here, turn on the kilns, and put the good old, steel in there. What do you call that stuff when you dig it up? Sorry. The gravel. When you mix it with powder coke and you got good cobalt hardened steel coming out the other end. Well, everybody's cutting corners. So they're not digging it. They're getting most of this metal from the scrap yards and putting it in there, and it's coming out contaminated. So you're like your motors and your compressors, they run on ball bearings. Well, the ball bearings are not that good cobalt steel, so they soften pretty quick, and that's why refrigerators are going out. Metals are not metals anymore.
Mm-hmm.
So same thing with electronics.
Planned obsolescence. Yeah, it is cheap. Like, well, the thing is, this funny thing about after World War II, like we bought. I think there was like thousands of Japanese Zeros and aircraft that were made into Toyotas and Datsuns, and the U.S. bought them back up. It's kind of the same thing.
Yep.
A buddy of mine was deployed to the World Trade Center, like Ground Zero, for the cleanup. Like right as soon as he got out of boot camp, they sent his ass there to do a cleanup. And most of the people that were in his platoon, including himself, came down with Crohn's disease.
Wow. Well, as I was talking about the cheaper stuff, like these circuit boards, for instance, when they're encased, the resistors and stuff are encased in plastic. These guys can gauge the decay of plastic. So it's like a light bulb. You got it on, the old light bulb, and you crack it. The filament still will stay on until the oxygen got to it, then it snuff it out. Same thing with resistors. Once these plastic cover things crack, oxygen gets into it and breaks them. So this is how come we got cheap electronics. So just let you know, this is what's happening. We're getting really cheap on everything.
Well, if you really are conscientious about your electronics, you should do a conformal coating on them.
Well, I do appliance repair for a living, and all the stuff you get from like the superstores, Best Buy, Home Depot, Menards, that's where all the garbage is at. So you go to the appliance store, that's where your good stuff is. I go to people's houses and open it up. I go, you got it from a superstore. They go, how do you know? Because you got the cheaper rollers, you got the cheaper burner, you got the cheaper assembly. You want me to put the cheap stuff back in, or do you want me to put the factory authorized stuff back in? So yeah, they're really doing this to us with the cars, everything. They're hitting us at all angles.
Well, see, I used to my family owned it, and I pretty much ran it as the weighmaster. It was a scrapyard, and people would bring their refrigerators and freezers in all the time.
Keep your old stuff, I say. Get that running.
Yeah, what I would do is I would weigh it, pay them out, like scrap prices, 4 cents a pound, 5 cents a pound, something like that.
Yep.
And wash it out and check it out, make sure the thermal relay's good. If the thermal relay's not good, I'll swap it out with a new good one and see if the compressor kicks on. If the hermetic side's sealed, then it's sealed. And then I'll sit there and I'll turn them around and I'll sell them.
Right now, with me, when I was a kid back in the 70s and 80s doing the appliances, I could not lift these washers and dryers up. But when the first Kenmore direct drive washer came out, that was the first washer I was able to lift off the ground. Now these washers, geez, you can kick them over so easy. They're so light and just full of plastic.
Yeah.
And they're making it purposely to break because those big capacities, your lady's busy, she fills those things all the way up, she's going to break the transmission, and they're counting on that. And then they go, well, ma'am, you overloaded it. That's what broke it,
Well, see, I remember you used to be able to take the wash barrels out of washing machine, right?
Yep.
And use that as a burn pit.
Well, they don't got too much plastic on me. You can't do it. The tops
Yeah,
are
now it's all made out of plastic. The thing will melt.
Yeah, but the side walls are stainless steel. The bottom's just full of plastic. So all you can do is just stick it on the ground, let the ground burn. But yeah, you're talking about the old
the
Kenmores.
high capacity HEs. No, I'm talking about the what the frick you call them, the old school ones where it had the steel drum inside of it.
Yeah,
And
the
then that
transmissions
steel
and
drum got
motors.
switched out to a plastic drum.
Yeah,
and then like even there was no like real metal on it. It was all aluminum wiring on the electronic side. So we started getting those in, and the only thing we could really do with it was try to sell the motor for iron.
Right. They're welded together. Well, the only thing good about the newer machines is we can get the commutator, the rotor off the bottom. You spin that thing, you can get 110 volts out of that sucker. Manually spin it. So if you get like a bay of them, like maybe 10 of them, and spin all those, so it's 110, you can divide all that, charge up batteries and everything. So you just got to find a source that'll spin it. Got to live by a creek, have the wife pedal the bike, But that's a good source with the energy. Hook it up to a tire in the car, you're going down the road, charge you up 110 bucks or 10 volts for you.
So what is this now? What out of what?
The stator on the bottom of the washer machines. When you look on the bottom of a washer, you see a round disc on the bottom. This round disc on the inside is just loaded with magnets. And the inside is a bay of coils. What you got to do is you got to cut a couple of wires and put the coils all in stagnating series and parallel. And then when you spin it, it'll give off 110 volts. It does it. So if you put it on YouTube, go on YouTube, you can check this out. Whirlpool stator, converter to voltage. And that's this energy we're trying to figure out. Because if shit does poop out, trying to get all ready. Because I, kind of like bearing down here with some food and shit, just in case some crap. Yeah, there you go. That's it. Anybody hear about those Ram pumps yet? You know what a Ram pump is?
Yes, it automatically pumps water without electricity.
Yeah, it brings it apart. That's a pretty good thing. I'm checking into that also, because if I need to run water to it or do something. So I'm also a tinkerer besides a tinkerer. I don't watch TV anymore. Seriously. I haven't watched TV in a while.
Yeah, I don't even own a TV.
I do the YouTube learning stuff, watching stuff. I got my priorities different. Because if I start watching TV, I want to probably, get some tattoos, get a big beard and everything, and drink beer and go, yay, beer, the beers.
Well, see, I guess now all the TVs are HDMI and my computer is HDMI, so I could always use the TV as.
That's what I'm doing. Laptop to the TV, and I got a wireless keyboard and mouse.
That means I got to buy a television, and I ain't gonna do it.
Yep. Well, in Chicago, I got one in the garage you can have. 32-incher.
So I would be one of those type that'd be fighting, oh, you want me to pay some broadcast tax? Well, I don't even own a television, man.
Well, a lot of people around here got rid of the Comcast, the TV cable, because it's just outrageous. So all they do is they keep the internet, and they're just streaming through the internet, and they got the coaxial antenna outside the window there, and just see what's on the airwaves outside.
Chi-town?
But I don't know about, I was going to say no one, but I will say me. And I know that everyone that I've interacted with has shared the same sentiment. Basically, none of us like TV. We like TV. We just didn't like what came with it. Like, I don't want to watch my show where I'm watching 5 minutes of my show and 6 minutes of ads.
Yeah, I hate that.
And so they killed themselves, because when people realized, oh, I could just watch my shit online with no commercials, and I could probably pay to not have ads. I'm just gonna do that because I just want to watch my YouTube.
That's why I switched to Brave browser to watch YouTube. I get no commercials now.
Oh, I didn't know Brave did that.
Yep,
I paid
it goes
the,
automatically.
$15.
Brave browser, no YouTube commercials. Got a black screen for it. It's pretty adjustable. You can even download the video if you need to. Just got to go get the plugin for it.
Yep. Also, the fuck is it? Opera? Opera does the same thing. It blocks all ads, and it's kind of annoying because sometimes you have to disable it to like go to a website. But
no, I do have Opera, but I don't know. I kind of fell in love with Brave because I had Opera forever, but
well,
since my friend,
I stopped using Opera because it was purchased by China.
See, so that's why I got off of it. But I know something was funny about it, so I did the Brave, but I also do the Tor browser.
Yeah.
But sometimes it blocks me on certain things because of what it does is it takes me, goes to Tor browser, then I surf the world from their place, so they can't really see my IP address. So, yeah, I guess that's where you can get to the.
So you're telling me when I can't watch a movie in my country, I can use one of these browsers instead of getting a VPN?
Yep. You go to Tor.
Yeah,
Tor
you
Brave.
You can also just get the how the hell is the name of it? Opera browser because it has a built-in VPN.
Yeah, I see that.
For like, so like, say you're watching Netflix and you want to watch something from like different country, then you just pop in, Singapore. Then you can see all the things programming for Singapore, or all the programming for Canada and stuff like that.
That's what Tor does. You go in there and you can pick the place you want to go and click on it. Go to Sweden. Boom. Now you see Sweden's YouTube. You see, I just can't get into China. China won't let me get into China.
There's no YouTube in China.
I'm just saying. I can't go surf the net in China anywhere through Tor because I go to China. It won't let me go through it. I go try stuff. It's just they got their stuff blocked pretty good.
You just need to know how to break through that firewall.
I guess.
See, people don't realize you tunnel underneath the wall.
Sever.
So yeah, it's all about IP tunneling.
Mm-hmm.
It circumvents all firewall.
So what's your guys' gas prices?
It was like $5.
Where you at?
315.
New York.
Yep.
Texas.
350.
They're trying to mess around with the Michigan pipeline now. You hear anything about that?
Pipeline 3?
Yeah, that's what I'm hearing about. They're trying to, stop on the pipeline in Michigan.
Yeah, can you blame the natives for wanting clean drinking water?
I know. So, our gas price is going to go up higher.
But you know what's crazy? Because I don't know what pipelines are. I don't know what pipelines are for what, but I know when they were doing the Dakota Access Pipeline, everybody was talking about gas and blah 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 blah. So it should be cheaper because we'll be fracking our own blah 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 blah. But it's all for export. So I'm saying that to ask whether or not you know that this oil is used for us, or do they own? Because if they only export it, then they're jacking the prices up not because of that, but people think it's because.
Oh, who owns that oil? That's the main thing. And like for instance, our state parks, all of our state parks here in the United States are owned by China. You know that, right?
That's crazy.
Yes, well, that's why you got to go to any state park. You got to pay $80 person to get into these state parks when they're supposed to be free. So this pass is good for anywhere in the United States for a year. So that money there does not go to our government. So I guess the BLM, you need to check out with the Bureau of Land Management. Yeah. Getting crazy, I tell you. And if you don't want it, if you do searches and stuff, like I say, Tor, browser is a pretty good place to search because it's not biased like Google. I call it Joogle, but it offends some people. I don't mean to be, trying to offend anybody, but they own it.
Oi!
Yeah,
He's going to have to get showed.
YouTube.
Could anybody tell me why the Vatican owns a telescope on Mount Graham in Phoenix, Arizona? Well, not Phoenix, but
named Lucifer.
Yeah, named Lucifer.
Flagstaff, Arizona.
No, it's down south, Tucson area, because I already looked it up on the map. The Graham Mountain, it's called, bound by Tucson. Yep, wonder why. What are they looking for with their radioactive or radio telescope? Infrared. Could it be maybe in the Bible they mentioned a thing called woodworm?
Woodworm?
Yeah, if you look at it, well, in the Bible, I guess they mentioned a thing called woodworm, a heavenly body.
Wormwood?
Well, I'm sorry. Yeah, you know what I meant. Oh boy, my wife's rubbing off on me.
Yeah, but see, Chernobyl means wormwood.
Yeah, but wormwood is in the Bible.
Yeah, I know.
Now
but
you got me
it's also
confused.
called absinthe, right?
Yeah, I guess. So maybe that's what they're looking for. That's why the Vatican's down there. I don't know. I just don't think about things like what's going on. And it's like why they got that Lucifer out in at the Denver airport, right out in front. That blue stallion with red eyes named Lucifer.
So
I saw that firsthand.
Maybe the rich, maybe the elite.
Yep, the satanic
have
cult.
Power that is, but maybe the elite has power that's transferred to them. Because, you got parents who's done a lot of bad deeds just to make a living for their bloodline. That's what a lot of people do it for, right? For the advancement of their
sacrificing.
Line. But I'm just saying, like anyone who's on this earth is like doing things for the betterment of the people that they leave behind when they go. And I'm just thinking, what if the elites now are nothing more than what we call them all the time, religious zealots. Meaning we give them the respect of they know how things are working and they know how they're manipulating us with the globe earth and all this and that and the third. But what if the reality is, yeah, sure, they may know a slim aspect of the deception, but what if they themselves are also under some religion? Like, what if they're no smarter than anyone else? What if they're leading us into all this bullshit because, well, they were just handed this shit and a ton of power?
I don't know. Do you think a bunch of scientists and their stupid graphs and their D-Wave computers are reading these algorithms, and these algorithms are telling these guys, "Hey, we need to do something with this planet because if we don't, we're fricked." So we need to depopulate. We need to do all this. You think so? Sounds weird, but you never know. These rich people, they think different because we got a lot of money. It's just, I don't know. It's just.
No, see, what I think it is I think they've been in the public forum for many, 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 many years, and they realize that the average person believes they live on a globe, believes a lie they've been told without questioning it. So perhaps they want to reduce the blind sheep that are going nowhere.
Well, I spoke to a billionaire who legitimately told me that there's a project that has to do with the moon, and it would be a good investment. He's dead ass serious,
You're breaking up a little bit, Elijah. It's hard to hear you.
Yeah, breaking up.
It's not necessarily breaking up, but like you're distant from the microphone now.
Like you moved it.
Now I was getting a call. I got to call my brother back on the second chance. But I was just saying, like this guy who has wealth and power truly believes that he's going to invest in something in outer space. So I'm like, well, you know, if a billionaire is not enough, doesn't have enough to be in the know, then what if nobody's really in the know like we think they are?
Well,
what if they've inherited an Earth where they're like, oh, all of this shit is cosplay, and if I don't play this right, everyone will figure it out. So I got to keep it going somehow. But there's nothing to really keep going but appearances.
Fakeness. Suck ass and fakeness.
Like imagine you inherit a world where you realize, oh shit, it's all fake, and I'm the one that's now been handed the responsibility.
Right.
It's kind of fucked up.
Now that would make a good novel. That would make a great story. Is a great story. It's a great story waiting to be written.
Okay, so we know about it. The word gets out. Everybody wakes up, and everybody finds out the world's flat and all this stuff. So what is it going to change?
Yeah, what does this guy do then? He's in charge of keeping it going. That's why it's a great story.
What's going to change?
This guy's fucking.
Well, to be honest,
yeah, the Bible. I see some of the stuff in the Bible, but you know.
To be honest, it makes war impossible. If everybody knows the Earth is flat and they're hiding more land, and the whole, resource scarcity is manufactured, because think about it, we have this technology called a germ, right? You put a germ into the ground, you add a little water and a little sunlight and make it healthy soil.
And you get a virus.
Right? No. Not that kind of germ.
I know.
I'm talking about germ and terrain theory.
Wheat germ.
Yeah. Yeah, the scarcity, it's manufactured. For sure.
Well, speaking of seeds, it's got any more seeds in any of our fruits and vegetables anymore, so that we can't take them out and regrow them. They got this GMO stuff, and these don't have any seeds. Yeah, but when you go see videos over in Philippines and stuff, and they're smashing watermelons with these big dark black seeds coming out, and us people back in the day, oh, these seeds suck. Oh yeah, you gotta get these watermelons that have no seeds. It's cool, and everybody's like, oh yeah, it's much better than them seeds, and kind of stuck, not thinking about, they got control of our seeds now at that seed bank in Switzerland. Yep, farmers around here are pissed.
Now everything has this weird circular pattern. Like you cut open, like you get a slice of a watermelon, and there's this circular pattern on it.
Right.
And you can't find any. I went to the fruit stand guy, and I was like, "Yo, what's up with like the fruits with all the seeds and shit? Where that at? Can I get like some watermelon with seeds?" And he's like, "Oh, they don't sell that anymore." What the fuck does that even mean? And he's right. Because I live in New York, I can't remember the last time I could find a seed-filled watermelon.
Yeah, it's it's thanks to Monsanto, no doubt.
Well, it's been bought out by Bayer because of the lawsuits.
With their freaking seed bank up in wherever it is.
Switzerland. Up in the mountains, about a mile in.
Yep.
It's a mountain. Now, I'm over here in the Corn Belt in Illinois. We've got corn out here up the Yangtze. So a farmer's got his natural corn there. After he's going to harvest it, he keeps some of his harvest for next year because he takes the corn and just replants them. But the farmer next to him has got the Monsanto's corn, and next thing you know, when his field's done, he's got to harvest it all because them seeds don't germinate for next season. So if a bird goes in his field, eats some seeds and poops it in his thing, and then some inspector comes out and finds you got GMO corn because it sticks up a lot taller than the regular corn, it's like, hey, you got our patented corn in here, so we have to burn down your crop. When they do that, this guy's got no seeds. So then what he's got to do, he's got to get seeds from Monsanto's every frickin' year. That's how they get you. Ain't that terrible?
Check out the live stream voice text. You guys see what I was whistling at.
The bird. Flipping us the bird, eh?
Yeah, how do you think that affects your reproductive system when
genetically
when
modified?
Yeah, when the genetically modified fruit or whatever it is will not produce its offspring. How do you think that affects you? And
it's easy.
For you,
we don't get the protein that our body needs. So you see a lot of people like in their 50s and 40s now having bone problems, knees and joint problems because there's not enough protein in these crappy foods. Like for instance, the beef farmer. I drove from Chicago out to Arizona. Man, I see going through Texas, just fields upon fields of cows, for slaughter. So you got a cow. I got a farm full of cows, and FDA comes down on me. It's like, yeah, well, one of your cows gets sick and get them all sick, and these bangers are going to lose all their investment money. So you got to show us that these things are inoculated. So we shoot them all up with steroids to make them bigger and all this other crap, and we're eating it. Same with chicken, the super chickens, I buy the Amish chicken.
All in the name of profit.
All in the name of money.
If you ever seen someone like you have pest control come by, or they come by and maybe spray for fleas or something like that, and they have these growth regulators and inhibitors.
Yep.
So that the fleas are born without a mouth, right? And so you have children crawling around on these couches and stuff. The guys will tell them, "Oh, when it's dry, it's fine. You can crawl all over it and lay on it, and whatever." That's ridiculous. And then when you get into the genetically modified food, it's the same thing, man. If it attacks living organisms and it targets specific areas like reproductive or growth or anything like that, it's so asinine.
Well, for instance,
we let it go on.
Right, the crap that goes into the chicken, steroids, and into the beef, and our girls are developing much younger, as you noticed. Do you know what I'm saying? I'm not trying to be a weirdo here. I'm talking the top region. Uh-oh. Have I been banned?
No, you're right. You see a lot of hormones and things. And I think the Arabs were the last ones who, replanted their last wheat harvest. And I think they were the last ones to get the contract with Monsanto.
Right. It's just so messed up. So they're messing with their food and everything, and they're messing. No, you guys believe about this chemtrailing crap? We got video proof of all that crap. So they're more or less causing a greenhouse effect, trying to. So the sun rays can come in, but it can't leave. So it's like we're in the greenhouse. You see any of that?
Yeah, I brought that up before, man. It's kind of crazy.
So they're coming up.
Yeah, so they're trying to block the heat, but they're going to hold it in like you're in a tin can or in a greenhouse.
Right. But so they're after our food, they're after our weather. So we all see what they're trying to do here. Yep. And there's pretty much nothing we can do about it because the tallest nail gets hit first.
Support your local farmers who are, if they're good stewards, if they're taking care of their animals and they're growing crops that they can produce next year from the seed.
Don't strap with so much bills.
Treat them well and stand guard around their field if anyone tries to burn it down or anything, man. You got to come together on it.
Did you guys hear that pin drop?
Yeah, this same thing happened in India, thanks to the Swedish troll Greta Thunberg.
Oh, that girl. See what the media does? They find somebody and pick her out of the crowd, and that's their, hey, here's our mascot. Hey, we'll pay you some more money if you get a little bit more nastier. Just throw a couple swear words in there.
I heard that she quit. I heard that she turned 18 and decided she didn't want to be a pet anymore.
I guess she woke up. She woke up.
No, she didn't woke up. That's what I heard. I heard she turned 18 and she quit.
Yep.
She denounced it.
She's been caught in Glasgow. She was at the G20 summit in Glasgow. I'll post a link for you guys. She's there singing along with them, singing stick your climate change up your arse and everything. Hang on, I'll post it.
Hey, we got a fellow across the pond.
If that's true, good for her, whatever, because that means that damn thing was a pet until it turned 18 and then it finally got free. So good for it.
Yep. Oh yeah, let's go back to the flat Earth. Yeah, nobody knows how far it goes out on the edges. To me, if we're got a lot of water on there, and the further you go out, the colder it gets. Maybe this big wall is just all frozen up water, just keeping us in. You know what I'm saying? Over a period of time, and it's just so cold out there that it freezes, and that's the barrier. If there is a barrier.
Yeah, it appears that there's natural barriers. So if you ever played Minecraft, you know there's about 20 or 30 stories that you can dig underground, and
I know Minecraft.
You might find water, lava, caverns, but there gets to a point where you can't go any further down.
Bedrock.
8 miles. Oh, there goes a Toyota T100.
That's the only farthest we've been down.
8 miles is the farthest we've been down.
Yeah.
So there's one barrier. So if Antarctica is indeed not like Iceland, like they told us, that it was just all tundra, if it is indeed tundra, as far as anyone knows, then that would be a natural barrier, but that's a big if. That's a really big if.
Oh, that's when you use Jim Carrey walking through that door, like in that movie. They were telling us something there. They were telling us something.
Right. And then the last one is you go so high and your rudders and everything doesn't get lift, so you can't change direction. So you can't fly around in a vacuum because you turn the steering wheel on the plane. I know it's not a steering wheel, but it doesn't do anything. You don't change direction because there's no lift in a vacuum.
It's the handlebars.
Yeah, the handlebars. So yeah, I think Iceland is analogous to Antarctica. I bet there's Greenland in Antarctica, and if there's not, how hard would it be to get a natural spring, a hot spring, and terraform and irrigate a little biodome? Or maybe go underground and terraform a little biodome where people could live there. Because if people could live in Alberta, right?
Right. Canada. Okay, let's see if I pull this up here. Now, up in Canada, the sun from the change of the seasons there, they only have sun for a certain amount of time in a day, like up north.
Do you believe that dinosaurs exist now, this time, but they live in another?
Well, if they got a hold of their DNA and synthesized it, maybe, but I don't know how long the dinosaurs existed because they got fossils of proving that there was existence of dinosaurs, but I don't have no proof of exactly when they were around on this planet or this disk.
Did you see Andrew Bird interview that he found a new continent with extraordinary animals living there?
So they found a new island or continent out in the ocean, you're saying?
Someone said disc.
No, he
I said
Andrew Bird, I think he has an interview. Andrew Bird, he was a Navy guy. He was on a mission for 10 years, and he said that he found a new continent, and there was a lot of resources, energy resources, and a new.
Was that Admiral Byrd?
Yes. This
Okay.
one.
I see that movie.
It's all fake.
That was on the Longinus.
Well,
It was
Admiral Byrd was
Longinus
Admiral Byrd was a
Hours
Freemason.
Yep, it was a Longinus
Yeah, but we don't know.
timepiece short, and
From
it was
Swedish
all about
Reich.
his expedition. And he said
Same with
there's
Trump.
mountains of coal and stuff like that.
So whatever he told was a lie.
That's the genetic fallacy. Whatever he told, you take it with a grain of salt, just like any other bit of information. Right? You can't verify it. It's just a story. So it could be true. It could be a lie. He lied about other things. So he's a known liar. But information is information. His friend was suicided. Sorry, I'm almost done. His friend was suicided, and he did die in captivity. I think he was in a mental hospital. So maybe he did tell the truth. Maybe he didn't. Who knows? But I don't think you should necessarily say someone's a Mason, therefore I'm not going to listen to anything he says. I mean, even a broken clock is right twice a day, right? Information is just information. It's either verifiable or it's not.
Here's an experiment you guys should see here. It's about this magnetic ball. A ball has a north pole and a south pole on this ball. This guy spins it. He puts blue on one side and red on the other side, and it does not point north or south. It points straight down. Did you see that experiment? Did everybody go home for lunch?
No, it's Sunday afternoon in America, mate. Everybody's pigging out.
Yeah, you see the video here? It's got a magnetic ball, and he spins it and it points straight down instead of North Pole or South Pole. It's on a mirror.
2 seconds and I'll have a look, yeah.
Yeah, it's on a mirror. He's got a compass out showing pointing north, but he spins the ball. It's a magnetic ball on a non-surface, frictionless surface, and it points straight down.
let me ask you something. If there's space, why don't they go to the space station and throw a video from up there, and then go?
Hey, don't turn the space shuttle. Tell it around.
They can put also ordinary people from ordinary states or continents, and show them that they are wrong, and this is a reality. It's no big deal for them. They have billions of dollars.
They've been blackmailing people for years in power. These people have gone over and gotten control of these people and gotten control of these people and got them all mixed up in this convol through blackmail. Like, for instance, Jeffrey Epstein's Island. They bring the politicians over there and they blackmail the guy there. You know, they get a young girl. It's like, hey, there's no cameras here. Your wife's not here. Go ahead, have fun. Not knowing they've got a camera on the guy. I mean, this whole world is just screwed up by the Jesuits. The Jesuits.
Why?
I don't know. To me, it seems like, I don't know, but the Egyptian people were being conquered by Rome back in the day, and they took off and they got into Israel.
Why do they try?
But I'm just trying to say, it's about power, money, and it's all down. Why? They're evil. They believe the Egyptian religion, I don't know, this Kabbalah crap. And that's how they do it. They blackmail people. They're like in Hollywood big time. They got all these people there, the influencers, that influence all of our people through the TV and stuff and all this agenda that they're pushing down on us. And right now they're just trying to take care of the loose ends right now, it seems like. Get rid of all the people. I don't mean to say that, but it seems like it. With the foods they're giving us, it's crap, polluting our skies, trying to get us this prune juice. And if you don't take care of the prune juice, they're going to take care of you that way. I mean, it's just, I don't know. It's just so sad affairs we're living in right now. Don't mean to be a Debbie Downer, but it's, like, what the heck?
Yeah, I've talked to a few Masons, right, and ask them, well, what do you think's going on? And don't you think you ought to do something about it? Because it's the right thing to do. And they say, well, no matter what, I know I'm going to wake up in the next dimension. And it's
that's another thing, that dimension thing. They got this CERN out in Switzerland, a large Highline Collider. They also got this D-Wave computer that can almost talk to the other dimension. You understand what I'm talking about? You heard about the D-Wave computer?
No.
All right. D-Wave computer is a computer that works off a binary code of 1 zeros and 1 and zeros.
Yes.
The only thing I can think of is the particle theory. If you take a flashlight and got a playing card, you put one little slit in your playing card and shine a flashlight through it, you can see one reflection of one beam on the wall. But if you take 2 slits and put it in that card and put a flashlight there, you see 3 slits on the wall. You see what I'm saying? Something to do with particle waves. Because what happens when the light particles go through the slits, it makes like a water wave and it kind of coalesces with the other one. That's why you got the 3 patterns. So in other words, these particles are more or less coming out of thin air. So in the computer, they got this the processor down at such below zero. They got oxygen or liquid oxygen keeping this thing really cold. But yeah, you have to do some research on the D-Wave computer. Look up on YouTube. There's a guy on there that talks about what this computer can do. But yeah, I'm starting to believe about this other dimension since, the CERN smashing, big particles together and hitting them so dang hard that they, create little mini microscopic black holes. I heard some testimonies of some scientists that they said stuff was, missing or some stuff was put here. I don't know about that because I just words say. But yeah, it's got to be.
The thing is that they have all the money they needed. They can produce all the food they can have. All the people can live peacefully and with laws that no one does harm to anyone, and everybody will be living very, very good all together.
But you're not rich and have their kind of hearts. See, if you were rich, I'm sure after being a while, you had to play their games by their rules and everything to keep your money and your wealth. Because if you didn't, they'd look at you as an outcast and say, "Hey, this guy's not like us. Get away." You know what I'm saying? So that money does a lot to a person. Now, $17 billion can help the world out a lot. All this stuff seriously, we can definitely help out this people. We can help out the poverty, the homelessness. We can do all this stuff. There should be a rule on this planet. Nobody can have more than $1 million, or something like that. But, anymore, it's like, what the heck? What do you need? But cutting down the planet population, yeah, I guess I am for that, because we're definitely reaping in on resources on this planet. You should be able to have a certain amount of kids if you can afford it. So I guess before you get pregnant, you got to see if you fall into a certain tax bracket. Like, yeah, these people can afford kids. They can have babies, I mean, if we need to do something like that, but you know what I mean? If we need to depopulate, instead of just saying, hey, everybody needs to get the prune juice here, this is how we're going to take care of it this way, behind everybody's backs.
Yes, but it's not so brutal. Some people have money, somebody starving to death.
Yep. And they're like, oh, I worked hard. I can't help it. I'm smarter than them. I deserve my money. I worked hard for it. Then you get the people that are poor because they don't have a mom and dad taking care of them. Mom and dad get a divorce. Mom lives on her own. Dad's in jail because I live in Chicago. And we got a lot of that. Kid hangs around bad influences. Next you know, he's got a gun. And next you know, that's why everybody's shooting everything around here. So, yeah, it's really crazy. We need mom and dads together to stay together. But the way it is, dad leaves, mom's got to work, so who watches the kids? Grandma. Do you think grandma can watch the kids? No, a kid runs wild in the streets. And if the kid gets, in trouble with some kids because he's not in a gang, he gets his butt kicked. So he's like, I'm not going to have that happen. I'm going to join a gang. So it's really messed up here. And then he's got no opportunity. He's got no opportunity.
Dad, he never sleeps at night.
Yeah, but then you got the thing of him not being with the gang and staying in the house all the time, not coming out, and only getting bused to school and work hard in school or be good at some sport. That's the only way out of the hood nowadays. So the opportunity's not there. I mean, I can see where they're coming at, but I don't judge people. I don't care what nationality you are. If you got a good heart, you're good with me. I go to a lot of Muslim people's houses out here and I fix their appliances. I go with every nationality out here.
Looking for a woman with a heart of gold.
I've been winning for 32 years and I wouldn't change it.
The thing is that we could work less, but more people can work for the same job. And we can earn the same money and live peacefully. I don't understand all this madness, all this.
That's what they use. That's what they use to control people. Is money. If you got rid of money, people would probably think different and live off a barter system. So me, Tom, the guy here that fixes appliances, I'll fix your appliances for some food, or you cut my grass, or you know what I'm saying? If you got rid of money.
Yes, but I mean, you could. Yes.
Yep, money.
There's nothing wrong with money, but money isn't money. Money is fiat currency. It's a promissory note, a debt instrument.
Yes.
So if I tell you I'll pay you on Tuesday for a burger today, and we put it in writing, that's what it is. It's a negotiable instrument. You could take that negotiable instrument and be like, Hank owes me $5. I'll give you this negotiable instrument, and you can go collect the $5 from Hank.
So how do we
That's
got proof?
what's going on.
How do we got proof of that? What, from our Social Security that I didn't sign? I didn't do any of that stuff. On my birth certificate, I didn't sign any of that stuff. That can get me out of a lot of bills. You know that, right?
If you want to know how to get out of all that stuff, it's called high frequency radio.
Yep.
If you know about high frequency radio.
I think it's called Alex Rousseau from. The interview was from Alex Jones taken. Alex Rousseau, I think. and he told that the finally step is the chip, and they want to evaporate all the money and make a digital currency like we have now. Bitcoin is the top of the list, and they try to give us also the chip.
Well, that'd be easier because you can keep our medical records with us or keep our money with us. And if you get pulled over or something, they just shine your wrist. Okay, your chip's there, good. We know who you are. Yeah, but that's not going to be.
Now, they say from all this, the vaccines happening now, the 7th vaccine will be also the chip.
Well,
they will say, okay.
No, the chip would be better because you go to a bank or you go to a store, it can read off that RF chip easier. It's like, oh, this person doesn't got enough money in his bank account. Don't even open the doors to let him in, so the doors stay locked. Oh, yeah, this guy's got his vaccination. He's got his booster. Oh, he didn't get his 7th one. It says on his chip he didn't get his 7th one. So, yeah, it'd be more feasible for these bastards to chip us.
We can't talk about vaccinations here. We don't want to get shut down.
All right,
adjustment for the chip. This is why I mentioned also the other.
Yeah.
But the thing is, they
idiocracy.
That they want to also give us the chip through this way. I think it's the ideal way to do it now because everybody is listening to them, everybody is obeying them, and everybody are afraid of them.
Who's everybody?
And now it's the
Who's everybody? Because a lot of people around in Chicago are not taking the prune juice.
Okay, me too. But the most people are afraid. Okay, let's say it like this. Mostly, they're afraid. They're not talking about it, but I think the
brainwashed ones are.
They will say to us, okay, you want to go out again? Okay, no problem. Make the chip and you will go out. So I can check you. This why is it QR around? Is because they want to train you. Okay, do this, and after that, they will say to you, okay, why don't you have it on you so you can don't lose it? Don't
the chip.
Yes. Maybe this is the chip.
It all begins with a great delusion, right? A strong delusion of the globe.
Yes.
They make people believe in the globe, so they lose consciousness, they lose connection with spirit, they lose connection with God. Yep. And throughout time, what has happened when people have turned their back on God?
Turmoil.
Horrible shit happens to the people.
Judgment.
Yep. That's right.
Maybe the QR
with your neighbor.
Maybe the QR code is the chip.
Well, these are, I mean, if you think
that reminds me of idiocracy, right? Wait a minute, we need your tattoo. Where's your tattoo, dude? You're unscannable? No, you're unscannable. How are you going to pay for the hospital?
Yeah, exactly.
But they need the chip. If you have the QR code, they can read everything. In the QR code, you can go inside and create with a QR generator. You can create anything. Millions of data. A TXT file with all your medical records. I can
make one right here that's embedded with an image, right? And if you scan the QR code, it'll bring you to the server.
Okay.
Yeah, you can also do it with a website. You can link it to a website where your medical record is. So you don't have to do anything under your skin. You have this. When scanned, you can go to a website and it's all data. All the data is there. So I think this is it.
I know. So are you religious at all?
No.
Not religious?
I believe in myself and my skills.
All right. But the religious people think it's the mark of the beast. So it's either if you take the shot, that means you sold your soul, you sold out, or you don't. So you got to worry about people and their beliefs too, you know.
I pay my friend almost $60 each month out of my salary. So I don't do it this crap they tell me.
So
$60.
when you die, you just that's it. No more you. That's it. You're oblivion.
We are the battery. A battery, when it dies, it dies.
No afterlife. No recharging it, huh?
No, nothing. I will
Nothing.
go there where
You don't think your thought
you will go there
particles.
with the chicken is. What?
But look at you don't think your thought. You know when you get a new
No,
thought, a new thing in your brain, you make a particle. So remember I told you about the D wave and particles can live in 2 dimensions, this dimension and another dimension. So maybe when you die, your soul goes into the other dimension and you live.
Where goes the soul of the chicken you eat? What is the soul of the chicken? Where it goes?
Soul.
Where does it go?
You can't. Well, they did an experiment where a person right before they died, they measured the weight of his body, but when he died, his soul left his body, and his body was a little bit lighter.
Tell me where it does that you eat every day goes.
What's up?
And they slaughter millions.
5 grams or something like that.
Yeah, but
I will go there also. Where the chicken is, you will go also there.
Where are you from, if you don't mind me asking? I didn't hear you.
He's from Greece.
Oh, Greece. Okay. Yeah, I'm from Chicago. Chicago.
Greece.
Greece. Okay.
Greece.
Yep. You know you can't cook turkey in Greece.
Are we animals now?
No.
Are we comparing animals to what happens when we die?
Yeah, he's going about that. He's going about that. So I'm just sitting there trying to figure out. I mean, living things do have souls, I guess, right? Everything living.
Well, if you go back to the term and when it was used, right? So if you form something from the dust, right?
Right.
And then you breathe spirit into it, it becomes a living soul.
Right.
So the spirit and the body together, or the thing that leaves that you're speaking of, the invisible part that leaves at death. So whenever the body, the physical, and the spiritual, the non-physical, are working in harmony, that is a soul. That's a living soul.
Yeah.
Now, when that thing leaves, what you're speaking of, that energy, that ruach, that spirit.
Right.
That's... People try to use that interchangeably with the soul a lot. And I think it's... if you go back to the beginning, you'll find out exactly what I said is true. As far as the animals, if you're going to go back and refer to the same, terminology in the same books or whatever, the spirit of an animal goes to the earth. It's different from us. So that's what I would say to him. And just ask him to explain death. What happens? If you're hooked up to a machine and it's feeding you, it's pumping oxygen, what happens? Is your mind your brain? You need to make up your brain or you make up your mind.
Wife had to come up with that. Wife's family had to come up with that decision. Her aunt got hit by a car, and they kept her on life support in the hospital for a couple of days, I guess, so the family can get all up there and see her before she left. But to me, they wanted money, so that's what they did. Because I think she was dead when she got hit by that car.
Yeah, and a seed doesn't live until it dies, right? So you put it in the ground, it grows.
Right.
All right.
Yeah. It's good to ponder. You know that? They take off and get some coffee.
Okay, I'm back again. Is anyone here? Or everybody gone?
I hear you.
Okay. Just came to the job.
What's the result?
The result of what?
There's only one result.
I'm back. I'm not telling you what's the result. No. Maybe you misunderstand me.
Yeah, a little bit.
Where are you from, my friend?
I'm from the USA.
Oh. Chicago? Dallas?
Chicago.
Okay. What's the weather now there?
It's 36 degrees. It's not too bad.
Fahrenheit.
November 14th. Yep. It's getting colder.
Celsius or Fahrenheit? 36.
Fahrenheit.
Oh. I must calculate it to Celsius. It's 4 degrees Celsius here. Wait. I can calculate it. Wait.
That's very cold.
Yes, wait. It's 39 degrees by you. 39.2. And you say 36?
Yes.
Oh. It's 2 degrees here. 2.2 degrees Celsius. Okay, we are a little better here. It's 39 degrees Fahrenheit. Either so, it's cold. Okay. I prefer cold than heat. If it's a little bit cold, you can wear something, you can adjust it. But if it's warm, you cannot do anything. Your skin will burn. You're sweaty. You cannot stand outside. It's complicated. What time is it now there, my friend?
3:13
a.m.
p.m.
Oh, it's afternoon there.
Yeah. And the cold gets very cold like that too. Where your
It's
skin
11
burns.
o'clock. It's 11 o'clock at night.
You know how your skin burns when it gets too hot, but when it gets cold out, it also just gets very cold too.
Yes, but if it's very cold, you can wear something, adjust it a little bit. But if it's warm, you cannot have an air conditioner beside you. You want to drink something, everything's hot, and now it's much better. You want to drink something, you take it, you drink it, it's already cold. You don't need the fridge outside. But okay. What's your job, my friend?
Surviving.
Cool, man. Most important work you can do is surviving.
Yes, I'm trying to survive.
From who? People or anything else?
From the situation we're in.
How it's going?
It's alright.
I would suggest you to play a little bit games, PC games, a little bit too. Don't think about all this. It will be better relaxed. And if you want more problems, you can find a girlfriend. She will create you problems. You don't have to worry about it. You will have every hour and every minute a new problem to solve.
Yeah, and I'm not too worried about the code and the heat too much. I know the man upstairs is watching, so. And it feels like we're in a giant terrarium.
I'm telling you, if you get bored, find a girlfriend. You will see how much better you were before you met her. You will say I was very, very good. To have a hobby, let's say, to limited all the thoughts you have. But if you think a lot, maybe you will have also bad ideas. You have to But first of all, you have to do what you have to do. Be relaxed and calm. How old are you? Are you
34.
okay?
Yeah, if you're in a space with 4 corners and 4 walls and you have air pressure, it kind of feels alright to just relax a little bit while you're in here.
Are you not working?
No, I'm surviving.
Okay. I think if you find a work, you will be better, I think. This is what I think.
It helps.
Yes. Not thinking so much. Much better.
I think the main part is to survive.
Survive, okay.
Yes, sir.
But the thing is how you spend your time. If you spend your time thinking about how to do some things, your time is spending without meaning. This is what I meant.
Yeah, and plus you got the man upstairs just sitting over here watching us, so.
Do you think there's a man up there watching us?
Yep.
Do you really believe that?
Yep. When you're in a container and you have air pressure and 4 corners and 4 walls, it makes kind of sense, you know.
Are you trolling me, man?
Nope.
Okay. Checking around. And who is the guy who is above us and doing things for us? Who is this guy?
Whoever built the walls of the container.
We're talking about God or whatever? Probably him. Unless you want to go with some sort of alien or something like that.
The container. It's more like the container that we are in right now. So
How are you sure that's in the container? Are you 100% sure?
Elves and sprites. Elves and sprites are electrical activity that looks like it's cascading off of a surface up there. And also, most of the time when we have gas pressure, it's in some sort of a container.
yeah, you'd have to go to the outside to see it, but when you have gas pressure, it's kind of like a tire. You gotta have a container for it. So
you are 100% sure you're in the container?
no, I haven't been there yet.
You have been there where?
I haven't been to Antarctica yet, so I can't verify a container.
You have been to Antarctica?
No, I haven't.
What did you tell to me now? You have been where?
I said I haven't been to Antarctica, so I can't verify it.
Whoever goes to Antarctica can verify that you're living in a container?
Yeah, usually when you have walls, you have a container, you know.
Okay.
And air pressure, so you have to go to Antarctica to see it. That's what I'm telling you.
Do you believe that the movie Truman Show was a movie that tell us that we're living in a container?
No, it's just a movie.
Okay, Star Wars is also a movie, but they telling us that we're living in a space. It's also a movie.
Yeah, it's just not a movie.
Okay.
They drop hints a little bit here and there, but you know, are we actually warring with the stars right now? Have you ever been at war with the star?
Okay, what's the point to say if you're living in a ball or a flat earth, or what's the difference for you, for your life?
Knowing the truth is one thing, and people come to belief in a creator off of the flat Earth. But I guess we could start by just going back to NASA and seeing what the heck they're doing with their rockets that appear to go up curve and come back down, or see if there's more lands that are unexplored.
I don't like to talk about differences between ball and flat, but I think the main point is to survive. You know, the man upstairs is watching us, so that's good.
I think they just want to plant us the seed so we can start searching something they already know the answer. And they're playing with us. This is what I think. Planting seeds all the time. All the time they're planting seeds.
Seeds that grow into what?
To nothing. They're just playing with
always grow into something if they're planted in fertile soil.
I think the main
It
part's
looks like they try to plant seeds of truth with stuff like this. The laser tests appear to be pointing towards something flat, not something round, with the 8 inches per mile squared of expected curvature not being demonstrated relative to laser test infrared or long distance imaging. You'd expect 8 inches per mile squared of curvature on a ball.
Okay, but I mean that they're planting seeds so you can see the truth, and after that you can go to another part. Let's say if you say now, wait a bit. If you say now, okay, we are living on a ball, okay, let's accept that. You will say, okay, we're no meaning people, we're very small and things like that. If you say you're living in a flat earth, then someone created that flat earth. Someone created this container. So there's a God. So the religion. So you must go to a religion. You must follow a religion, and they can control you more and more easily. It's only the path to them, to lead you to them.
But the opposite is true too. It looks like they took us away from the obviously flat and possibly covered earth to try to get us away from religion. In the West, away from a very Christian religion anyway.
Yes.
So it goes either way. Perhaps they're giving us a cosmology because they're trying to take something away, not give it. So it goes either way.
The truth.
Yeah, but if you think people, if you say to the people, you will not do this, they want to do it. So maybe they take it from us so we can search it, so we can find this out by alone. So we have found this out. We have discovered it. We are the small people. Just playing with us. This is what I think. They already know the truth. Where we are, why we are here, why we are so similar, why psychology is similar in all over the world, why we are thinking the same way, why are we doing the same things. I read a psychologist from Argentina, Jorge Bucay, his name, Jorge Bucay. And I read things that he wrote before 20 years ago, and this happens to me now. How I think. I mean, the human brain is similar on US, Africa, Greece, everywhere. So we're not so different. We are not. All the thing is connected. This is what I mean.
Well, the devil is in the details. One minor difference can throw everything off. Obviously, most of what we talk about is similar, but it's the devil, it's in the details. It's the minor differences that sometimes count.
Yes, devil is also a creation that people created, like God. Nobody see these things, all call this out. It's bad, it's good. The Christians, the Muslims, the Buddhism, all the things, they're just like teams, like football teams, like Manchester United, like Liverpool. It's something like that. They just create people, followers.
Well, some things appear to be unseen. We have to reason back to them as best we can based off of the physical effects we assume come from the thing. That would be something like gravity to the Globers, or love, or justice, or an unseen spiritual force like God. But according to the scriptures, he has come down and interacted with his creation in other ways.
Yes, but there's also 4,000 religions. Why do we always talk about Christianity and Muslims? Why? And all the other things.
Also 4,000 different dinner dishes or whatever that you see in different cultures. That doesn't mean that food doesn't exist. There are different ways to try to get at something true. In this case, to nourish and feed the body. And the same God, just in a different manifestation, or possibly a false one in some cases.
I think that they want to do it like cryptocurrency. There are 1,000 cryptocurrency, just use one. There are 1,000 of religion, just use one. There's 1,000 of teams, football teams, just use one. It's your choice. We place the choices for you. You must choose one. Whatever you choose, it's the same. We control it.
Well, the devil's in the details. I choose Jesus because he came and died for us. It doesn't look like any of the other figures have done that.
It's another story, okay? It's like products. If you see the main companies, they have all the products. There are seven 7 companies owns all the products on the world, but you can choose through millions of products. But you think,
but not all products do the same thing. And so you need to be honest about why you chose the product you did. And then you need to be honest about whether it's doing what you thought it should do, or if you maybe should choose something else.
Yes, but the thing is, they own everything. They own all the products. It doesn't matter if you buy something, it's, let's say, cheaper and not so good, or more expensive, it's better. They own everything. And they say to you, okay, you have to choose, you can choose whatever you want, but you buy it from us. This is what I mean. You buy the religion from them, you have all the team football for them.
There's no such thing as buying a religion from a person. No one sells religion. There might be lots of fake people around, but it doesn't mean that they know God or anything. They're just fakers. They're just the counterfeit.
No, I meant something else. You didn't listen before what I said. This is why. I mean that they own everything. They own everything, and you have the choice to choose out of the choices they presented to you. Okay, and everything.
They don't own the truth. They don't own the truth, though.
It's controlled. Okay, let's say Bitcoin now. It's the most famous out of the 3,000, 4,000, 5,000 currency. They already know there will be multiple choices, and they create all the choices. It doesn't matter. Just use one. They own everything.
But that doesn't work like that for the truth of God. That's totally different. That's for worldly things. Like, that's how they're going to bring in the mark of the beast and the one world government and all that stuff. But, well, if that exists. But what I'm saying is, with religion, there's obviously there must be one that's right and all the others are wrong.
No. Nothing wrong, nothing correct. Everything is what you feel, what you believe.
Jesus says he's exclusive to all. He says, I am the only way, the only truth, the only life. There's no way to the Father but through me. So he immediately said he's exclusive. That means he's just denied every other religion in the world. Jesus denies every single religion that ever was and ever will be. He denies them all. He says, I am the only way. That's it. Finished. Either you believe it or you don't. You don't have to. Do what you like, but he said he's totally exclusive. He said, I'm not compatible with anything else. That's it.
When he said that, by the way.
Your theory about all the religions being evil, and that doesn't match what Jesus said.
I didn't say it's evil. I said they're controlled from the same people. This is what I said.
They're not. The fake Christians are got nothing to do with real Christian. They don't own the truth. Just because it's fake Christianity doesn't mean that they are the same as the real thing. Don't be fooled by the fake ones.
All the religion are controlled from the same people. All the 3,000, 4,000 religions.
I follow Jesus and I'm not controlled by anybody. Okay. And I follow Jesus and I hear from him. So I've got no one controlling me. But what I'm saying is there's the real and there's the fake. The fake ones, yeah, they're controlled, but not the real one is still the real. Between the counterfeit, there's still the real dollar note. You can have all the counterfeit dollar notes, but there's a real dollar note that's the real thing.
How can you see what's fake and what's truth? Tell me. How can you...
By the Spirit of God, by God's power. You have to meet God yourself. And I'm talking about the difference. It's subtle. It's very subtle. Because you can tell, though, anyone can see that if you're a pedophile, you're not following God. You're a Satanist. Anyone can. It's plain to see. It's easy. Even the unsaved can see who's following God and who isn't. It's easy.
God.
It's easy. You can see people that are selfish, like selfish Buddhas that just think about themselves and about their own achievement, about themselves, but they don't care about anyone in the world. You can see they're not following God because they don't care about anyone else. They only care about themselves. You can see that false Christians that are pretending to, that doing fake things in churches, they're not following God. They're just pretending to follow him. So that's not real. But there's still the real. It doesn't make God any less or the real any less. It doesn't make the truth any less.
Did you see God?
What no, you can't just see him. You got to see him with your heart. You got to have your eyes of your heart opened up. You got to have a spiritual encounter with God before you can see him.
What if
it's an encounter of the spirit? You're a spirit. You're not just a body. You're not just a mind. You're not just intellect. You got a spirit, right? But your spirit is dead until you to God. You can't see God. You can't experience it until you have an experience.
I could interject if I could.
Like David Copperfield, magic.
David Copperfield's a Satanist. Yeah, he's a Satanist, right? But if you follow the devil, that's different.
There is a way.
If you follow the devil, you're going to get the devil's reward.
There is a way to see God, and I can tell you how. The Bible tells you. It says
you don't want to follow the devil. No, that's the bad way to go. If you follow the devil, you're going to end up getting the devil's reward, and you're going to look like the devil too. And you're going to start growing horns. Maybe not physically, but you're going to grow horns the way you act, the way you behave. It's going to be evil because you're going to have the same spirit as the devil.
Hold on. There is one way to see God, and that is looking at His creation.
But when you have the Spirit of God, the Holy Spirit, you're not going to have the same spirit as the world. You're going to have a totally different spirit. But just because there's lots of fakers around doesn't make God any less, or doesn't make the real Jesus any less. There's lots of fake Jesus, fake preachers, fake people that they act like the devil, then they pretend to follow God and they say Jesus, 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 but they don't really say the Christians, but they're not Christian. Fake. You got to do what He says. You got to obey Him.
To call them fake, you are required to be judgmental. Let's say I am a Buddhism. Am I bad people because I believe in a different religion from you? Am I bad
in the Buddhist religion, but Buddhism doesn't include caring about the whole world. It seeks for your own to build yourself up. It's all about yourself, right?
Oh, wrong.
Guys.
Okay, but it doesn't care about the fact that are the Buddhists preaching against what's happening in the world right now? I don't think so. Are they preaching against this new thing that's happening? Are they? Are they speaking out against it? Are they speaking out against this tyranny that's happening at the moment? I don't think they are. I think they're just keeping quiet to their own. I don't hear them. I don't hear their voice speaking out. But I know the real Christians are speaking out strongly against it. I don't hear the Buddhists speaking out against what's happening, but I do hear the Christians speaking out against what's going on. I would like to. I would like the Buddhists to speak out against it. That would be nice. But that's the problem. They're consumed with themselves, and selfishness is a form of that's not of God, because God isn't selfish. He's other giving love.
Hello,
Mike. He cares about other people. He cares about the innocent.
Can I get a mic check?
Other giving love. That's God's nature. So the God of the Buddha is not caring about those poor people, because otherwise why aren't they helping? Why aren't they speaking out against the evil that's going on in the world? Because the people I know, the real Christians I know, are speaking out against the evil in the world right now. They're speaking strongly and they're speaking out. They say it straight. The churches where I go to, they're telling you everything straight as it is, 100%. They're speaking out against every evil what's happening right now. But the Buddhists, they're just holding back. So maybe they're holding back because they're not really on the side of good, because they're actually holding back. They're part of the compromise.
Somebody has
to fake. You understand?
Yeah, mute him.
Trinity. You not hear anyone.
Yeah.
Just saying. But nothing against them. There's some great Buddhist people. I mean, they're nice people. I mean, I've met some nice Buddhist people.
Trinity, can you hear anything?
Nothing against them.
Trinity,
he's either fucking with us,
but they might not be following God. They might have a different thing that they're following this self, their own building up of self. You understand? So God wants you to follow Him and have that self-giving love, that self-sacrificing, self-giving love, where we care about others.
Mute this fucking guy, please.
Trinity, why do you have everybody muted? Trinity, can you hear me?
Just saying.
I don't can hear me.
I've DM'd him.
Trinity, can you hear the other people? They're talking to you.
Trinity, do you have audio on for the rest of the chat? Somebody else.
No, I can't hear any other people.
You can't hear any other people?
Yeah, that's a problem.
That's a huge problem.
A big problem if you...
Make sure
you don't hear us.
Don't have like everyone else muted.
They cannot hear you. You cannot hear them. Do something.
Only you. I can hear you.
No.
Well.
Can you hear me? Shut the fuck up.
Trinity, can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Can you hear me?
What about me?
Only you. I only hear Scylla 330. I don't hear anybody else.
Log in.
Okay. Then you
You're roboting.
Tell him to just exit and come back in or something. Try that.
Yeah.
See if it works.
Okay, exit and go back
It's
in
really
again.
irritating because we're trying to talk and he's just talking.
Trinity, log out and come in again. Okay, he's gone.
Tell him sorry, not to be rude to him. But
no, but if you muted the admin, I advise you to unmute, because if you don't hear the admins when they speak, it's a problem.
Yeah, it's best not to mute anyone in the voice channel. It causes
Yeah.
a lot of confusion. So did you hear Gibby get when he was just talking? And do you hear Mimas? He just responded?
Yeah. He was just talking and hear nobody, none of us. Yeah.
I figured he was having a technical problem because, like, nobody can go on that interrupted.
yeah, I was gonna say.
So I'm giving him the benefit of the doubt. I think it was a technical problem.
Path to do it.
Yeah, it probably was.
Yeah.
Well, I DM'd him. He still seems to not be hearing us because he's not responding to anything we're saying. So, I don't know.
I can hear people now.
Okay.
Oh, welcome back.
Welcome back.
There was something wrong with my thing because I couldn't hear a lot of people. I only heard one person.
Okay,
I
maybe it was maybe just a Discord glitch.
Yeah,
it must have been a glitch. I think Discord it glitches a lot because I was only hearing Scylla. That's all. Scylla 330, and I didn't hear anybody else.
Okay.
Yeah, I DM'd you. I'm sorry if I was rude. I was just like, dude, shut up. You can't hear us. We're trying to tell you to stop.
I couldn't hear you say that because I didn't even know because you weren't even showing up. Yeah.
But Trinity, let me ask you this. I don't like being called a Christian because it's kind of an aspersion that was created by a pagan emperor. But I do follow the Bible and I follow Jesus.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is, it's not about words. It's about what you believe. And obviously, if you're a pedophile, then obviously you're not a Christian.
Oh,
there's no.
no.
So obviously, and if you're a selfish guy that just sits in a monastery and doesn't care about what's happening right now in the world, then you're obviously a bigot. You're obviously selfish as well. So either way, you can see that both of those things are bad. So there's something else that must be real. You understand? So you can just tell. Anyone can tell that just being concerned about yourself and not caring about anybody else is evil. And you know that being a pedophile and sitting in Vatican with the satanic rituals and doing satanic stuff, you know that's evil. You don't even need to. I mean, even an unsaved person can tell you that that's evil. You don't need to. You know, it's like plain to see. So you don't need like someone to tell you, oh, what is right or wrong. Everyone knows what's right or wrong. So what I'm saying is, but there must be a real way, there must be a real God, and there must be a real way of following God. And it's up to people to come to that.
Well, how about this? How about you just have truth and love? You find out what the truth is and seek it out. And you just have genuine love. You know there's...
Well, what about...
Why does there need to be religion?
What about, what if it's not about you finding God? What if it's God finds you?
Well, that's actually how it's supposed to be.
Pretty sure he knows where we are, dude.
Yeah.
Yeah, and he finds us. And we don't have to find him, because if we try to seek him, the more we try to find him, the more confused we're going to get. We're going to make up our own versions of him. But when he finds us, then that's good.
But what about the 80-year-old ladies from Romania, which at this age, they are circling the church 3 times in their knees, you know, around the church. Are they true Christians?
Do they do pedophilia, like the Vatican priests? Do they do that? No.
Well, I don't know. I see them going around the church 3 times, and
are we the judge? Are we the judges in the?
No, wait. Let me finish.
Sure.
And when the priest is asking them to kiss the dead remnants in the church of some saint, or to kiss icons in the church, they go and kiss them.
That's idolatry.
Yeah, but there's thousands of things that are wrong in the church. But if you look at all the things that are wrong, what about looking at what's right? You can look at the things
Yeah,
wrong
but
all day. You can write books on it. You can spend your whole life talking about it. But at the end of the day, what have you done with what God is saying to you?
well,
Because
I'm
you can
trying
judge other people,
to
but it's not you.
explain.
At the end of the day, we got
I'm
to be accountable
trying.
for what we do before God.
Yeah, I'm asking you, what should I tell to this woman? She's 80 years old and she's doing this. What should I tell her to convince her that what she's doing is wrong?
Well, she needs to put her
Look, hey, she already knows. She already knows.
Yeah.
Look, if
She needs to put her
you're
eyes on Jesus and look into Jesus, not to idols and stuff, but to get her eyes on Jesus. Yeah, exactly.
yeah, but she already knows that's nothing. That's performative. That's performative religiosity.
But if she doesn't know that by now, how are you going to persuade her if she's doing that for 80 years and she's so caught up with that religion? It's like, are you going to persuade? Do you think you can persuade her to get out of religion with I hope you can, but I pray you can, but well, I'll pray for you. I mean, if it's 80 years and you've been in that deception for the 80 years, I mean, how are you going to persuade
Yeah.
someone that religious to get out of that? That's hard.
Here's the thing. Here's the thing. Over 1 billion people call themselves Christians. I would put that number, the real number of that, at extremely small. I don't think there's a lot. I don't think there's a lot of real Christians.
We should try and help them to see the proper way. That's the whole purpose of what we're here for. We're not here to judge them, but here to assist them on the right path. You know, get them on the right track. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
We don't want them to end up the wrong place in the end. We want to get them on the right track. So that's our job. We're supposed to help them on the right way.
Well, people doing bad things already know they're bad.
Yeah, those people. Yeah, that's another story. But there's nothing wrong with saying something, saying a good thing, saying the right stuff.
Someone is hot biking.
That's me.
You're an angel.
What thoughts does Leonard have? I'd like to hear him. Let's see, Leonard. Server on mute. What you got, Leonard?
Can you hear me okay?
I can hear you.
Oh, excellent. Thank you. Thanks for unmuting, by the way.
You're not very loud.
Yeah, your mic is shit though.
No, I think he just needs to get a little closer to his mic. That's all.
Is that we have to be.
Hold on. I want to hear Leonard. Leonard has some thoughts. I'd like to hear him.
Well, first of all, can you hear me okay?
Yes, I can hear you great.
Is that better? Oh, excellent. Thanks. No, I just think it's really interesting to hear this dichotomy between, on the one hand, religion. Hello. Religion.
Baby on the hot mic.
Yes. Religious conviction, which is, I mean, that is one source of morality, but there seems to be, people who think that you don't need religious conviction to have a sense of morality either. Trinity was saying that you don't need to be a Christian to know the difference between. Well, I think he put it. So, someone who is pious and good, and someone who's a paedophile. You don't need a religious context to understand that.
Yeah, I don't think you do either.
I think he's right. But also, I'm not a religious person myself, but I think we've got to acknowledge that our very often our fundamental morality systems are based in religions, whether we ascribe to them or not.
But if I told you,
I think Trinity was making that point very well.
I actually have a kind of an inverse of that. I think our religions are Delta X. I think the Delta is that morality was built into us, and we have derived religions because, I mean,
because it basically benefits us to cooperate and to do things that we see as moral and right, and then we reframe that in a different. Yeah, I think that's an excellent point.
Yeah. Well, like it's like the Bible says. Like you don't even have to come at this from a Christian perspective. Bible says morality is written on your heart. That's the first place it's written. Like the laws are written on your heart. So everyone inherently knows it's wrong to steal, like take from somebody else something that's not yours. Everyone knows it's wrong to abuse children. Everybody knows these things. You don't have to be taught that. In fact, you have to be brainwashed in the opposite direction. Right? You have to be taught that there's nothing wrong with those things. In a bad society, you have to be taught that. So in societies where they systematically try and dismantle morality, they try to like let's say American culture. And what they're trying to do now is they're trying, as bad and as immoral as American culture typically is, they're having to still brainwash people, trying to normalize like pederasty and stuff. Right?
Right. Okay. Okay. I'm not sure. Are you talking about Mambler and things?
Well, not just that. Like they're calling it a sexuality rather than a crime or a perversion.
What are we talking about exactly here?
Well, we're talking about morality. I'm just using this as an example.
Well, so pederasty, as far as I understand it, that is the sexual penetration of underage boys. That's what you're talking about, right?
Right. Right now in the United States,
you're not talking about LB.
No, I'm not even talking about that. I'm just focusing. I'm focusing on one thing to just condense it down into one thing for now.
But it's passed me by that America is trying to.
No, America's not. Americans are not, but there are political movements and social movements in America right now that are trying to normalize those things. Like make child sexuality normal.
Really, I'm not aware of that.
Yeah, there are. So, and to some extent in some of the European nations, I don't know to what extent because I don't really live there, and I only see Europe through the lens of media, so I can't really comment on that. But I can comment.
Oh, in Germany.
Oh, I know in Germany, but yeah, I don't want to get lost in the weeds. I'm just using it as an example. So as I would say, American culture is already kind of decadent, kind of degenerate and immoral, but they're still having to try and brainwash to try and convince people that these really bad things are not so bad. Because even though people are like already sliding down the slope here, they still know that there are things that are objectively, morally evil.
I'm really curious about that. As someone who, in the line of my work, deals with people that have been very damaged by quite often childhood sexual abuse, and there's enough people here that at least several people have probably experienced and directly childhood sexual abuse. I'm not sure what you mean when you say that US culture or European culture is somehow legitimizing that or trying to lobby for it.
I don't mean the culture. I'm saying that there are elements in these societies, in Western societies specifically, that are trying to subvert. They're trying to subvert cultures, and we have these kind of moral norms that we follow. Even if we're not good at following those, we know that there are some things that are absolutely objectively evil.
Right.
All right, and that's really the only point I was making. I'm not like trying to make any other than that basic meta point. So I think that everyone knows what's right and wrong. The like hard, fast, objective morality. Everyone knows what that is. Don't murder. Don't abuse children. Don't steal from other people. And to an extent, don't lie. Right? Like, I think everybody objectively knows that those things are wrong. Even without religion, they know they're wrong.
Okay, I mean, they are things. But I suppose you made a really good sort of point there to an extent, don't they? And I suppose it goes beyond things to an extent. Don't murder unless you
Right. Well,
you feel threatened, or you're in
that's
a
where the nuance. That's where nuance
situation where
comes in.
you're in a war. Morality gets really complicated.
Well, it's like, let's say you're at home with
Religion
your.
is a really good starting point, and we could throw
It
objective
is.
things. We could throw hypotheticals at each other, and they'd be really difficult things to reconcile.
Well, I don't even need to exactly use a hypothetical. Let's say you're sleeping in your house, because this is a thing that happens, and some psychotic intruder comes in, and they mean your family harm, and you blow them away, you shoot them, you kill them.
Have I got a gun?
Well, I do.
No, in the hypothetical.
Oh, in the hypothetical, yes. In the hypothetical, let's say you're in America, so you have a gun, right? So you're sleeping, someone breaks in your house.
I'd probably spend about half a second saying, "Hey, are you all right?" That's bang.
Yeah, like it'd be like,
Shot him
"Hey,
in the
who are
leg.
you?" And if they don't answer, bang. And then it becomes morally justifiable.
I mean, I think I'd have nightmares. I'd maybe
Probably
sleep at night, but yeah, I wouldn't feel objectively bad about it.
Right, because what was worse? Protecting your family or sparing the life of someone who meant your family harm?
I mean, it could have just been someone who was confused and wandered in there or whatever. But yeah, you're right. Yeah, of course.
Yeah, so I mean, I don't want to get lost on my point. It's just that I do think morality, it's built into us, and humans have a way of putting that into context of living with those objective moral values. And so we create laws and nuance and things like that
You're right.
to understand how to live with these objective values.
You're absolutely right. And
Now,
I'm sure you're the same as me. I've done lots of things that logically, legally, and maybe not morally, but certainly objectively and rationally and legally were correct. But some pretty horrible things that I struggle with. So it's more complicated. You're right.
yeah, that was really the only point I was trying to make. Like that's why the whole idea of religion gets a little complicated, because religion, I think, is a derivative of those moral values that we originally held, and they kind of glue some societies together. And I think that's I really, in my opinion, I got to stress that it's my opinion. Religion has always been a political thing rather than a spiritual thing, in that it limits societies and gives them a basis for laws.
And I mean, if knowledge is power, and we know it is, and what better way to to create cultural constructs such as religion to keep the people divided amongst certain aspects of knowledge that they have, so that they don't come together and share all the true knowledge, or to figure out the truth about how things are.
Sorry about that. Internet went down. Must have been a distributed denial of service attack or something. Kidding.
I think in addition to preserving moral values, it also preserves ancient texts, religion.
Christianity's got nothing to do with any religion or anything. It's got to do with the real living experience of a real living God. All the other stuff is just that's a different category. Jesus got nothing to do with politics or presidents or Trump or any of these people. Jesus is he's the King of Kings, the Lord of Lords. He doesn't have anything to do with religion or religious organizations. He is the control of all. He is this King of all. So everyone who bows to him, they're under a different kingdom. But if you want to create your own religious organization and say it's him, that's a different thing, and that's what a lot of people do. But that's got nothing to do with him. Nothing.
What are you talking about, man?
What would you call bowing to a guy you've never met and has only been mentioned one time in history?
Well, you got to meet him personally. You got to have an encounter with him.
How's that not a religion, bro?
Once you encounter him, it's not a religion. It's a relation. It's experience. It's real. It's real life. It's like the flat Earth. It's not a religion. Is flat Earth a religion? No, of course not. It's real. We know it's real, right?
I got you. Look, what you're looking for is evidence, personal evidence.
I've got the evidence. Yeah, I got it. I got my evidence.
Are you a Pentecostalist?
Personal
I've got my evidence. Yeah, I got my personal evidence. Yeah.
Right. Well, that's what I'm saying. I'm explaining what you're saying. Personal evidence is available. You just have to yourself do the experiments and the tests yourself. It's a self thing, not an everybody thing. You do the test, you get the personal evidence. You don't do the test, you don't get the personal evidence, and that's it.
I did my experiments. I did all my experiments for that. I haven't done flat Earth experiments, but I've got the evidence from you guys because you showed me all the stuff, and I'm totally see it now. But what I'm saying is, I did the experiment for Jesus, and I got my own personal evidence. I did it myself. Well, he did it basically, but it's become real. So you got to get your own experience, and then once you got your own experience, you'll see what I'm saying is true.
Trinity, can I ask you, a Pentecostalist?
Well, I believe charismatic, Pentecostal, mystical Christianity, where you actually experience God. But yeah, miracles. I mean, like you see actual real encounters of God, like actual you experience God, and you like in a real way, encounter God in a real way. Like I don't believe in like just going to a church and pretend like just reading in your mind and thinking that you know God. But I believe in a real experiential, mystical experience of God, where you live and move and you actually experience and breathe and have a real experience of God through the Holy Spirit and miracles. I see him. I encounter him. I experience him. I don't believe in religion. I hate religion. Religion is the biggest enemy of God. Religion is the Antichrist. That's what they're going to build the Antichrist on. Religion. I don't consider myself religious at all. I consider myself relationship experience of Jesus. But I don't believe in religion. I think religion is the Antichrist. It's the anti-anointing. It's the Antichrist spirit is the religion.
What's the most Christ-like thing you've ever done?
So you say you're not religious. So why do you worship a god?
Because I met him, I encountered him. I used to go to church all my life, and then I never met God in the church. I was in the church doing church things, going to church every week, but I never met God. It was all just fake. It was all just, and I hated it. But when I met God, it was like, what was I? That was crazy. What was I doing before? But He's actually real. When I actually encountered Him, when you encounter God and you have a real experience of God, it's like, it's real. It's something that you can actually taste, eat, but not with your. It's not something you taste physically. It's something that your spirit tastes. It's your spirit and your heart and your soul. You actually experience. You go into another realm, a dimension. You experience God, and it's another dimension of experience that you can't explain with words. It's a revelation from heaven, but it's not something you can touch with your hands. It's not something, but it's not a religion. It's a encounter with God, but with a holy God, with a God that requires holiness. There's no evil in Him. There's only goodness and purity and total goodness in Him.
Trinity, you're obviously very convicted and passionate about about your reality with God. I've had recently the privilege of I'm not a believer, just to say, but I've had the privilege to listen to people who are very close to me recently, who have spoken about their experience with God, and I find it extremely compelling. These are sober-minded, sensible people that, frankly, I love. They're not people I dismiss as idiots or deluded or anything like that. And it's really hard to make sense of what they've described to me. One of them described to me this very lonely, painful time in their life, and they just described essentially a presence which they experienced for an hour or more quietly in a dark room, that they saw as some sort of angelic or godlike presence. Their full background: they are a Christian that goes to church. They subscribe to that sort of thing. My wife is a Christian. Most of our family are. They do generally exist within formalized religious structure, which you don't subscribe to, and I respect that. Especially being a atheist who grew up in the Church of England.
I don't reject it. I don't reject other Christians or anything that they do. They might do stuff that I don't quite practice or whatever, but I don't reject anyone. I do reject pedophiles. I reject pedophiles and stuff.
No, sorry, the structure of organized religion.
I don't reject the church at all. I just don't. I don't accept people like the Vatican and stuff like that. Those people who are just total Satanists. But I mean, and those people are evil because they're just a bunch of Satanists and pedophiles, and I don't accept that. But I don't deny anybody. I'm not going to say, okay, this guy's bad now because he prays 5 hours a day. I'm not going to judge anyone. But at the same time, it's not about the things that you do. It's about that experience, that reality, it's not a religion. It's a relationship with God that counts. Be all religious about stuff.
Where I was trying to drive at, my grandfather-in-law, he's dead now. He wrote a book, and it's my wife as a child is a watercolor on the front, and it's called "This Gift of Happy Tongues," and it's about speaking in tongues, and that's quite a Pentecostal sort of.
Yeah, I like tongues.
I was wondering what your thoughts were on that, because I find it a bit inscrutable and a bit mad. Right.
All good. Yeah, I like tongues. That's my thoughts on it.
Sounds like
bro, no offense, but English only.
And on you watch out.
And if we could keep the religious chat, maybe down to the religion channels. And I'm really, really sorry, but I know it's praising your heart for the Creator, but English only, my friend. Thanks.
That's
funny.
He's got a point. He's got a point, though.
That's called tongues, by the way.
Yeah, that's basically why I tried to simplify it for everybody earlier. Personal experience. So simple. Everybody wants experience. They have to do tests, they have to do experiments, whether it's flat earth, whether it's finances, whether it's learning welding, whether it's learning woodworking, whether it's concrete, masonry, building electronics, engineering, inventions. Gas pressure.
The Oneness Pentecostals, yeah. Don't worry, I'm not a Oneness Pentecostal, no. They do the snake thing.
Right then, Trinity, how can you have gas pressure outside a container then?
Well, that's where I like to stick when dealing with other people. Like gas pressure, got to have a container, right? Well, yeah, okay. Well, you're breathing, right? Yeah. Ta-da! There's a container,
Oh,
and that about melts the brain.
Can I ask a quick question without saying the keywords? There's certain things you aren't supposed to talk about on this channel. Is there some sort of like business about like getting shut down or something?
No, it was trying not to get too far off in the weeds, but
No, I don't. I mean the the other thing.
Yeah.
Folk know
Medical
what I'm
stuff.
talking. Yeah, exactly. I've like folk been like shutting this down because people talk about that or something.
Right, because there's just it's a hot topic and it's a
It
hot
is a hot
button to
topic,
get
that's
servers.
true.
It gets things shut down because bullies just like to bully, and they with people that don't know how to fight back against bullies properly with the pen and the paper, it's just a pain. So it's best to avoid. That way you don't have to fight.
I'd be surprised if, well, you guys are here more than me. I'm surprised that they do it on a Discord.
Well, dude, there's words that have absolutely nothing bad in reality. They mean nothing bad at all. Just kind words that will get you banned anywhere for any stupid reason. It doesn't matter.
I was just, I mean, I'm going back a while now, but
When I say Idiocracy is a biography, believe me.
I believe you. Anyway, I mean that's in a way it's sort of old news, isn't it? I mean the things that the thing that must not be spoken of, it's kind of old news in a way. Okay, I can totally believe it if it's on YouTube, but surely you're not on Discord.
Both.
Yeah, I'm not sure if you've maybe you're not a member of a lot of different servers. I don't know. I'm not sure if you know, but they do. They have taken servers down, and now they're starting a new thing to where if they take a server down for whatever reason they say, they can be as vague as they want. But they're also starting to attack like people's accounts, delete people's accounts just for being a member of the server. So the server's flat Earth. It's a flat Earth server, and if it's ever going to be taken down, let it be for talking about flat Earth and not something.
I'm
off
with
topic.
you. I'm with you. Yeah, that makes sense. Fair enough. There must be servers like that. There must be servers like that out there, though. I mean, I have enough conversations with people day to day about that sort of thing. I don't know if people remember it or not, but I believe in the thing, and I'm worried about the thing. Probably less than I was a year ago or something. But
well, you can always start a server yourself for that if you wanted to.
Then no one would turn up. I'd just be talking to myself. No, but you're right. That's not what this is about, and I'm not trying to make it about that. I'm just curious. I do remember being warned not to bring that up.
We can always go to biblical if you want. We can go to biblical. You're allowed to go there.
But even if you do go somewhere in another channel, in another voice channel, and you discuss it, you still can't post anything about it. So just be mindful of that.
Say again, sorry.
If you go into another voice channel to talk about it,
sure.
you can't. You
On here.
you still can't post anything about it.
No, absolutely. And look, yeah, I respect you enough to you guys
You can
enough
always just
not,
go
not
if,
to
if
do
you
that.
if there's two people that wants, you can always go in DMs.
Yeah.
Post
I
whatever you want. Say whatever you want.
yeah, I absolutely, and I wouldn't. Yeah, I wouldn't do that. That'd be wrong to do that. I wouldn't do that. But I'm just curious because, yeah. Anyway, I'm going to shut up now. You'll be glad to hear.
Well, I mean, the fun thing about gas pressure is the amount of wondrous things that it does prove.
Damn right it does. Yeah, I agree.
All the stupidity, the squabbling over stupidity gets stopped with gas pressure. Because gas pressure proves so many things that all the squabbling is about those things that are already, it's already taken care of. All people got to do is just look at gas pressure and realize that reality loves them.
Yes, I think.
It's weird, bro, to watch all these people fight against reality. It is weird. Reality is not the enemy.
It's not.
Facts are not the enemy. Problem is all the people polluting every bit of it.
Well, you say polluting. I'd be interested to know what you mean by polluting.
Bendy space-time?
Right.
I mean, there's other things far beyond bendy space-time. But, that's one good example.
People polluting the world with their subjective desires, basically.
Right. Well, I mean, the fun one, gas pressure, container. Container must exist in order to have gas pressure. And what's the pollutant? Bendy space-time. We don't need it. We don't need a container. We have bendy space-time. We have two concepts that we're bending somehow, somewhere, some imaginary way, man. They're bending. And they're causing this.
Are you talking about? Let me just check. I understand what you're talking about. So you're talking about gas pressure,
right?
Did you just do a go at my accent?
Dude, I goof around a lot.
That's all right.
I have fun with this
So
because it's so simple. So the thing with gas pressure, all right, their pollution to reality of gas pressure is space-time.
Pollution of
reality. They just polluted reality with a false paradigm, something that's not real at all. Imagination land. Bendy space-time. Mass attracting mass.
So gravity.
Science fiction.
Yeah, gravity.
Have I just sworn? Did I just do a swear by saying gravity?
See, you got buoyancy, density, and static plane, right? Three things that all coalesce together, all necessary antecedents I see of each other, ironically, goes full circle, but then gravity is the pollution to the natural. But see, understanding buoyancy, density, and static plane, you can then manipulate things within that little, Those three things you can manipulate.
Take this as a compliment, but I don't think you'd last 5 minutes as a A-level physics teacher. That you should take that as a compliment.
Oh, they'd hate me.
They wouldn't hate you. They just wonder why they were paying you.
Yeah, because I'm not saying anything that's dumb. I'm showing them how to expand reality. The simplest foundation can build the greatest building. Just has to be made out of the right thing.
That's right. You got
and
it.
the facts.
Spot on.
That's right, but when you make a foundation out of Play-Doh, it doesn't really go well.
Right, but now you have static plane, possibly DC electricity. Now you have density and buoyancy. I wonder if I can manipulate my density or my buoyancy with DC electricity.
Actually, you just have density. Buoyancy is a derivative of gravity, the theory of gravity. So you just have density. Because buoyancy was only a reverse engineered idea that requires G in its equation.
Right.
But doesn't it like cancel itself out in the equation?
Which equation are we talking about here, guys? You'll have to remind me. It's been a long time.
Buoyancy. I don't know it off the top of my head. I just know G is in buoyancy.
Yeah, I don't either. That's why I was asking, because from what I understand, it cancels the G gets canceled out in it, to where it's not even relevant. But
Truth.
I mean, it is the relationship between the object that you're talking about, right? That it's a relationship between the object and the medium that it's in.
Truth.
Has nothing to do with this space time.
Yeah, what they call buoyancy is really just the relationship between objects inside the medium. That's really all buoyancy is. So we don't even need buoyancy. You can just stick with density, because density is immediately going to be relative in the relationship between the object and the medium that it's in. And you have solids, liquids, and gases.
Truth.
So
do you remember? Truth.
Callum, sorry.
No. Do you remember me from a couple of weeks ago when you were asking me for a direct measurement? I have posted it multiple times on this, or got people to post it for me. I was hoping that you had looked at it. It shows that the curvature of the Earth actually is what it is, and that there is one. I can send it through to you if you want. You
can post it in live stream.
We got Globetard on our hands here.
No. If you post that in live stream, I'll shut down the server today.
No. I can't.
Callum, let's hear it. Let's hear it, Callum.
I'll send it to you.
Let's hear you.
Which is it? I can't. I've got a full-on PDF file that's laid out actually well. I'll send it to you. Who am I sending it to?
Here. Oh, you should be able to post it. Hold on a second, Callum. Is it Callum?
Yeah. I don't have any rights for it.
I'm gonna give you posting rights if you've gone through this trouble. Hold on. Oh, it's all the way down. Where is that? Broken Mic Gang? No. My God, we have a lot of roles.
Can I have a go at Callum?
After let him post it and explain it, then y'all can have a go at him.
All right. Oh,
and if you can refrain from just starting out with Globetard, that would be awesome. Like just try to be civil and just have a conversation. Would be cool.
Yeah, no. I'm just
having a laugh.
From a few weeks ago, you asked me to get direct proof and measurements to back up my claims. I've got them now. I can hand them to you, basically.
That's what we're all.
Go ahead and post it. I gave you the link in Bedroll.
I have no clue what I'm doing. Walk me through this. Where do I need to go?
Live voice text. Sorry, Truth, you can tell them.
In here. All right, there you go. Cheers. I'll post it in there. All right, give me 2 minutes. Let me just find it.
Now, when you post it, 50 people don't need to jump in. Just letting y'all know.
Yeah.
Can I ask this one question that'll just throw everything off? And I'm just kidding. I'm just stepping in. I'll take a seat.
No, Mimus, since you're one of the admins and you're the one that's gonna have to, like, be shutting the server down if there's. I'll let you. I'm kind of doing
There you go.
something
Got
else right
PDF.
now in the background
All
anyway.
done.
Let's have
If
a
you
look
want
at
to
that.
talk to Mimus.
Let's have a look at this PDF then.
Yeah, it's got detailed diagram and all.
Nice orthographic diagrams.
First thing I want to tell you, I appreciate the effort you've gone through. I've scrolled through it and have seen the word calculating and formula about 15 times.
Well, you'll see that, won't you?
Well, yeah, it's all to back up my claim and my experiment that was a boat going out at certain intervals, even with a telescope and whatever, yeah, going for the distances, different distances, at 2 meters. This is all based on metric system because I'm British and all. At 2 meters above sea level, and it goes out till roughly 5 kilometers-ish.
Can I come in and make an immediate sort of observation? Callum?
Yeah, excuse me, I'm just cleaning my teeth. Yeah, go ahead though.
Sorry, Bella. It looks like you've assumed that there's a radius.
Well, you've got to make. Oh, sorry. You've got to make an assumption to prove something. Like you've got to assume that the Earth's flat.
No, you don't.
Well,
No,
I need to first say this. We don't have to assume the Earth's flat because it's observably flat.
No. What I mean is, if you use measurements and things, you've got to make an assumption to prove. Let's say, yeah, you can say whatever, but if you are going to prove that the Earth's flat, you've got to make an assumption in the first place that it is flat. Kind of thing. I'm not saying that it isn't or anything. I'm saying that you've got to make an assumption to prove something.
Well, let me ask you this.
What you're saying, Callum, is there are things called idiomatic fundamentals, like for example, with religion, God, or with mass numbers. Is that what you're saying, Callum?
What?
Why can't you just measure from one point to another point?
I go.
And then
I think he's doing a bit more than that.
Hang on just a second. I just have a question. If you don't mind, I'd like to ask it. Why can't you just measure the distance from one point to another, and then when the Earth drops away, then measure the rate at which it drops, and then that's the only time I see where you would need to apply calculations. If
This is the proof. If you plot, I can't remember which bit it is, but if you plot it in a accurate graph, it shows at what point you cannot see beyond, which is 90 degrees, like no matter what height. And basically, as you can see from the amazing diagram, like the figure one, well, fixture one, that is just quality, isn't it? But yeah, no, but basically it runs through, and if you plot it on the graph that shows on a quadratic formula graph, it shows exactly what they prove and what we can see if you actually drive a boat out X amount of distance. Even with an amazing telescope and whatever, you still can't see it from 2 meters past 5.5 kilometers, 5.04.
Where are your observations to back up this claim?
So Callum, it's many years since I got my A in A-level maths, physics, and chemistry, and many years since I've got several other science-based degrees after that. I don't understand your paper. Can you talk us through it?
What do you mean, talk you through it? So, first you're going to need a basic understanding of mathematics, which debatable. Assumptions. You have to assume that the Earth is a perfect sphere, yeah?
They're going to kill you on that. They're going to kill you on that.
You have
to assume it's a perfect sphere. That's beautiful. Okay, you got to assume this to do this. Okay.
No. Okay, listen, don't tear me apart for this, but you've got to assume that it's a perfect sphere, because if you actually go from... I know you disprove NASA and whatever, it's an oblate spheroid, which basically it's slightly squished at the poles. That's off of their model. Don't tear me apart for it. This is
pear shape.
Yeah. I don't care what shape the Earth is or anything like that. But you've got to assume something. Let's say the Earth is flat. Then you've got to assume that it is perfectly flat to make calculations for that it is flat and whatever. You've got to assume stuff. Then basically. Okay. And it runs through some quadratic.
Here's the thing: no one is assuming anything. There's direct measurements.
Hang on. Let him talk through this. He's put work into this.
Is there any measurements? Any direct measurement? Do you mind? I wish you would shut the fuck up when I'm talking, man. You've been doing this since I've got in the room, and you're about to piss me off.
He's put a lot of work into
this. Shut up for a second. Is there a measurement in this paper anywhere?
So it runs through all the quadratics in algebraic form, because you have to do that to prove it. Then I plug in the actual number, or the actual numbers, which I had to use a radius that you can prove using the equator line. Yes, some guy last time they tried to disprove it.
We don't want to assume, so we don't want to listen to it.
Okay, you don't.
I want to hear it. Callum, go through your explanation.
Yeah, all right, cheers. Basically, so it just runs through the quadratics. Then I actually use the numbers that are needed to get your answer of 2 meters of height. And it runs through on the conclusion that they do perfectly match up with scientific observations. And that's basically the run through of it. I can't perfectly talk you through these because my cousin, I'm quite close with him, he helped me run through a lot of them because he's predicted like an A star in maths and things. It's ridiculous. And whatever this and shit. Okay. So he helped me with it. I can't perfectly run through it with you.
Okay, that's fine. Is this just one data point? Is just this one observation?
No, this is multiple observations over some time.
Now, let me ask you this. How come we have hundreds of observations where there's zero curvature measured?
Well, there's something called human error.
It's not human error when I can see the bottom of a lighthouse 31 miles away.
Yeah, are you sure on your measurements there? Because you can't.
Yeah, we're sure.
Radius.
We're
Google
sure.
Maps.
Yeah, we're sure.
You just said you can prove the radius. You can't prove the radius. What are you talking about?
Hold on, y'all. Do you have something that can refute all the observations? Because here's the thing. The reason this argument is happening is because we started measuring and there's no curvature. And the globe side has accepted that we're seeing way too far. In some cases, 270 miles to the bottom of things.
Okay,
you guys are talking all over each other. You can't understand anybody. Do you know
the
that?
Explanation. Hold on, guys. I'm still talking. The explanation that the globe priests give us is that everything's lifted up. So because that the horizon is not a real place. So what are you using to measure? Is the horizon a real place?
No, the horizons, we use it as a marker. It's the point that we can't see over the curvature of the Earth. That's what I'm using. Okay, no. You can start asking me for that. No,
you're saying the horizon is a real physical place, right?
No, it's not a physical place because it's constantly changing, varying with height and your distance.
No. I'm talking about 1.22 times the height of the observer, sea level. We are talking just right off the bat.
Where did you get the 1.22 from? I want to know that. That's one thing.
That's the measurement. That gives you about 8 inches per square mile. I mean, that 8 inches.
8 inches per square mile? You mean 8 inches per
squared.
mile one direction?
It's squared.
But it's a one-dimensional
It's
drop
8 inches per mile squared. You're just doing a Z.
360 degrees around you.
Yeah, 360 degrees around, but the
square.
No.
Yes.
No, because it's a two-dimensional shape. A circle is a two-dimensional shape, so there's no squared because you're not finding area.
Okay,
Sphere is not a two-dimensional shape.
You're looking across the curved function, right?
Yeah, you're looking across the curved dimension, but you're not looking. You're looking at a straight line.
A little bit farther, it's squared more. So it's almost like an exponential drop, but it's not truly exponential. It's just a squared function.
There's no square function on it really. It's
there is a squared function. 8 inches per mile squared is a squared function. You're measuring the drop of an arc.
I'm okay. Two things. I'm in metric, not imperial, but I don't work in imperial. Honestly, it confuses me how your conversions work between miles, inches, and feet. Personally, that's just me.
Yeah, it's the same like meter, kilometer, centimeter.
Well, yeah, but they're all a factor of a factor of 1,000 instead of like 1.35 or something like that.
Yeah, okay, it's different factors.
Yeah, but basically, I've worked out you can use this and rearrange it to find the curvature.
I want you to look at
If you don't like 1.22 miles, how about 3.57 kilometers?
You don't see 1.225 miles. 5 kilometers is 3 point something miles. So
I'm just telling you the maximum horizon. Okay, the maximum horizon
is 5 kilometers at 2 meters. It's not 1.225 miles.
Right, that's in. We're not talking about in. You're mixing two different.
No.
You're mixing imperial.
5 kilometers into miles. 5 kilometers in miles is 3.6 something. I'm pretty sure. Yeah, it's 3.6 something miles at 2 meters above sea level. Yeah, that's the calculation.
More or less. Yeah.
1 mile is like 1.225 miles out of 3. Big
Can I make an announcement?
Sea level.
Yeah,
go ahead, Elijah.
When I came in here, I thought it was going to be meme. I don't like hearing other people when it's supposed to be 1-on-1. I don't care what kind of point you have. So don't feel away when I mute you, because that's what kind of time I'm on. I want to hear meme. Unless meme says, you guys can go ahead.
Wait, which one's meme? I think that was the one that gave me the privileges to post.
Yes.
Which one's that?
That's me.
Yeah. Yeah, there you go. So you said we could go ahead.
Give me just a minute. Okay. So what you have is you have a calculation, right?
Yeah.
I calculated it based on a radius, right?
Yeah.
Where's your radius at?
You have to use what is it? You have to use the equator line, and I know you absolutely hate this, and you tried to disprove it that I could find the circumference of my floor last time I mentioned it.
Well, I don't. No, I don't.
It wasn't you personally. It wasn't you personally.
You cannot measure radius.
You can.
You can. How?
You use. It was done in the ancient Greeks. You know how they you can calculate circumference, and if you can get circumference, you can get radius, which you get from getting the diameter.
Okay, where'd you get circumference from?
You get circumference from using the sun at the equator line.
Okay, so you're not using a physical measurement. You're looking at the sun, assuming the sun is 93 million miles away. And
No. I'm not using that. No, I'm using the shadow degrees. Yeah.
Yes. Thank you.
Yes,
Thank you.
I know.
That's exactly.
Yeah, I'm waiting.
That is exactly what I was waiting to hear. The shadows, Aristophanes, right?
Yep. I was
Okay,
waiting
hold
for
on
this,
just a
and you
sec.
tried completely tearing this apart. Listen, can I explain? So these photos that you're posting right now that are about to be spammed, I'm guessing 6, 5, 4. Okay, never mind then. But basically, one guy had a proper go at me because I showed how it works. Actually,
But it doesn't prove either model, though.
Well, yeah, but it doesn't. How does
it doesn't disprove because it's based on an assumption anyway, so there's nothing to disprove. It literally doesn't prove anything.
No, because you can. It does prove something because if you have directly, you can't get the sun off to one side. If the sun was, in theory, if the Earth was flat, the sun's directly.
When I took these pictures of these sticks, how did I do that? One's curved and one's flat.
You offset the what's it called? You offset the light onto the right side. On both photos, admittedly, yeah, but the light's still offset right side.
That's what it is on either model. You have to assume either an infinite light source or a close light source. But it requires what? An assumption of your light source, doesn't it? Neither of those are provable. Neither.
What do you mean? The assumption of the light source?
The assumption that the light source is 93 million miles away, and therefore you have parallel infinite rays, essentially.
You don't have to assume that, and admittedly...
You do have to assume that, because it works either way. You can either...
All light rays travel in one way. It doesn't matter about the distance,
You can set the sun wherever you want and get the exact thing you want without changing anything.
You
on the ground.
If you do it in the certain way where one pole is set directly facing the sun, then so there is zero shadow.
Yes, and if the sun is close, if the sun is close, then that is what it's doing. If it's far away, then it's curved.
What do you mean it's curved? If the sun's far away, the distance doesn't matter. It only matters that light travels in parallel lines.
If they're parallel rays and diverging, that would indicate curvature. But if it's close, then it would be only over one, and they would still diverge. It literally does not prove anything.
I don't understand what you're saying about it.
And by the way, it was Neil deGrasse Tyson and Isaac Asimov that I got this example from.
Doubt it, but okay.
Isaac Asimov in the late 70s, he took the board. He said, here's how it works. If the sun were close, blah, 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 but it's curved, and he curved the board. That is literally where I got this from.
Oh, yeah, but you can't just recreate something that has been used for years on your desktop.
That's what you're doing. I'm not recreating anything. The creation is on the people who assumed it was an infinite light source.
Well, what do you mean by infinite light source?
What I mean is that it creates parallel rays.
Light travels in straight lines. It doesn't have to be parallel rays.
No, what I mean is when the light gets because the sun is 93 million miles away and 800,000 miles across, the assumption is that the light rays are parallel striking the Earth, and lines are diverging because of the curvature of the Earth.
That's
it. The problem is without changing the visual position of the sun and just making it close, you can make it flatter and flatter and flatter.
Donato guy that said
what I'm saying is I could use this and fallaciously claim it proves flat Earth.
No, if you look, you're saying the light. Let's imagine it's perfect parallel lines that are direct, directly straight, do not curve off at all. With the curvature of the Earth, they do make a shadow. If the Earth is flat, no matter where that sun is, as long as the lines are parallel.
Then you agree with me. You are literally agreeing with me.
No, because I'm looking at some of the other models here with the diverging lines and whatever, and one of them shows you're going that these lines are parallel with the arrows showing that they should be parallel, and they're not. One is going off at like a 80-degree angle, one's going off at a 10-degree angle. That's not parallel. If it's true parallel, I can't pronounce it. Basically, if they are truly parallel. No, if loads of lines are truly parallel, then like you can see in the shadows there, those lines of
everybody. Enough with the damn spam in the chat. Christ.
Yeah. No, but you can just if you look the lines I'm using what your models that people are posting.
No, hold on. Here. Where's this one?
Yeah, you actually posted something.
These are identical. Same measurement.
Which one? Whereabouts are you? Whereabouts are you? Yeah.
They have the same exact measurement.
I'm trying to find where your light source actually is because you can see on one clearly.
Hold on. Did Aristophanes, was he able to reach the light source and tell how far away it was?
No, you don't need distance to work this out. You don't need the distance.
So you don't need to know anything about the light source. You're just looking at shadows, aren't you?
Yeah, you need to know where the light source is relative to one of the sticks, though.
Okay, so you need to know where the light source is. Where it is distance.
But I can look up in the sky and see where the sun is, can't I?
You can't just say where it is and then say distance is unrelated. Distance is literally where it is.
What do you mean? Distance is literally where it is.
Where it is, that's distance. What's the distance? How did Eratosthenes get the distance?
Don't know what you mean by that, but you don't need.
Aristophanes had no access to the light source to say where it was. That is, how far away it was. Did he?
You don't need to work out how far away it is. You can
you
see
do.
directly.
Otherwise, you're operating on the assumption that shadows are all you can look at.
Okay. Okay then. Sorry, I broke my ankle the other day, and it really hurts. But basically, so if you look at it, yeah, you let's just run off of shadows then. I am in the direct equator. I'm just running off of a globe model. Yeah, I know the chat's going to blow up over this, whatever. But just in a theoretical world, the Earth is a globe. I'm at the equator line with the.
I don't live in a theoretical world.
No. But this is. How do I put this? To prove that something is something, you have to assume that it is in the first place.
No, to prove that something is something, you have to chemically test it and touch it and be able to bring it into a laboratory.
No, because
yes,
physical, empirical.
Yes. Otherwise, all you have is an idea. You don't even have a hypothesis at that point.
No, because you can make a theory and whatever. Like you can test it in a laboratory.
A hypothesis. A theory comes on the tail end of a scientific experiment. It doesn't come before.
Yeah. And a load of your theories are hypotheses.
I don't have a theory.
I'm not saying you directly. I mean you as a collective group.
I don't have a theory or a hypothesis. I'm saying...
No, I'm not saying you directly. I'm saying you as a collective group, as in a lot of...
I know. What I'm saying is, this test proves nothing. It's just shadows on the ground. And you have to assume something about the light source.
What? Yeah.
Yeah.
You have to... So,
yeah.
Okay, then. Let's say it's complete bunk and whatever.
Mind blown.
It is complete bunk.
No. Let's just say it is completely. What would be your proof that the Earth is flat then? I just want to run through that with you. What's your... As in, not using horizon lines or anything like that.
All measurements, all practical engineering, everything we do operates on the assumption that we are on a flat plane. Everything.
It doesn't.
Yes, it does.
Planes fly in arcs.
No, planes do not fly in arcs. Planes fly at a 3-degree inclination of their nose to maintain lift. And all planes are engineered assuming a flat and stationary, non-rotating ground.
Yeah, but rotation doesn't matter because you're flying
listen. I said flat and stationary. Flat and stationary.
Yeah.
All planes are engineered assuming a flat and stationary, non-rotating surface. They are designed for lift. They're not designed to go over an arc. And nobody flies a plane in an arc.
Yeah. Can I just... Okay, that is a lot of spam. Jesus, that's a long link. But, yeah, you've got to...
Actually, it's multiple links, and those are all from NASA.
Yeah, by the way, that's the NASA document. It says on page 109.
No, that's multiple links. No, I just said that's a really...
assuming a flat and stationary, non-rotating
It's all
arc.
PDFs from NASA, straight from NASA.
Yep. Yeah, I'll read through some of those in a bit. But, no, okay, so... Yeah, you can assume that to engineer something like a plane, it's very complex. No, let me... when we do this, if you take it, because the Earth, we are rotating with the Earth, let's say we are, and whatever, at the given speed, yeah, we are with the speed.
Hold on, you are in defiance of your own model, because then you have to get rid of the Coriolis effect. Are you saying the Coriolis effect isn't real?
What do you mean, the Coriolis effect?
Coriolis effect, that the Earth and the atmosphere are not velcroed together, and that they move independently of each other.
They don't move independently of each other.
So you reject the Coriolis effect?
No, the Coriolis effect isn't quite that. But okay.
Oh, so hold on. When we're told that bullets deviate, and that cannonballs deviate, and that footballs deviate, and that baseballs deviate.
Yeah, that's from the spin.
You're saying nothing else.
Of it. That's not from the Earth and that rotating. That's from the spin of said thing. You don't.
That's rotation is spin.
No, the spin of the object that is flying like a bullet, that spins. That the Coriolis effect makes it move to the left. Let's say it's spinning anti-clockwise. It moves
so
left.
You're saying the Coriolis effect only affects certain things when it's convenient.
It only affects things that are rotating at decent speed.
Why?
Centrifugal force. There's
It has nothing to do with. That's not even part of the Coriolis effect. Centrifuge has nothing to do with it.
Okay, there's multiple things. I'm not going to run through everything for it, but
I'm saying
I'm going to continue with what I was saying about
fundamentally understand that automatically negate your hypothesis.
What do you mean? What automatically negates my?
Because if things are engineered, assuming a completely flat and stationary, non-rotating surface.
Yes, because
and you say,
okay,
that's because everything's velcroed to it.
No, okay. Can I just say, if we're in a train, yeah, going one direction, only one direction indefinitely, then, yeah, and it gets up to 60 miles an hour, we can then walk backwards and forwards on it freely, yeah, because we are constantly going.
Now take the cab off the train.
No. Yeah, that's
take
fine.
The cab off the train. Are you saying Earth has a container? Are you saying Earth has a container?
No, there's such a thing called gravity. But before you go and
really? Hold on. What's gravity? Look, what you got is
I was actually, to be honest, earlier I was quite interested in that conversation.
What you've got is a house of cards. You have a theory holding up a theory, holding up a theory, holding up a theory. You do not have a single measurable reality.
I have a hypothesis, not a theory. A theory is something that's proven.
Based on the hypothesis of a hypothesis of a hypothesis.
No. I'm basing a hypothesis on a stack of theories, yeah? And the theories are proven things.
On a stack of hypotheses.
No, I'm basing
Name one that's been scientifically validated. Name one of these that's scientifically validated.
What do you mean? What, gravity?
Name one of your hypothesis that's been scientifically validated.
Okay, the fact that there's I know you'll go, there's not satellites in space. Take a photo of said Earth. Why would we spend millions and millions on CGI so we don't see what's up there? Why would we bother? Like, it would be so many people involved and whatever. It would be pointless.
Do you know how much more effort and money it would be to send shit to space than to do it from the ground? Ugh.
You're saying, hold on. You're saying it would take millions of people to be involved in that?
No, it would take a very, very large amount of money that we could spend on actually useful things other than faking that the Earth isn't flat.
Wait a minute. Hold on. How have you validated that there's any satellites up there?
Well, I can see them out there.
You think you can see something the size of a Volkswagen, 250 miles to 2,000 miles high, flying 17
It's 100 kilometers, not miles, not 5,000. It's 100 kilometers is low Earth orbit.
How bright are these satellites? How intense are the light that you think you can see them shining 250? I'm giving you 250 miles. Satellites are supposed to be flying at like 1,000 miles high.
No, not
these things are the size of a Volkswagen, maybe a pickup truck. That's how big these are. Some of them are the size of a washing machine.
Okay, the definition of space. This is going off of many things. Is 100 kilometers. That's just 100 kilometers, not 200.
That's where it begins.
About 1,000 miles and higher.
Convert that into miles. What, 0.6 off every one? It's not massive short. It's probably, let's say I'm going 150 kilometers. That's what, 100 miles then maybe. You can also have a look up, and you can see them move. You can see these little dots.
No, you see little dots fly around in the sky. You have no idea what those are.
Huh?
You have no idea what those are.
Okay, maybe I don't, but I have very.
Then why are you assuming that? Why are you assuming that things can fly around in a region that doesn't exist?
What do you mean? This is over 20 miles high.
What? Infinite vacuum of space next to Earth without a container.
It's not infinite, it's expanding, and you can tell that by redshift.
Well, you know what I mean. In relative, actually, no, that's equal in every single direction. That's completely pointless.
No, redshifting is because...
because I've actually read Hubble's book.
I thought you said you didn't trust NASA, though.
Hubble said, it's redshift in every direction. Hubble even said, we appear to be the center of everything. That's an idea we can't promote.
Yeah, but
it says it in his book.
Okay, look, I've got 5 minutes and I've got to go to sleep because I have to get up early tomorrow. But I can answer some more questions if you want, if you have any, for those said 5 minutes.
Okay, I would ruminate because we're not going to get anywhere in 5 minutes, but I would ruminate. I'd go ahead and get some sleep and ruminate on the fact that, you got a hypothesis built on hypothesis.
Hypothesis built on proven theories. That's
what proven theories. What proof theories do you have?
Okay, then. Huh?
What proved, validated, elevated theories do you have?
Well, I've run through. Yeah, I made a hypothesis that the Earth is a sphere. I then took some observations. I then proved it with the quadratics that have been proven to work on objects that we can hold and prove in a lab. Yeah, which is a formula that has been proven to work. Calculated it, and it matches perfectly with many observations.
Because of refraction, it shouldn't match. It should be one way.
Because of refraction.
Hold on. Your own model, your own modern model, by the way, dictates that the horizon is not a real place.
No, the horizon is. We use it as a point of reference. It's never been a real place. No, not on the globe Earth. You do not. On the globe Earth, the horizon is a refracted area that's constantly in flux. You can't use that to measure anything. No, that's not what it is. But all right.
You can't have it both ways.
Can I ask?
It's either a solid fixed position or something in flux, but it's nothing in between. This is an either or.
What did this other guy want? What did you want to ask me a question of?
Yeah, I want to ask Callum a question, if that's okay.
Yeah, be my guest.
We have air refractometers. These are instruments which tell us precisely the line is according to everyday's weather conditions, based on the refraction index of the air, which is from day to day is not the same. This refraction index changes every day. And these instruments will tell us precisely at what distance we will see the horizon line. Why does this instrument does that?
Refraction that plays the tiniest part, as in the point of which I don't know how to describe it in a way that won't set off another spam bot. Basically, it's not all to do with refraction. Let's say it's all a complete vacuum and there's no air to distort it. It's relative to height. Yeah. Let's say there is air to distort it. Yeah. You go up. It is still relative to height. It's relative to height. It's not directly relative or anything like that. It's just slightly.
Refraction plays a very minimal role, right?
You are imagining an ideal frame.
Refraction doesn't really play.
I posted the image of a mountain. I posted the image of a mountain. That mountain is 253 miles away from the observer. The observer is at 10,000 feet. Now, at that distance, if he was at sea level, the top of that mountain should be underneath about 9 miles of curvature.
No, not quite.
Yes.
If you use this is using your 1.225 mile model. If you use
this is actually opening up any opening up any calculator and putting it in.
If you run through, you can't use a calculator. You have to use an accurate scientific calculator online.
Yeah. Okay.
Are we really
listening? Then you have a mountain. Hold on. You have a mountain that's 5,500 foot or 7,500 foot tall. That's what it is. 7,500 foot tall.
Yeah. Can you give it to me in meters?
Miles away.
Can you give it to me in meters and the distance above sea level?
No, because I'm American. I only use feet and inches.
Okay. I've used my model shows that you're going to have to do some conversions over to be able to use my model.
You're using a different model than everyone else?
Let's have a look at this. This is your Excel formula. One sec. You've got constant string. Inverse. What are you? What? Where's the R come from?
Don't you have a radius?
No.
This is fucking hilarious. Listen to this bullshit.
The question is, how do we have a mountain? Now, this mountain, the top of that mountain should be under, if you were at sea level, it should be under 9 miles. From 10,000 feet, the top of that mountain should be under 2.5 miles of curvature. Now, are you telling me that the tiny little bit of refraction that you say exists is making the entire Earth look flat up to that mountain across 270-something miles? Is that what you're telling me?
9 miles is about 15 kilometers. Almost.
Oh my god, yeah. Even with refraction, you should not be seeing that.
Yeah. Not a chance. They do have this diagram where they say that because the guy was on a mountain taking the picture, the mountain they show in the diagram, the mountain. Yeah.
Can you let him? I mean, Meme finish speaking. Sure. Let the guy speak. And if there's air, let there be air until the guy speaks.
Sorry, I had gotten a phone call. Did I miss anything after I quit talking? Because, like, instantly I got a phone call from someone.
No. We're just waiting for his response.
No, sorry. I kind of had to go for a second. I really need to piss and my phone's charging. I'm back, but I do really have to go because I'm up at like 6 o'clock in the morning tomorrow. But
All right, just have a think.
Yeah, I'll have a
Please
think.
Come back, yes,
and come on back because obviously
I'll come back tomorrow. I'll do this again tomorrow.
All right, we'll be here.
Yeah,
right,
at least you did come back to the table, but a direct measurement would be cool.
That's what that what's it called? The my PDF shows the direct measurement.
Yeah, but where's the direct measurement?
It proves the direct measurement. You can. What do you mean by direct measurement? Like, I can't just take 2 sticks and place them 5 kilometers apart and measure that. You can't, because you have to use.
Your direct measurement is symbols on a piece of paper.
Not quite, because you can.
No, guys, saying his direct measurement is sticks and shadows.
Yeah. There you go. Thank you. That's yeah.
Yes, there you go.
It's Aristophanes.
Yeah.
However people say it.
Amazing. A 2,000-year-old direct measurement.
Yeah.
And assuming it.
Cheers, though. I'll be back. It might be tomorrow, but yeah. Cheers.
A 2,000-year-old measurement that's not a measurement of anything.
It's a measurement of shadows.
It's assumption of shadows.
No, the shadows are totally real. The measurements of the shadows are real, but
I meant the distances.
Yeah, the distance. Yeah. People say, "What do you mean? You have?
I got
to
clarify
know
that. Yeah, every time
they'll say what he said was so telling. You don't need to know where the distance. You just need to know where it is. Well, what is where it is? Where it is what? That's the distance. Because where is a place? Place would be relative to you. You'd have to know the distance to the place you're saying where it is.
Yeah, he seemed very tripped up by basic things, especially asking where did we get the R from.
Where did NASA get it from? That's what I want to know. And Aristophanes and all these other guys, where did they get it from?
I got a question for you, if you don't mind. What's your name? Callie?
Oh, he's already gone. He's resting.
I was gonna let him have it with just a little something about why in the hell would you use something 2,000 years old? I mean, with all today's technology and all today's fantastic inventions, and you're going to revert to some sticks and shadows, a 2,000-year-old character that we can't even verify whether he really existed or not?
It's because it's all they got.
My God, these people.
Because it can be a nice story, a magic story.
Yeah, I know that.
When you talk about facts of like right now, today, it's like, well, we could go back to older things, but then you talk about something older that talks about morality, and they're like, well, get over it, man. It's old. Well, you can't have it both ways.
Yeah, they're just cherry pickers.
After so long, he didn't even know what collimated light is. He's talking about Eratosthenes, and he has no clue what collimated light is.
Oh. I just want to know where he was.
Well, y'all enjoy the rest of the night.
Yeah.
You too, Meme. Good job.
Bro, these are the people we're going to have.
Thanks.
We're going to have like a glass bottom helicopter, like a really big one.
Wish I could.
And take them up during like fireworks.
Right, though. So I can take it to my doctor, my pain clinic doctor. I don't want to fuck up, you know what I mean?
Someone mute Godrock, and I think he's all micing. What were you saying, Carlos?
People like him. He's a good guy. It's just they're gonna need to be taken up in something like a glass bottom Chinook, large ass helicopter, glass bottom, see through something. They're gonna have to need flat panels that they can see, and you take them up high enough, and then you tell them to look down, and you see, Dallas, Fort Worth, and then oh shit, New Mexico's fireworks. This guy's. They're gonna have to see it. But even then, like even if China lit up the sky where they were at and he saw it, he'd still go, well, I mean, refraction.
Okay, so a person can only be exposed to the information so long before the paradigm breaks. So they're either going to be dishonest and be a zealot, or they'll have the brainwashing. It'll break. The programming will default.
Well, hot air balloon.
Well, he didn't do the calculations, but he had his friend, a star in mathematics. So funny.
I didn't download it because I knew the word calculation was in there.
Flat Earth PDF.
I already know better. I've lived near the Gulf. I've lived near the ocean. I've gone and visited both quite frequently when I lived in Florida. I've been up to Iowa. I've driven across at least about half of third of the damn states border. Right. It's really obvious to see.
Calculations would be necessary if you're going to try to calculate out the sphere, but you first have to have a curvature to work with. If you can measure some curvature somewhere, then you can use that rate of curvature over distance, and then from there calculate. But then you're still making an assumption of that it's a consistent or constant. But that's what we need first. We need the curvature, a measurement of curvature.
Yeah, but Chris, what's the
even to get to curvature, you'd have to already have given them no container, gas pressure without a container. Because if you can't breathe, you can't think, you can't do nada. So
yeah, he wasn't concerned about the amount of fucking holes that he was sitting on top of, basically. As Mimas said, theories upon theories.
Upon theories, or upon hypotheses, which are propped up on assumptions, built from assumptions.
Yeah, that's how we build houses, brick on brick after brick.
Well, no, you just think about it really hard, and then it builds itself, man.
Yeah, you imagine it.
You get enough people together in a group, and you just think about it hard enough, and all the wood just nails itself together.
Yep.
Like the oxygen.
Sorry, Carlos.
You're good.
What is it with Glober's playing down with the idea? Oh, how do you know the Earth's flat, or how do you prove the Earth's flat? You know, because like they think if you disprove the globe, suddenly the ground they're standing on just pops out of existence, and I don't know, they float around in space or something in their head.
Well, what they're not wanting to happen is for everything to be small, and for their actions to actually matter, and how they treat people and things to actually matter. They want it to be bigger so that it doesn't matter. That's why a lot of them are like that.
No, I mean, we wouldn't go out, make measurements and observations, disprove the R value, and then assume we live on a fucking pyramid, you know? Or pyramid Earth or whatever the fuck. If something's not curving anywhere, then it's flat, you know? Is it flat forever? Who knows? But at least in the local known world, it's flat, you know? I just don't know why they always ask that shit. Oh, how do you know the Earth's flat? Well, it's just not anything else. So it's a default. It's like a neutral position.
That's a good one, Miguel.
I used to start with the 70% water and ask them, is water at rest, flat on the surface? Yes or no? Now, the Earth is 71% water, so we're told 70 to 80%, good enough guess for me. I've lived near oceans, they're big. That's all flat if it's all calm. All of it. It has a lot of flatness, considering less than 30% is all land. And a third or more of all the land that's dry land is flat as well as motionless, flat, still water. I used to start with that one, but I can stick with gas pressure because you gotta breathe.
What's up? Gas pressure.
Space.
Yeah.
Gas pressure.
NASA.
Can't have space without gas pressure, dude.
We gotta have that gas. Where's the gas pressure without a container? Please.
Yeah, hold on. Wait.
Oh,
how do you know there's gas pressure?
Because you measure it with the use of a container.
NASA.
Oh, wait, you measure the gas pressure. How's that done?
You only can measure gas pressure with the use of a container.
So you're saying that Earth, there's gas pressure here that you can measure?
Yep, sure is.
And that's not possible without a container?
Yeah, you can't have pressure of gas without a container.
Got it. Thank you.
Do you have any evidence to the contrary?
Nope, not gonna get it from me, bud.
I was just curious. Okay. So you're not able to demonstrate a gas pressure without a container, are you? Let me speak in English. Can you have gas pressure, just demonstrate gas pressure without a container? Can you do that?
I mean, you're just saying that there's no proof that we are not inside something, correct?
No, I'm saying that there's positively proof that we are in a container because we have gas pressure.
Okay, what's the container?
Who cares? If I have filet mignon on my table, on my plate, I don't need to know what color the cow is. If I have filet mignon on my plate, that's verification. That's proof positive that there's a cow somewhere. I don't care where the cow is. Where. That's what you're asking when you say, what about the container? It doesn't matter. You have proof of the container with the gas pressure itself.
I'm just saying I can't sense the container anywhere.
Yeah, at sea level, 14.7 psi. That's how you tell.
That ribeye.
Yeah, but how do I get? How can I detect the gas pressure in the first place to confirm there's a container? What do I do?
By measuring the gas pressure, you are confirming the existence of a container.
How do you measure the gas pressure?
Well, you use a barometric pressure indicator, right? A barometer.
And that can prove, and that one device can prove that there's a container, correct?
Well, you could probably detect you could probably measure the pressure in other ways. I'm not familiar. That's the method that I'm familiar with.
All right, so it's proven that there's a container. So what does this mean?
That means the Earth is in a contained system. No one's getting out of it.
And that means that we've been lied to about space.
Yes, absolutely.
So no one can go to space, and that's proven fact. It is impossible.
Doesn't exist. Yeah, it can't exist because it can't be shown to exist in reality.
To have containment, you have to have gas pressure.
It's not what they say it is.
And they're lying about going there because it's impossible to go there, correct?
Well, according to the gas pressure definition, yes.
What if the moon's in the what if the moon's inside the container?
I don't know that.
They lie about going.
What if the moon would be inside the container?
Yeah,
what do you mean by that?
If it is inside the container, it doesn't change the fact that there's no measurable curvature anywhere here on Earth either.
Yeah.
So,
it wouldn't even have to be a vacuum above where the container is for the gas to just leak out. It would just expand out regardless of whether there's a vacuum there or not. If there was no container, the gas would just continue to flow outward and into whatever available space is there, whether it was a vacuum or not.
Because that would be, because space would be the container, right? So it'd have to go there because that would be the biggest container. But we have our own container, right?
No,
just whatever's above the
space cannot be container.
That's the problem.
Yeah.
So they could not be lying.
Space is not the container.
Well,
I guess they're lying if they went to Mars, right? They're lying about that.
Listen, it depends on who you're calling they, because we had an interesting conversation earlier about, like, what if these people, maybe they know the truth about the Earth is flat, but all they know is this was passed down to them. They said, now it's your turn to control the narrative. And they're like, holy shit, now I have to control the narrative? So what if they're just people like that? So to say they're lying isn't even accurate. Like, what if they were just told? Because it's generational. This is the baton's been passed to you now. You're the one that has to carry the torch of this narrative.
Yeah, of this model. You've got to carry the torch of this model.
Yeah, and so they could be asking the same questions we're asking. I mean, feasibly, they could be saying, "Why me?" And like, so how do I do this now? You know, like how do I? Well, they'll be like, "Well, you have your fingers in all the media. You own everything. All the politicians are in your back pocket. You don't care who makes the laws because you control the money." So like, what is left? You're just. So I think we need to change this thing about like why they would lie. It's not even an issue. It's not even a correct question.
Oh yeah, it never has been. It's never been relevant.
But yeah.
Oh, I know somebody's lying.
Well, they managed to create a religion which actually demolishes all the ancient religions of this world and all the gods.
Is that called
supposedly to
Scientology? Let me guess.
exist.
Scientology?
Yeah.
Yep, that'll
And
do it. That'll do it.
now they have to focus all their work in fortifying and strengthening this tool because it's the tool which controls the minds of the man. So.
I just want to give a real quick shout out to the losers in the YouTube chat. Thanks again, guys, for coming out and making another. Thank you for losing, but for a paycheck, which is, I guess, you're winning at that point. You know, we win, you win. It's win-win. Anyway, any old way. We got Ace Trades, we got Bendalite, we got LOCND, which. Okay, anyway, so yeah. Hi, hello. I know you won't bring any globe evidence. You'll just obfuscate and just slime your abject sophistry all over my chat. But that's okay. I love it because you don't have any evidence for your claims. So it's just kind of fun to watch that happen. So anyway, glad to give you something to do every single day. And I hope you have a good rest of your Sunday evening. Thank you. Thank you in the YouTube chat. Appreciate it.
Thank you. I was thinking we had today a
You're roboting there, but
Glober Croplet. Yeah, because I'm not on Wi-Fi. Still roboting?
Nope.
Yeah. We had the Glober today, which was comparing the physics of a water droplet with a whole ocean. And yeah, he wasn't able to show me how an ocean can curve.
there's no way to see the ocean curving at any point.
I know, but if he made this analogy like showing me a droplet of water, which is under the laws of surface tension, physics and stuff, then why can't I compare a whole galaxy with the droplet of a dichloromethane on the surface of the water? Because it's doing pretty much what they show us that galaxies do. They spin and evaporate.
Well, we could see water curving if it were curving. Like it should be something that should be observable and measurable at some point if it's doing that. It's just not doing that.
Well, it's not even observable. That's the problem. I asked him to show me 5 liters of water, throwing them into a swimming pool, and show me that those 5 liters of water are going to be rolling across the surface of the water in the swimming pool. And they are not instantly added to that quantity of water. Just like a water droplet bead will be bouncing on the surface of the water and then roll on its surface, and at the later point, it will be absorbed, coalesced in the liquid. Yeah. He still had a hard time understanding.
You know you've been at this a long time when you're trying to find different words for things like cognitive dissonance, because it just sounds so cliche to me at this point. But it just defines the cognitive deficiency expressed by the globe/anti-flat earther side. It's cogdis, and that's all there is to it.
Wait, what's that?
Well,
What's what?
cognitive dissonance is in their brain.
What is cognitive dissonance?
Are you fucking kidding me?
Think cognitively.
No, I'm not trolling. I'm being dead serious.
Okay, I'm not trying to be a dick. I'm not trying to be a dick. I'm just saying, how do you not know that? Okay, let me define it for you. I'll put it in the voice text as well. Hang on.
I don't want to Google it. I want to hear it from the source.
I am gonna. What do you mean? What? It's a it's a mental deficiency. They get triggered. They get pissed off when anything goes against their worldview. I guess that's a simple way to put it.
Okay, thank you.
As the inability to cognitively think of stuff properly. You just can't. You can't use cognitive thinking process. Which
Right,
is, which is a correct way to think about things. If you're thinking about it cognitively, then you're thinking about it properly. You're weighing all the aspects and this and that. But if cognitive dissonance means that part's missing.
Okay, all right.
And don't forget the part where they get triggered, because it's in the definition.
That's fine. Like I said, I'm just ignorant.
Okay.
Just looking for
Okay,
help.
no worries, brother. No worries. That's what we're here for. I promise it's the only thing I'm here for. There's the cognitive dissonance definition. I will read it for the audience. This is why people get upset when you challenge what they hold most closely. Mental conflict that occurs when beliefs or assumptions are contradicted by new information. The concept was I don't need to read any of that, do I? No. Mental conflict that occurs when beliefs or assumptions are contradicted by new information. That's why they get upset. And it's a feeling based on beliefs. Indeed.
Okay, got it.
Okay, cool.
Basically, let me see if I got this right. These people believe very firmly in something, and when it's challenged with actual proof, they get triggered. Does that basically sum it up?
Well, it's new information that triggers them, not so much proof. We can say proof, and that might even trigger them further, but that's kind of a misnomer. We're just providing new, different information, contrasting with their beliefs and assumptions.
Gotcha.
Hopefully, we are providing evidence, truth, because that's ultimately where we need to be. But yeah, you're right. It can just be information.
If the new information includes empiricism or empirical data, that it's observable, testable, repeatable, and falsifiable, then that may compound the cognitive dissonance.
Got it.
Oh, I'm
Thanks.
sure it does. Not me.
In my opinion, that is my opinion.
Yeah, I think you're right.
I mean, if you want a new word for it, I would say in the M. And if you really like having fun with long words and word games, well, you'll figure it out.
And the fun part begins after the cognitive dissonance sets in, and then there's these other routes that are taken.
Yeah, any other route, right? It's like if you. It's like listen. It's like
what it's called.
It's like accidentally. It's like accidentally turning the hose on way too fast, and it blows the end of the hose out.
Yeah.
That's what's going on.
Yeah.
Right when they get triggered, it's just it's over. Done.
But it's
I don't even like the word triggered. The word triggered triggers me. Okay, so I don't want to use that word anymore. How about? Hold on, there's a word for it. Keep talking, Sonny.
It's shooting out freaking squirrels in cages. Poof, doof, doof. There's a whoop, 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 whoop. I don't know if you got that.
No,
imagery.
That was kind of a strange analogy there, Sonny.
I know it was.
I got
well,
the
he was saying that the hose, but the hose. So I decided to say the hose is like shooting out all these different fallacies and different.
Oh, right.
And squirrels in their cages, all like spinning rapidly.
Yeah, they're just going in circles, going nutsoid.
So that's what I meant by different routes.
Sure, I get it. I totally get it.
Running circles in the cage.
That's right. Ben Delight, I was making a joke in an assumption based on I'm thinking that it would be very anxiety inducing to be wrong about shit all the time. So yeah, I figure that doesn't feel good at all. That's what I was talking about. Tongue in cheek though, you know? We like to have fun.
The denial in this person is real. I can read that upside down and backwards. That's pretty good.
Yeah. Yep.
I don't even know how you would type that, so there's that.
Well, I put Ben's denial in there instead of Bendy Light. It's Ben's denial. It kind of works. Doesn't really flow off the tongue like Bendy Light.
So, how's everybody doing now?
I'm doing very well. Thank you for asking. Hope everything's good in your neck of the woods as well.
Yeah, quite warm here. Took a bike ride for a couple hours outside. Beautiful outside. Absolutely gorgeous.
Doing okay, Sonny. Where have you been?
Well, I took a couple of weeks off. That's all I'm gonna say.
Didn't put your notice in. You have to.
I actually I took a break from reality for a couple of weeks, if you want to put it that way. I guess you could say.
Yeah, it was wildly surprising, and you'll warn us next time, you son of a bitch. No, I'm just kidding.
Yeah, I heard that laugh right after you got asked. You were like, I took a couple weeks off.
That means it was a good couple weeks.
Well, I'm not going to comment. So
it sounds. Listen, the way you're being, dude, you're blushing, and the way you're talking about it, bro, it was good. That's fine. No worries.
Sounds like they might have been tongue in cheek over the past couple weeks.
Whatever it was, bro, it's glad to hear you happy. I'm glad. It's glad to hear that you're happy.
A bit personal, Sonny, but was there a lady involved?
He's not gonna. Hey, no, not gonna talk about it.
Yeah, no fair. Yeah.
I'll let him
But
talk
anyway, yeah. But anyway, not important.
Details.
So
Well,
I just don't.
very important because listen, once again, it's very important.
Listen. I just don't want to miss the conversation anymore. So that's why I'm sticking around. So.
Okay. All right.
Okay.
Yeah. It kind of keeps me out of trouble, actually. If I said, like Friday and Saturday night, I just stayed home, cooked dinner both nights, and listened to you guys and joined the conversation sporadically, and I stay out of trouble.
I don't want to know what kind of trouble you're keeping yourself out of, brother. Not on the live stream.
I want to know.
I'm not.
That is so personal. No, not on the live stream.
It is personal, but that's okay.
Like I'm keeping to my cancer self. That's close to the heart right now. That's staying close to my. Yeah. Anyway. Yeah, I'm not divulging. Anyway, so it's okay. I'm back. I'm doing well.
Yeah. True to form too. You sound like your arguments and position are still just as sharp.
Right. Yeah, I'm riding my bike, and yeah. You know what? Like when we get my age, like I spend more time taking care of myself. It takes a lot more time just to take care of myself. So once you decide that you're gonna take the best care of yourself that you can.
We'll second that. Let me tell you.
Huh?
So I second that for sure.
Yeah, so like if I just do that and don't get distracted, then I continue to take care of myself. So if I forget, I can literally fall off the wagon, you know what I mean? And my health starts suffering faster than it did 20 or 30 years ago. I noticed the difference.
Oh, dude, it's like overnight. It sucks.
Yeah.
And I'm 40, and I'm saying that as I cough too, the same way you just coughed.
You're young, man. Oh my God. You said you were born in 82?
82, yep.
Holy crap.
I'm lying to you, I'm 39, but I might as well just say 40 to get used to the number.
I'm like, how do people live? How do people live that are that young? I'm sorry.
No, I like this meme I saw. It's a guy looking at a girl, and she's wearing full personal protective equipment, right? She's got the mask and then the face cover and all that shit, and the gown. Bubble. Yeah. And so he looks at her and he goes, "I love your zombie costume." And she goes, "How the fuck?" And she goes, "How the fuck are you still alive?"
What?
I lost it, dude. I laugh. I had to get up and laugh for like 3 minutes solid about that.
That is a good one.
Yeah. I like my favorite part is I like your zombie costume. Oh my God, I can't even get through it, dude. It's so funny.
See, that's when you say, I'm just need you to rub, some of that makeup on me, and then I'll be dead too, right? That's how it goes.
No, it's not makeup. She's wearing 50 masks because of the Cocoa Pebbles. That's why he's saying it's a zombie costume, because she might as well be fucking, She's going around looking for brains, brother.
Cuckoo for Cocoa Puffs. Cuckoo for... Sorry.
Yeah, no, that was it. Wasn't his name Sonny, the cuckoo bird?
I don't know. I hope not.
I think it was, brother. I'm not kidding. Hang on.
Yeah.
What the hell, Bobby?
Man, from Sonny Liston to the freaking Cocoa Puff bird or something. Like, I heard it all. I thought I heard it all.
Every time I think about a man named Sonny, I think of like a light-skinned Mexican. That everybody just called Sonny because he was so white. I can write a book about Sonny.
Sonny, dude, it's fucking Sonny, but it's spelled S-O-N-N-Y.
Wrong.
That's what I think of when I hear Sonny.
Wrong.
Sonny Liston?
Wrong smell. Sonny Liston.
Yeah.
You guys know that Mexico's a country, and there are redheaded Mexicans.
No, for a white boy, I'm quite brown, but I'm in the sun all the time, man. So.
Hey guys, real quick, sorry.
No idiots allowed. If you want to hop up into the VC check.
I was just gonna say something about that, dude. Sorry about that, Truth. Go right ahead.
Professor Radwin. Right on.
Yeah. What about it? What of
How's
it?
it going? How's it going, man?
What of it?
What of it? I know.
Classic.
I know. We could be smart people. Wait a minute. I wanted to start this little thing about the appeal to authority. So I'm going to play the smart person. And I started that little. That could be fun. Professor Radwin and I could be the smart people that you refer to. And so if you need to know something, don't worry your your little heads over it. Just ask us, the smart people, and we'll tell you what to think.
Yep.
Right?
Yep.
Go ahead. There will be a question and answer session back by the snack tables. Sorry.
We'll have a really funny stoned guy asking or answering questions in the corner all night. He won't come out of the corner. He performs best over there.
What are you talking about?
It's
We are the
because
smart people.
because he's safe between at least two walls.
You don't have the audacity to make fun of the smart people, are you? Is that what you're doing right now?
Yes. You know,
What-
your
what-
lab coat is unfalsifiable at this point.
What do you think of that, Professor?
Holy
Professor
fuck.
Bradman?
Are you all right? Sonny, settle down now.
A little bit too much
sake.
Take 10 to 12.
Out some low birth videos like Professor Dave soon.
Check it out. To be clear, I'm perfectly sober. I do not drink alcohol.
No, I'm not talking about that. But anyway, what I'm trying to tell you is that you sound great. And I love you, bud.
Thank you. Thank you.
My cat thinks I was talking to him. Sorry, go ahead.
A bottle of vodka
There should have been
on my
ending
refrigerator
chord.
for the past 3 years.
What happened?
Should have been an ending chord right there. Thank you. Thank you.
Hold on, Sonny. Radwin, what happened?
I said I had the same bottle of vodka on my refrigerator for the past 3 years. The line hasn't moved.
How in the fuck have you done that?
That's interesting.
No, actually, I probably could do that too. I would just open it up and smell it every once in a while and go, oh, God, no thanks.
I don't think I would. I don't think I'd want it around.
It's only there for guests.
For guests, yeah. I remember when I said that to myself when I had 12 bottles around all the time, being refilled all the time.
And I just forget that.
Nope. Just sits
poured in
there.
my orange juice.
I went to throw it out and got yelled at for it.
Wow, you're better than all of us, or at least the two talking to you. Great, thanks. Just kidding.
Nope. Just one day I was like, oh man, this is gross. And that was the end of it.
Yeah. Cool. I had to appeal to the government and the Board of Health and my insurance company to quit drinking. I didn't have to, but I did anyway. I went to treatment. And I'm still paying for it, but at least I don't have to. They shaved $30,000 off my stay, so that's good.
What?
Mm-hmm.
You're still paying for it, but at least you're not paying for it anymore.
Absolutely right.
With your liver. Because guess what? You did something that could have been fatal, but the liver regenerates itself. Only organ in the body to do so. Lucky you.
Absolutely right.
And think about this one. You could go back to the way you were. All your misery will be fully refunded. I guarantee it.
Absolutely, man. Oh, and it's worse
We'll be
too.
right back within a week.
I could testify to that shit.
Listen, if you guys ever hear me drunk, call the police.
Yeah, that's bad. So, anyway.
That is not good advice. Don't call the police. If you call the police, they'll try to search and arrest you.
And actually, yeah, I'll fight them because I'm drunk. I'll fight them.
Yeah, they'll probably SWAT your house and everything else.
It's not a house, it's an apartment.
It's better when you don't remember who you were fighting with. That's the best.
But then you wake up in a cell, you're like, oh, now I know who it was.
I don't remember.
Bunch of overpaid, power tripping fuckers. Wait, what?
Must have been a good night. I don't remember it at all. Anyway, guess what I'm cooking?
Pasta, spaghetti.
I'm gonna dazzle. That was last night. I'm gonna dazzle the ladies with my cooking skills now. Guess what I'm cooking? Okay, I'm cooking chicken, but that's not the best part. In a casserole dish. In a casserole dish, with fresh basil, like
You grew the basil.
fresh basil. No, it grows, and fresh rosemary, which I have access to all the time, almost year round. Like all these fresh herbs and stuff, fresh sage, and a jalapeno, and a red pepper, and garlic, and it's all covered, and it's just gonna all bake in there. With the juices. Yeah,
that's nice. It's gonna take a while, and it'll be savory.
Dude, that is going to be like sweet and savory. Those little red peppers are going to turn into little pieces of candy.
Hot. It's gonna be like spicy. That jalapeno, big fat.
Grandma got me some Christmas lights. I'm gonna put them up here.
That ought to be good.
Yeah, it'd be fun. Yeah, hey, I wish I could eat that with you, Sonny. Perhaps when we homestead, when we survive all this next 3 to 8 years.
Well, I know. Might get bad. I'd maybe be going up there like where Joshua is, like up in Arizona somewhere.
We're all gonna have to hook up like for real at some point. But hopefully we can get a few more people on board and to get a little more serious.
I think it's like right now making connections. Slowly, we make connections between each other. You know, that is like happening gradually here and there. So,
and make sure you know what your like best talent to offer the world. You know, like your best, and make sure that that's something you work on now. I'm doing it. You know, it's like survival tactics if you want, training for whatever, stuff like that. Just you know. It's funny. It's like thinking along the let's start to think about and pretend we don't live in a society anymore. And unfortunately, that sends energy to that. But at the same time, it is probably inevitable, regardless of what we do about it.
Well, like actually, because I think more along lines like that, I go out into nature every single day. I'm out riding on trails, and I learned how to like test my equipment, namely the bicycle, but myself, to where like I can go out there. I know how to sit still in a quiet little place and not be seen if I want to not be seen. And also, like I said, like because I've learned more about Earth and about my surroundings, about nature, like I said, my food, like I have access to all these different things that are just growing out in nature. It's abundant everywhere. So like I can flavor my food like as if I were a gourmet chef with these things that are out there. So that's made my life much more rich.
Rich and compelling.
You got some space blankets?
Yep, I got space blankets. I got emergency freaking tents and backpacks with rations, like emergency rations, water, and what are they, sea rations or something? Some kind of stuff, yeah.
You know what I'm going to try to find is a bunch of military MREs.
Yeah, I got a super
some of those.
I got a super thick ground cloth, a big one. I forget how big that one is. A really good tent now. Camp stove, like emergency food that you can just put water in and heat up, make a cup of soup or something, you know? Stuff like that. That's why I started buying, actually 2 years ago I started buying that stuff. It's come in handy because I've had to use it when I run out of money.
Yeah, I feel like it's a good idea. Like if you're going to get some of that shit, use it a little bit right now. Just get used to it.
Yeah.
Practice up. That's why I want the MREs to do. Oh, because fuck. Hang on. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay.
But you know what? Listen, I was disappointed because, like, I always travel around with lighters because I smoke. I go out places and then I smoke, and then so I tried to actually start a fire with my little flint thing that you.
Flint and steel. I have one of those.
I couldn't start the fire, man. I felt so embarrassed.
Okay, well that's okay because I have 3 weeks experience. I did a wilderness trek where I had to learn how to use that and start a fire every night in it. And we even started fires in the rain. It was awesome. So I'll take care of that for us. No worries.
Yeah, but like you said, no, there's skills that all of us have. Some of us are builders, some of us like building. I love building. Like I like planning and building and measuring, cutting wood.
I'll have our shit with electricity and all kinds of shit going on within 24 hours.
Yeah, dude, no kidding. So like you could use running water. There's all kinds of different things. So you could cut your own lumber with freaking, just get you a good chainsaw, and you can set up a mill, a
chainsaw,
a portable mill, and just mill your own freaking timber if you have enough of it around.
You need to
build structures, build a fucking
holder for your chainsaw, and you can make a mill with a couple pieces of wood, and you push your logs through, and then you got your startup flat lumber with one chainsaw.
Exactly. I've seen that. I like that stuff.
Push your logs, bro? I don't know about that one.
You would if you had to.
Get a come along and have a come along in your survival gear.
Wow.
Oh, of course you got to have that. If you're going to have electricity, I'm going to have a winch. I have all kinds of shit.
Ratchet.
I'm all ready to go right now, portable. If I wanted to go somewhere, I would have everything with me on a trailer. Electric, welding, grinding, all my machining stuff. Everything can go with me right now.
You'll be all set.
It's just good to have a come along. Just throw it in your trunk and just always have one. If you get in a ditch, you can get yourself out of the ditch.
Yeah. Yep. Good to be fully prepared for anything and just practice that over and over, because I have a feeling, hope I'm wrong, that we're going to need it soon.
I mean, granted, if you're mobile and you're backpacking, you're not going to be able to take, come along.
Right, exactly. There's certain things you can do, When I'm just saying, and I'm going to stop talking about it here. While we have the freedom and the time right now, it'd be wise to, because if there is like a lever pulled immediately and all of a sudden, it'd be better if we just kind of had an idea what we're doing. That's all.
You guys wonder what's in them ships? What's in them containers?
Cars. There's a lot of cars. Yeah.
The aliens van. Just what I needed.
No, I'm serious. God damn it. I'm serious. That's so like I've had a lot of car troubles lately, and it's been very hard to find service centers that weren't completely swamped, because when somebody leases a car, right? They lease a car, and if they wreck it or whatever, they just give the lease back and they get a different lease. And they do that over and over and whatever, right? You can do that when there's a plethora of cars. Since this holdback here, this for no goddamn reason hold up, by the way, a lot of them are cars sitting out there, because those people now are having to buy new cars in place of being able to lease them. But guess what that does? You buy all the new cars, then nothing's left to lease or buy. Now you got to go and fucking blow up all the service shops when you're a dumbass and you do something to your car. So it took me 2 to 3 weeks to get in for a motherfucking battery. So I just did it all myself. It was electrician.
Yeah, bro.
It was electrical shit, but it was just
your car in for a battery.
No, it was okay. So something was draining the battery, and alternator was good, battery was good, all kinds of shit was good. And I've had this problem with a van before and my Mini Cooper. So I was like, dude, fuck, I know how to do this. So I got one of those testers and I tested all over the car to see if there's anything draining or if I could see anything loose. And turns out there was something loose. I had to take it to a friend to have him kind of patch some things up, but I had to find the problem myself. Based on the owner's manual, dude.
Is extremely difficult.
Dude, it sucks. But whatever. I'm glad I learned how to do it. And the worst part was, it's from 2017, so much shit in there is digital, which was a blessing and a curse in certain ways. Anyway.
That's why I like my 91. It's like very little electronics.
Oh,
I love
man.
the mechanics.
I'm so jealous. Yeah, like I was driving one day and half the car's shit became unavailable. The airbag, the parking brake, the cruise control, everything just went. I was like, what the fuck is that? And it turns out it was a loose fuse. It was just loose. But anyway.
Good on you.
Whatever, it sucks, but it's good to, get experience doing stuff. I just don't think I'm going to be able to use that experience much coming up. Things are going to go south. Who's driving cars and shit, right? It's not going to happen.
You know what I think is a good skill that everyone should know how to do? Poke a hole in a gas tank.
I was going to say, learn how to steal other people's shit. That's what I was.
Oh no! I used to do that. Oh my god! I'm not proud of it.
Learn how to take people's shit when they're not home.
Especially in the 70s, down in these basements.
You guys are fucking scumbags, dude. Fucking
Not me.
scumbags.
I was talking about in the future. You're going to need to know how to do it.
Be a scumbag in the future.
Whatever.
Yeah. Learn to be a
See,
scumbag in the future.
that skill was possibly going to be necessary in the future.
I think all the things that we don't know how to do are going to be necessary in the future. Anyway, go ahead.
We need a role. A future scumbag role.
Future scum. Yeah, what was that, Truth?
No, it should be.
Flat Earth future scumbag.
Hold on. What was that, Truth?
The futures, shit. Now I got future scumbags of America.
Yeah, there you go. Yep.
No,
future farmers of America.
no, it should be reformed past scumbags of America.
Oh, okay, right. You guys have changed.
Past, because now that's a useful. Remember, we just decided. It's become a useful tool.
Only in emergency situations will I turn into a scumbag again.
That's right. It's not. It's only in the past. Okay, now it's useful.
Hey, man, every mistake has a benefit.
Well, I wouldn't consider it a scumbag if you're trying to. If the cars say, like in the future, these vehicles are not going to be used anyway, and the people that own them are probably going to be dead. So I wouldn't quite categorize people who are stealing gasoline out of abandoned vehicles, gas tanks, as scumbags.
Dude, but if I needed to keep my
Abandoned
family
was never brought on the table.
Okay, what else can I put in my chicken? Quick, you guys are gonna help with the recipe. So look, I need something on it. What should I use? Like sriracha sauce?
What are you doing? A whole chicken?
Mayonnaise.
I like garlic, onion, salt, and pepper.
No freaking mayonnaise. No.
What kind of chicken are you doing?
Garlic and ginger and
Is it a whole chicken?
Hell, man, just put a whole bottle of paste picante sauce in there.
Hey, you could put gravity on that. I put gravity on everything.
The gravity sauce. Can I have that freaking molecular quantum black hole?
Hell, I feel like you should put a whole beer in there too.
Is it a whole chicken?
Maybe a couple shots of whiskey.
No, it's like thigh meat or something.
I was just kidding. Sorry.
Anyway, okay, I'll figure something.
I really like ranch personally with chicken.
I don't know
like
what you
that.
have, Sonny.
I think I'm just gonna make like my own barbecue sauce.
You could put a bunch of like guacamole. I don't know.
I need some kind of something like that.
I was gonna say either some light steak seasoning with a little garlic powder, or maybe some pollo seasoning, just for giggles.
You could turn it into a fancy chicken parmesan real fast with some tomato sauce and parmesan.
Okay, guys, I have
Cheese.
to tell
All
you
you
something.
need is a bunch of cheese.
Cheese is beautiful. I gotta tell you something. So my grandma's super old, and but she loves to cook, and we can't get her to stop. So tonight we had spaghetti for dinner, and so we were wondering why the sauce was so spicy. It was real spicy, right? Grandpa barely got through the bowl. He did though, because he loves her, and Grandma did not get through her bowl. I did, but I had to blow my nose and wipe my eyes a bunch. It was very, very spicy. So we were wondering what was spicy about it. And then my grandma shows me the bottle of the sauce she put on, and it was hot paste picante sauce. And I was like, Grandma, I'm not sure that's necessarily spaghetti sauce. It's more like for chips and dip, but it wasn't that bad. But I'll tell you what, don't put it on pasta with spicy meatballs. You won't enjoy it.
Some of that Mexican spaghetti, huh?
I guess so, man. I guess so. But she's adorable, so
I'll try it sometime.
he had to eat our whole bowls, otherwise it would have been offensive, right? The boys had to eat everything.
Do it for the grandma.
But now I know, because Pace Picante's cheap. I mean, in a pinch, right?
Gladful, I'm just gonna say right now, if I was at your dinner table, I probably would have ate the whole thing too.
Yeah, you kind of get used to the spice, because, again, it's just picante sauce, right?
In a pinch, 2 cups of water, 3 cups of this, 1 thing of picante, and some Vienna sausages, and then just let it sit. Yum, yum, yum.
That's probably pretty good. I'll probably forget that you said that, though. No, I'm just kidding.
Bro, throw you some beans in there, and if you got some pollo seasoning, toss that in too. Voila.
Yep.
Survival mode, God love it.
Yeah, man.
Like, who's
Say hello, everybody, hello.
What's up, Chief?
Like, who's dehydrating eggs right now?
Oh, not me.
You'd think that would
Does that
be a
sound like
thing
me?
right now.
Brother, that's the first time I've heard of it.
What? Well, they got powdered milk. They got powdered damn near everything. You dehydrate anything you want and store it.
Powdered fish meal.
As far as I know, you can dehydrate anything.
Can you dehydrate your girlfriend?
Can I dehydrate my computer monitor? I'll bet I could.
They're not run the same.
No, it won't be
You
a
can
TV.
dehydrate
It'll be
your
black
girlfriend.
dust. So, sorry, go ahead.
You can dehydrate your girlfriend to save her for later with an heater.
Shut up about that. You guys are so disrespectful all the time.
Gross. Ah.
I'm just fucking around. I'm just kidding. I'm kidding too, right? What do? We laugh until Glober comes in.
Bro, just think, the one guy that actually. Never mind.
Okay.
Go. You gotta laugh at what hurts too much to cry about.
Oh yeah, it hurts. It hurts. It hurts.
Yeah. I'm just trying to ignore that and spread the information. You know what I mean?
The new Rick and Morty season, it's pretty good.
I imagine it is. I didn't watch too much of it, though, so far. I haven't really seen a lot of it.
Well, I've got 4 seasons, and the 5th one I've already seen, and it's hilarious.
Yeah, it's a nutty ass show for sure. Like the short clips I have seen are bananas, dude. Straight up.
There's a lot of like weirdness. However, Rick literally makes fun of science, as they call it, all the pseudoscientists.
Right.
The whole damn show.
Yeah,
So,
and
like,
that's why it's great.
People that get that, it's freaking phenomenal.
Exactly. Yeah. No, and I get it too. I don't know. Something rubs me the wrong way about modern cartoons. They don't promote like the happy stuff I grew up on, even though that was all lies. There's still like a when I
Well,
sit
that was
down to watch
lies, bro.
I understand, but there's a stigma that I'm allowing to remain in my psyche. You know what? Fuck you, Hank. I'm just kidding.
See, that's a bias where you think like the past was better. I'll pull it up for you in a little bit.
No, don't.
But in
Please don't do that.
1933. Oh, okay. You can keep it if you want to. You're rock and roll
I don't want to
fans.
know about all my cognitive deficiencies, dude. I'm talking about other people's. That's good enough for me.
Yeah. No, it's just a bias. Okay, I forget
Well,
what
that's
it's
a
called.
cognitive
of course.
deficiency. If you're biased, you have a deficiency and knowing how
I
things
do
work.
got a deficiency. What part of your brain stores the names, bro? Do you know?
That is a deficiency. No, I don't.
Because my name area, it's broken.
It's either the left or right globe up there.
That's one of those two parts, isn't it?
It's got to be one of the two, right?
Yes, it does.
I think it's both of them.
You know what? I think you're right.
Something about medulla oblongata.
Such a
No,
cool
I don't
name.
get angry.
Dude, yeah, I was about to say, man.
I don't have.
Don't go there, Bobby
I don't
Boucher.
have bad teeth either.
Medulla oblongata.
What was that pick noise that he made?
Dude, Medulla and Medusa sound a lot alike. What's up? I'm just dropping bombs, bro. I don't even... These are just wild claims. Sorry. Globers, please come in and make us pay attention.
We're too poor to pay attention.
You don't even have attention to pay?
Yeah, my friend Penny stopped being friends with me, so now I'm penniless. I can't write a single thing down.
Are you a father right now?
I have three children. I have Micah. Look, my wife still has hers.
So everything you're saying right now is a dad joke, but I want you to know it's really cute.
Well, a joke isn't a dad joke till it's full grown, bro. Come on now.
Okay.
Awesome.
So the sauce.
I'm done.
The sauce. So the sauce. Don't laugh at the first ingredient. Ketchup, apple cider vinegar.
No, that's a good one for barbecue.
Some let's see what else I put. A little bit of sweetener and
Worcestershire.
some garlic salt and some garlic powder and
Try
a
some
little
Worcestershire in
bit of cayenne pepper and some ginger powder. Ta-da!
Put some Worcestershire and some mustard. My wife makes barbecue all the time, and it's so good.
Well, a little bit of cinnamon in the sauce as well.
Chesterchild.
Just a sprinkle of
Westchestershire.
thyme.
That's what it is. That's the name of the sauce. Westchestershire.
Sprinkle of thyme.
So I'm gonna let this thing cook it all out, all the moisture all out until it like starts to get thick, like all those juices in there. Yeah, that's gonna.
Oh man, can somebody clip when he just said all those juices in there? Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Please, somebody do it.
Yeah, make that a ringtone.
Yeah. Yes. Bruh.
Dang.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
We'll go early 2000s and pull out Meta MP3 splitter and turn it into a sound effect, turn it into a ringtone.
I'm not going to go that far.
Nope.
Why not?
Please don't.
I told you I'm lazy.
We put that on iTunes and make a shit ton of money.
I'm more lazy than that. I won't make money on iTunes because it's too much work. I also don't care about money too much, if that means anything.
I get it. I know what you mean.
It's like I was born into this thing, and the dumbest thing I could think of became the thing expected of me most is slavery to a piece of paper and my sweat equity not being properly used in this world.
That's right. Being wasted, actually.
Yeah. Well, no. My sweat equity is being put into talking to you lovely people, as well as making music, studying, whatever, right?
That's true. The future is wide open.
Sonny, I'm telling you, to taste, but a little bit of mustard and a little bit of Worcestershire if you have them.
Oh, darn, I don't have any Worcestershire, but I think I have a little bit of
splash of mustard. That's a good idea.
Like I said, to taste. I don't know what it is, but when she puts it together, these are some of the ingredients she used.
Because there's vinegar in the mustard, and that warms everything up.
Yeah.
That's my opinion. And turmeric's good for you, too.
Oh, yeah. Have y'all ever had turmeric tea?
Yes, I have. With ginger, it's beautiful.
I do that. Turmeric and ginger. Fresh turmeric and ginger. Just get the roots. grate them down.
It's the best tea I've ever had, man. It smooths everything out for the rest of the day.
I have honey and ginger tea.
That's also nice.
Very good.
My favorite tea is very expensive white ginger peach tea. So that's that. I'm talking like shit you can only get from France, which is so stupid because I can get probably the same thing at Whole Foods. And I don't order from France, okay? Jesus. Get your minds out the gutter.
Got a conundrum. What? I'm curious.
Say what?
What would it take to surf on a pond covered in wool?
Covered in wool? Oh, boy. I don't know how to think about that. What would it take to surf over a pond covered in wool?
Yeah.
Oh, hold on. Anybody else want to take that? So, I guess I'll start. So a pond with just the top of it, it's like there's wool floating, right? Maneuvering with the ripples in the water. It's just, you know what I mean? Just a lot of wool, and then you're trying to surf, which you'd need a surf to come in somehow. You'd need a wave to... So... pretty sure you're not going to be able to do that, partner.
Individual covered in wool.
I found some hot and spicy mustard. Oh my god, this is the best ever.
There you go, see?
That's going to be just...
Well, check out the tea. Check out the tea I put 10 minutes after the hour.
Oh, wait a minute. That's funny. Wait a minute. You said turmeric tea. I just got some of that the other day. What?
Oh, that's good.
Absolutely.
Hold on. Let me go look.
I wanted to address Cuddles' thing there, though. So, Cuddles, I took it the wrong direction, right? I said the pond was covered in wool instead of the person.
Well, the pond. It's just the pond.
Oh, see?
No, you were right, Glad.
Oh, that's what I thought. I was like, what? Okay, so yeah.
I wasn't sure. I just
You're
thought
not doing that. That's what I'm saying. You're not doing that.
I said it was a conundrum.
And it certainly is.
How much negative or positive electricity would you have to jolt through a surfboard to actually go across it?
7,000 milliamps. I have no idea.
Wait a minute. What's that question? A surfboard what? How much electricity?
Sonny, this is not a question that's answerable, just to let you know.
Okay, so I still want to hear it. What is it again?
But yeah, it's probably more fun that way. Go ahead, Cuddles.
A pond of wool.
How do you surf over or quote unquote levitate over a pond covered in wool?
Is there an answer? That's what I want to know. Do you have
Over
one?
a what covered in wool? What? Over a pond covered in wool?
That is what he's asking, okay? That's it. It's unbelievably...
Well, if you could levitate, then it wouldn't matter if it was wool or not. You could still levitate over it.
That's a pretty good response.
Well, see, the question begs that I'm looking at static electricity, the repulsion, the wool. So what would it take to be able to... Right.
Or you'd have to know the charge of the wool, too.
Not be stuck down to the wool because of the static. Is that... I don't know. I think if you could levitate, then that wouldn't matter. Once again, that's my response. That's the best I got. Sorry.
He's used to living in his own mind. We're not, so it's not safe for us to do that.
I don't know what's happening.
Oh, it's not safe to live in my own mind, but yeah, I do that a lot too.
You guys are unsafe if my mind is here. Yep.
That's why don't go in alone. That's why I come here to the Discord. So don't
I
go
live in
alone.
my mind too, guys.
I just walked in on this. Is this real life?
Real life conversation. Mm-hmm.
What up, Iron?
Hey, how you doing, brother?
Just kicking the tires, lighting the fires. How you doing?
Pretty good. Sitting by a fire myself.
How about that? See, that's why I even mentioned fires, because I know everything about you. Wait, sorry. So anyway.
I hope not.
Whoa.
Totally Homo sapien.
Cool, bud.
Look, somebody's going to come in here later and explain how much gravity they need to do it. And that's all I'm waiting for.
Well, as are we, sir.
Uh-oh. Well, yeah, that might be a little bit of a wait. What can we do in the meantime?
I'm going to make some coffee. I'll be right back.
Buy some of my coffee. No, damn it, Glad Float.
I will order some. I have this shit to get rid of first. My grandma keeps giving me coffee. Listen, I am sick of your shit, Chief.
You mentioned coffee. Now I'm going to have coffee, too.
That's
I better
right.
eat.
Sorry, Chief. No, you know I love you. I'm just kidding. I'll be right back.
Coffee time.
No, I can't drink more coffee. No.
Quit drinking coffee recently.
It's too
Have my
late.
coffee. Go to my website. Get some of my coffee. I got tea, lemonade, and hot cocoa.
In the same glass?
Man, you can put it in the same glass if you want to.
Yuck.
I thought you were going to get coffee.
Don't come down on the man. He's trying to sell some product here.
That's right.
Not you, not him.
Yes, he is. That's his shit. You better buy it.
No, you said you were going to go
the
to
guy.
coffee, and then you never went.
Oh,
I'm just
sorry.
teasing.
I'm shit. You're right. No. Call me on that stuff, bro. Thanks. Appreciate it. Later. Bye.
Anyway, back on the flat Earth, where
What? Someone said the Earth is
several
flat?
millions of people are waiting for proof of the globe, and their hopes have been dashed of ever finding any proof from any source of said globe.
You sound like a golf announcer.
Meow.
I like modulating my voice, if you haven't noticed, so yeah, sorry about that.
Clear eyes. Wow. Sorry. I don't even know how to sound like that guy. Clear eyes. Wow.
Just imagine your voice is recorded and played back at 50% speed, and you're also...
Okay, hold on. Wait. Clear eyes.
Yeah, you got
Wow.
Bueller.
I'm Ben Stein. Come on my game show and win my money.
How did that guy ever become
famous? Flattered Discord. Sorry.
Oh,
Was he like a comedian originally or something?
Who, me?
Ben Stein.
Oh, I didn't know he was a comedian.
I don't know if he was. I'm asking, because I
heard of Einstein.
I can't fathom how that guy became so notorious or famous.
Oh yeah, Einstein was a comedian.
Uh-oh, Tech
So
Nine.
he was a cousin.
Sorry.
Never mind. I'm not going to finish that.
Yow. Hunka wala wahama. Sorry.
He liked his cousins a lot.
I like donuts.
Check it out.
Sorry.
Check what Donato made in the live stream voice text, honey.
Hold on. All right, let me look.
I'm ticking.
Is this real life?
It's a done deal now.
That's a good one. It really is.
Is this real life? Beautiful. Makes me wish I didn't sell my guitar.
Yeah, I get to soothe my own aching heart. If I can.
But if you check the website, What's Racist Today, you will find that as of yesterday, playing the guitar is racist.
Is racist. I'm racist. Wow.
Well, everybody's racist. There's nothing you could do. Breathing is racist.
I know.
Breathing up all the rich man's air.
That's not your air, peasant.
Should find a way to make people invisible then, so then you have no color, so probably
That's the
run
ultimate
each other all the
canceling.
time though. That would be pretty bad.
That's the weirdest thing, though, because like some of the public crap I've heard on public transit is, I don't get why they call you white. Like, I'm looking at your arm and I see all these damn colors all over you.
All out, all the moisture all out until it like starts to get thick, like all those juices in there. Yeah.
Owen Benjamin does a great bit on this question. Owen Benjamin, the comedian, he argues that white people are actually the only people of color because we turn red in the sun, we turn yellow when we're jaundiced. We have many colors. Everybody else kind of stays the same.
She was pointing at my arm and she's like, dude, you got tan on one side. She's like, you see through on the other. I see blue and green and red veins and shit. She's like, you're more colorful than I am. I was like, dude, this is on the bus. This was in Dallas on the bus, like just talking to some random on the bus.
I'm not a ghost. I'm not white. I'm pink, motherfucker.
That's awesome. What?
Bro, it was really a highlight to have somebody that had more of a tail than I am to go, I don't know why they call us colored and y'all white. You got more colors on you than I do on me.
Yep. 50 years ago, there was no such thing as white. There was Albanian, there was Scottish, there was Italian, there was Spanish, there was French, there was English. There were all sorts of separate sects of similar-looking people, sure.
When did this
happened in the 50s and 60s.
When did this politicization of colors come into existence?
About 50-ish years ago. Before that, it was nationality against nationality.
Exactly.
Right when I was growing up, then is what you're saying.
That's the original definition of the racism. It was nationality against nationality. So Chinese against the Italians, or the freaking Kazakhstanians against the Yiddish, whatever.
Ask the Greeks how they feel about the Italians. Ask the Irish how they feel about the English, and vice versa. There was no unified, there still is no unified white.
Right. But that's because it's nationality. It's country against country, nation against nation. That's racism.
Yeah, it's another like nameless, faceless enemy. It's just the same thing as one of those.
You're just hating somebody from a different culture, from a different nation, because they were, Texans and not Oklahomans. It's just stupid.
But you have to be able to have some in-group preference. Say, I identify with my fellow Texans or my fellow Oklahomans. And we understand that we're innately different. Even though you may view us as the same thing in the grocery store or something, with a simple conversation or a few words exchanged, you will realize the difference between people. And by lumping them all together, you're doing everybody a disservice.
Well, the good news, Oklahoma, ethanol-free gas. At least that's what they say.
It's just gaslighting.
Certainly is.
Too many people fall for it, though.
Yeah. Falling. When my mom told me, she first started trying to tell me about falling in love, and I never got it as a kid. I was like, where are you falling at? Like, what are you doing? Where is it at? And do you survive? And what's going on? She's like, no, honey,
9.3 meters per second into your heart.
yeah. She said, honey, people don't know how to talk about real things. And I was like, that sounds good. I'll go with that.
Self-evident, no?
Yeah. It's almost like
Why do you need a model? Do you need a model for love? Or can you just say, I know it when I see it? It's like pornography when the Senate was or Congress was trying to define what pornography was in the 80s. There's a famous quote saying, I don't think I can describe it. I can just tell you when I see it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's so genuine, you can't miss it.
Yeah. Smacks you in the face like, whoa, that's self-evident.
You can't do anything about it. Once you're there, you're there. That's better or worse, right? Although I was born loving my mother. You know what I mean? Like, you can fall in love, but there's a physiological, like, spiritual love with
but that's
parents.
Pre-birth. You and your mother were the same for a while. Not genetically, but like you were a pair, and all you knew in the world was your mother's heartbeat and her voice, and that was your entire world. So how could you not form an attachment with something that you've spent, let's say 5 months to be conservative, existing and being somewhat self-aware? I mean, kids in the belly, they will kick or they will like respond negatively to outside influences. Like if you're watching a horror movie and you're pregnant and your baby starts kicking, that baby is sentient already. Even though it still needs you to grow and survive, doesn't mean it's not there.
And they're kicking like, Mom, I'm going to tell you why this is satanic when I'm old enough, okay?
Yeah. You dumb bitch, you shouldn't be watching this.
Yeah, what the fuck is wrong with you? Even though I spent so much time, dude, I watched so many horror movies as a kid. Maybe that's what's fucked up, because she said that she watched movies like Alien, Aliens, Predator, all that kind of shit when she was pregnant with me. So.
And if she was actually enjoying the movies, she was having emotional responses to those movies, and those emotional responses release chemicals into the bloodstream like cortisol or adrenaline and various others that affect the chemical state of the child.
Paul Malls
so
and
her fear, her concern is literally chemically passed into the child.
Right, for sure. Yeah, wow, dude.
Might as well smoke a cigarette before you watch Tenebral or Halloween or something like that.
Like when my mother was pregnant, it was probably okay to be drinking martini or two and have a couple Pall Malls.
Yeah, like that was low key. Like, I'm pregnant, I should tone it down just a little.
I'll go down to half a pack a day.
The doctor would tell you to switch brands, ma'am. You should switch brands.
Just get lights instead.
This what?
You need to smoke Cools.
For your
yeah, you need to get that winter green lungs going.
Look how I turned out. I'm just fine.
Something tells me all the children that were born prior to, let's just say, the 19th century had zero of these types of
no health problems
when you're pregnant,
and no health problems either. By the way, hardly any.
Yeah, not a bunch of freaking whatever you call those injectable things, whatever. None of that junk.
Yeah. Anyway.
Funny how that correlated, but yeah, moving right along.
Yep. Well. Curved adjacent. We're looking for that.
The conundrum of the curved adjacent.
You guys got any of that curved adjacent? I needed extra curved.
They have plenty of verbal excess. No spherical. I'm about to celebrate my 5th flat Earth anniversary, and I still haven't gotten one measurement of curvature from anybody ever.
Bad, man. I feel for
Happy
you.
flatversary. Flatversary.
Thanks.
Yeah.
You want to? Can I sing you a flatversary song? You ready?
I would love it.
All right, this is your flatversary song. It won't take very long. I'm done.
Well, that was
You were
very
right.
short.
Thanks.
That did not take very long. You were correct.
That was accurate.
You know the best part about it? Hey, you know the best part about it? It was short.
My 5-year flatterversary would be in March of this coming year. 5 years.
Cool, bud.
Mine's December 10th.
Cinco.
You guys remember the day that you found out?
Pretty close.
Yeah.
Like, not the exact day, but
Oh, dude, I have no idea when it was.
pretty close. When I first
It
watched
shattered my world. I spent 2 months, day and night.
when I
24/7.
first sat down and actually listened to 200 proofs, like, instead of, like, I spent 2 years at least swiping everything off my desk, like anything that came across that I saw the flat Earth. I didn't have time.
Yeah.
Till one day in 2017.
Yeah.
Full day.
Yeah, totally. Every time I did what I considered research, I would see all this flat Earth stuff everywhere, and I'd just say, "Well, I don't know, whatever." I'd just say whatever. I wasn't even offended. I'd be like,
Whatever.
I mean,
I didn't get it.
It makes sense that there's people out there saying shit about conspiracies because there's probably people out there trying to make conspiracies look stupid with something like flat Earth, right?
It's funny
Were
how
you
that,
like me in the sense that you had to look into everything else that seemed more credible before you'd even deign to
or
get
something.
Is that
5
right?
minutes of you?
Is that right? Yeah, I guess yeah, but see, I wasn't afraid of flat Earth. That's the whole thing. Like a lot of people were like,
I just
yeah.
Sorry, go ahead.
No,
just
go ahead.
didn't care. I just didn't care, but it's funny how that would like come up through like in the rabbit hole I was already in back then, looking at stuff and researching that I would see it there and not go, and that it would be led to the same place anyway.
Yeah.
Interesting.
That happens. Oh man.
Mm-hmm.
I just feel like I did too many hallucinogenics, and now I'm in a permanent trip that's just ending up like this.
Really? No.
I'm just kidding.
I don't know. I don't think so.
I'm just curious, Sonny. Were you looking into a lot of sky phenomenons? Sky watching videos?
A little bit of that, yeah. Quite a long time ago, as far as what was going on. Well, even going back to the very beginning with like what was it, Voyager, and all the stupid stuff with the aliens and oh my god, and then through that whole thing, and then I was mostly researching about law and the free man movement and all of that for a long time, and then like did all the different things like Zeitgeist, and then the Anunnaki and what's his name, Sitchin or whatever, that whole
Zachariah.
thing, Sumerians. That was like the last shoe. That was like the last shoe to fall for me. Actually, was the Sumerian, the Anunnakis after the ancient aliens. Then that was like the next stage before flat Earth. Then was like boom. Then I'm like, oh, water's always horizontal, just like I see it. Oh, no aliens then. I was okay.
My eyes haven't been on the whole time.
Okay, I dumped those aliens.
I would much rather the globe and aliens and adventure futuristic shit was cool real, because it is cool. So this flat Earth stuff's really boring, guys. I can't leave this place. You got to be kidding me.
They're so.
I was going around in 2012 repeating what people were saying in NASA about how there's going to be a comet named Ison, and it's going to be brighter than the moon.
That's right.
And it didn't happen, and it made me look like a fucking liar.
I remember that.
NASA. That was back in 2012. And Ison was a sun diver that dove around behind the sun, but came out the other side. And it's like, whoop, where'd the gravity go? Just pass it by.
Yeah, that was really weird. Everybody's expecting something really fantastic. It was kind of wild to be watching all of that, but had no idea what was
the Mayan calendar and Nibiru, something I was looking into before.
Mm-hmm.
I think
that's how I stumbled on. Listen, that's how I stumbled on flat Earth. Oh, I just found it out. I remember now. I was studying the Black Sun I think for whatever reason.
Yeah.
And I stumbled upon Quasi-Luminous and the Blood Over Intent crew. And then through that thing, I learned about just so much flat Earth information. And after all that is when I started actually going out and observing and testing. It was...
Did you actually engage
Black
in
Sun,
the Blood
baby.
Over Intent
So
ritual?
anyway, go ahead.
Did you actually engage in Blood Over Intent ritual?
No, I did not.
Good.
It was just seemed like a waste of time. It's like you guys don't get it. The story's going to work out regardless of what you do.
I never trusted witchcraft being performed anyway, so.
Yeah, well.
I was
way interested in the flat Earth stuff, right? Because they were going through a bunch of drama anyway. I was like, all right, guys. Well, thanks for the info. Then it was Rob Skiba, Mark Sargent, Deep Inside the Rabbit Hole, Eric Dubé, right? Those were the four heavy hitters for a while. Yeah.
Absolutely. Me too. And a few of the other outsiders, like, of course. Yeah.
Beyond the Imaginary Curve, I've actually known about for quite some time. 4 years now.
Me too. And
I was gonna say one of my favorite.
Sorry.
One of my favorite guys watching back in the day was like My Perspective.
Was that? Maybe I remember.
He was so good at like explaining things. Like, was it New Perspective or My Perspective?
Could be New Perspective because he comes around here now.
No, not him.
Oh, okay.
I don't think it was him. I think it was My Perspective, and there was another one that was really good that I can't remember the name of. Please continue.
Yeah, there's a lot of those got lost in the fold. It was like a shill show for a while. We were weeding out most of the shills, and then the ones that were gonna stick around, right? Because you'll never get all the pests. They sharpen their tactics a little.
Sorry.
No, you're fine. That's all I had to say.
Hank, this guy's still here. Was it Hank that said this? My Perspective. I see him. He's got 8,000 subscribers. He's got Flat Earth.
No, I think it was.
I haven't watched any of his.
I'm not sure.
I wonder if it's the same one here.
I don't think it's
Is he
the same one.
Flat Earth? Is he Flat Earth?
He's an old. He looks like an older bald dude.
So far, no information.
No.
Credible information.
Flat Earth plane and Dada Ball Earth.
I was watching Flat Earth, Flat Water, or something like that.
Yeah, Flat Earth, Flat. Yeah, exactly. Those guys. I've listened to them for years.
That guy was awesome. No, it's one dude.
They're audio books. Yeah. No, I thought
just one kid.
Flat Earth
it's just one
Brothers
guy.
too.
There's Flat Earth Brothers, yeah.
Flat Earth
And
Brothers.
Learn of the Jesuit Order. That's an old YouTube channel.
Yeah.
Let's see these.
Oh, of course, shout out to ODD. Sorry, we kind of forgot him.
Yeah,
I don't know why.
absolutely.
We've been playing his
One of the
music
first-
so much, man. Dude, ODD, your music is fucking sick, and I know you know that. So, anyway, carry on.
And your documentaries are awesome. Also, the Morgul.
Yeah, I remember him.
John the Morgile, man.
Yep,
He's been a
still-
player for a while.
Still listen to his audiobooks sometimes. Yeah. Like that. Who else was back there?
Back then, Richie from Boston was pretty popular.
Richie from
Yeah,
Boston.
I don't know about him.
Oh,
Me neither, but
Oh, hey, listen, you guys
brought awareness.
Yeah.
player for quite a while too.
Smurf?
Yeah.
The one that comes in here and smurfs around?
The Smurfette.
Hey, don't say the S word.
Don't say
It's
it.
too late. He's coming.
Try not to say it anymore.
It rhymes with... Hey, guys, you know what's the problem? It rhymes with flurf. Sorry, go ahead.
I'm gonna smurf that globe, man.
That's disgusting.
I feel like...
For the
I feel like I didn't need to hear that, you know?
It's for the spherically inclined. The word is now splurfs. Splurfs.
Splurfs, yeah.
I'm gonna have to
Splurfs.
smurf out my ears after hearing that.
Well, just go get a Smurf. You'll be okay.
Well, I already smurfed it, so I should be smurf.
That's Murphy.
Excellent.
So what would it take to surf to Smurf?
A mistletoe and a bottle of cognac.
Blame that globe. I had to deal with that crap sober.
Hey, The globe has led me to drink. Sorry.
Don't blame the globe.
Whether or not I knew it, that's what was making me drink too.
It's not the blind. Well,
Yeah, ever since I lost the globe, I've been drinking.
that has nothing to do with the globe. Yeah.
Even though Richie from Boston has like a dogmatic religious viewpoint on things, and he comes from, like, he's going at things with a different perspective, and he did do some pretty good, or at least one.
Yeah, no, he's not
pretty
bad.
Good observation of the moon, and I'll post that one. Actually,
Cool. Yeah, no, I liked. Why did I say yeah? No, I agree. Truth. What the fuck? Yes, I
Well, why
agree.
do
So
people say that,
anyway, go ahead.
I don't understand.
You forgot about Crow?
Yeah, no, yeah.
777. Yep.
Oh yeah, Crow's the greatest.
Iconic, actually. Those two boys bring up a lot of really unique topics that are very important.
I'm pretty sure that Joe Rogan just copied them. With his
Joe
podcast.
Rogan is the funniest thing I've ever seen, and it's sad
because
and
he's so tiny. It's cute.
He is so small, guys. That's why he didn't become an actor.
I
You
want
gotta know that.
adopt him.
Adopt him.
put him on a tassel and hang him from your rearview mirror.
I want to shine
exactly. I was
his
just
head
gonna
every
say
day.
that. That's funny as shit.
Hey, Joe Rogan's never had the Smurf on his show.
Nope. That much is clear. You think we'll get a third
You know,
appearance
Smurf
from old
is-
Alex Jones?
You know what a Smurf is in video games, guys?
What?
He's like the ultra master player that knows everything, but he starts a new character and comes in at like level 1, and he's like way more badass than everybody else.
Well, like me? You
I
can
don't
call
know,
me the
are you a
CSGO
Dark
Smurf.
Souls expert? Are you 100% on Dark Souls? I don't think so.
Dude, fuck Dark Souls. That game takes so much concentration. Dude, I don't have the patience for 7 minutes of that game.
Do you know what I always saw the Smurf?
Because it's all intro.
I always
Sorry,
saw the
go ahead.
Smurfs as
the globe, man.
I always
Say what?
saw the Smurfs as someone who was divided up into all of their different characters, personalities, emotions, and all that. Like, it was just like if you put them all together, it would make one person.
So there's like a Pixar movie that's basically based on that, where there's a whole bunch of different emotions behind like the Star Trek style control bridge inside of the head of a kid. Am I the only one who remembers that?
A Star Trek control
No,
grid
I mean,
in someone's head?
Yeah, and one of them is anger, one of them is sadness.
Oh, yeah,
and
the Inside Out or something? I think it's Inside
something
Out.
like that.
Yeah.
It's
Pulled
basically
that out
what
of
you
my
meant,
ass,
right?
guys. I
Yeah,
shouldn't have
Riley
remembered
with Inside
that.
Out.
Sorry, go ahead.
Riley. Yeah. My children watch that. I know what you're talking about.
It is actually a
They
really
love
good
that
movie. Yeah, it's super,
Yeah, they love
super. Makes you think about yourself, a little self-reflection. It's great.
Introspective.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, whoever just started to say the 7 deadly sins, I think you should take the worm pill, man.
What?
And I'm not bringing, like, I'm not starting on a religious discussion or anything. I'm just wanting to say that, like, in regards to what the Smurfs always seem to me as, it's like that's the disciples too. Like, each one of the disciples is a different. It's like, so if you can divide all of humanity up into 12 or 13 different groups, right, of types of people, like they would. Each one would have, and each one of them have a leader each one of them would be like one of the 12 disciples. So you had like Thomas the doubter, and then you had, Peter the one ready to bear the sword. Just like all of them were different.
Wendell the Smurf. No, I'm sorry. No, I didn't mean to interrupt you.
Well, no,
But-
it's just how I've always seen it, and if there are different, stellar energies, like, constellations or whatever that govern different energies, it would be equivalent to like the different disciples.
And is there a Smurf that is embodying the Smurf offenders?
There's only 12 Smurfs, guy. There's only 12, like the 12 constellations. There's 12 of those Smurfs.
But are
Listen,
Smurf
I
offenders
think it's got to
represented?
do with communism. We've been trying to get liberated, but the UN doesn't recognize a Smurf land.
No,
Well, have you let them try any of your Smurf berries? You stingy son of a bitch.
That's true.
We appealed to the UN and they said this Gargamel's backyard is not recognized, but we've been trying to get free from communism this whole time.
Yeah.
There's probably one little blueberry bush that could feed all of the Smurfs times 1,000 in
Dude, because
Gargamel's
Gargamel's a
backyard.
piece of shit. He's not going to share anything.
I think he's Stalin if you really read into it.
Free the Smurfs.
Hang on.
How do we know that the Smurfs are eating Smurf berries from a tree and not Smurf berries from a Smurf? Ew.
You know why Smurfs never made a successful civilization?
All I can
The snorkels beat them to it?
They blew it.
What if they're Gargamel berries?
So you want to gargle Mel's berries?
I heard that. I'll testify to that. Where's my affidavit? I'll sign it.
You said you wanted to do what?
You want to gargle Mel's berries?
Depends on
As in, like, Mel Brooks, or?
I'm gonna be quiet at this point.
Wait. You mentioned Mel Brooks. We talking about Raising Arizona? No, it was Saddlebags.
Blazing Saddles.
Blazing Saddles. There we go. It's a good movie. Classic. Candygram from Mongol. Right?
The Jerk was my favorite Steve Martin movie, though.
Stay tuned for the new Western classic, Blazing Saddlebags.
Well, anyway, yes. The Jerk was very good too. Yeah. Back when Steve Martin was funny.
Yeah, way back when.
Way back when. He's like, look, I can also play the banjo, kind of, a little bit.
Johnny and Angel were on a motorcycle on a Harley Davidson, racing through the desert with saddlebags. And Angel, don't pour that kerosene on the saddlebags and light a match while we're roaring down the highway.
Roaring.
Sorry.
Rory. Who's Rory?
Stay tuned.
Rory's the hitchhiker they picked up for entertainment purposes.
That only took me like 3 seconds to make up.
Well, congratulations.
How's the sauce, Sonny?
Ta-da! It's smelling great in here.
You know what you should do? You should go outside for 5 minutes and take deep breaths, and then go back into your place and smell it. It's rewarding.
Yeah, that's probably a good idea.
You should also turn off the stove before you go outside.
Also a good idea.
It's a convection oven, so it turns off. It's on a timer.
Cool.
I was roaring.
You're fancy, huh?
It just turned off too.
Don't lock yourself outside though. Take your keys. That sucks. You go outside and get locked out and couldn't even holler at us. Couldn't eat your chicken.
Oh.
Yeah, take the keys because I have
take
to
your
lock
phone.
on the way out.
Just take your phone.
If you don't know how to break into your own house, you're not doing it right.
Don't forget to bring a towel.
Floor. I'm on the 8th floor. There's some slightly different challenges.
Yeah.
It's called climbing. We've been doing it for millennia.
Well, a grappling hook would come in handy. It probably could be done.
Little Batman help, no problem.
I thought about what?
Get a pulley and a counterbalance, and then you just unpull a little pin, and then whoop, you're up to the 8th floor.
All that for grocery shopping, you betcha.
A little ladder.
I actually saw on YouTube today, there's somebody who lives in a city who installed a little cat elevator that goes up 5 floors to their porch or whatever.
That is just precious.
If I goes through a little sensor, and the door opens because the necklace that it has on has a little RFID or something, so it lets that cat in and not other cats. And once it goes inside, up a track on the side of the building.
What a trip!
Cool.
They have way too much time on their hands.
Wow.
Yes.
Exactly.
Yeah, you should just get a husband and make some children. Then you don't.
I don't know what y'all talking about, but we have a special elite Smurf team for sensitive missions. We've got grappling. Yep.
Wait, what does Smurf mean?
It's like kind of like Smurfy.
Well, it's only when you smurf though. So it's smurfing.
Yeah.
And then while also smurfing, and then you'll get to the smurf and you're good.
Don't you smurf that?
There's someone named Wasley, VC verified. Anyone talking to them yet?
That name's
Kids
already
were fun. They would have said that like doing drugs is smurfing. That'd be a code. That hey, you want to smurf this weekend?
That's hilarious. It would be found out pretty quick, but they could use it for a year or so.
It means everything.
Well, that's true. It certainly does. You got me there.
And not just any drug, particularly mushroom.
Toadstools.
Up by a nice stream somewhere. I don't know. Up by a lake somewhere. That sounds like fun.
Isn't a lake just a smurf body of water?
And hey, listen, the water always seeks its Smurf.
That's true, man.
Smurf level.
Dude, preach it.
So you
All
can't
lakes
have
are
a Smurf level.
locks, but not all locks are lakes. How about that?
I don't know why this is so much fun. This is really pedantic and pathetic, but we're all enjoying ourselves just using the word smurf.
Goofy. You gotta be goofy. It's so much fun. You know, don't be goofy all the time, but most of the time, it's great.
Hey, it's not as
This whole thing,
you know.
Yeah, a lightly
this whole thing makes me feel a little blue, guys.
blue.
You okay?
Yeah, I feel a little blue. Yeah, I don't know.
Seriously blue?
I'm just gonna go Smurf out, you know.
Oh shit. See, I didn't catch that right away.
Can Smurfs be
Go to
depressed?
the doctor and get some of that. Tell them you overdosed on chocolate. Tell them you're addicted to chocolate. They'll give you some of that stuff.
Well, you can turn blue technically. Go ahead.
I was
Too
going to
much
say
heroin.
Smurfs are representation, in my opinion. Maybe not, but they have the blue skin, and silver is supposed to, you know, the blue bloods. Yeah, I don't know. I wonder if there's
Brother,
a
I was
correlation.
just going to say that. I was interrupting you
Silver
to
makes
say
the
that.
blood turn blue.
But they surf, so.
Surf and Smurfs.
You're my boy, Blue. Yeah.
Did somebody give the Smurfs the internet? Oh,
Horseshoe crabs have blue blood.
Yeah, they stole it from the cat.
what about Yeti crabs? You don't know about Yeti crabs yet.
No.
You haven't researched it.
I'm not Yeti
You
for
haven't
that yet.
lived, brother.
I'm not Yeti for that.
Yeti crabs? Brother, those are two different things.
That was cold, honey.
Yetis or crabs. You
Nope,
cannot
look
have a
it up.
Yeti crab.
Look
Someday
it
I'll
up.
be Yeti,
It's a
but
new
just not-
discovery in the past.
That's like
10
saying-
years. They discovered crabs in deep ocean thermal vents, and
That's
they're
like saying-
Yeti, motherfucker.
That's
my
like saying
God.
wolffish. Like,
Now I have to see
we
Have
don't
you heard about
those.
the tree crab
I think I actually
the
have.
Yeti.
in South America?
Yeah.
Crab.
But
Yeti crab.
anyway. Huh?
There's an actual Yeti crab. I should know. Oh my
Really?
god, that's a furry crab. Hold on a second.
Oh, you know what? I think I have seen.
Let's see a picture of this. Look at this bad boy. Oh, you beat me to it the same
See,
one.
my dad didn't clean his house for
wouldn't mess
20
with
years,
him
and I
on
think I
Dark
saw one of
Alley,
those in
would
there.
you?
Okay, I'm gonna have to
Oh,
find a
come
different
on.
one.
It's kind of cute. You gotta admit.
Okay, there's a different one, just to be different. There.
They are some wicked creatures, man. They just scream when you look at them. They just have this look about them that just screams that they're wicked. Wicked.
What the Smurf is that?
Certainly isn't Smurf worthy.
Have you ever seen a chicken that has feathers all the way down its feet?
Yep.
They're so cute.
Yep. I would have trouble defeathering that animal because I'd get to the feet and go.
You don't have to do the feet.
No, chicken feet. You got to put them in a pickled jar.
Isn't that strange? They're like bugs. They're bugs living under the water.
What are bugs
just,
living under the
They're
water?
just bugs. It's
What
so
are
weird.
chickens?
What a weird place we live.
I'm sorry.
Hold
What
on.
are you talking about, dude?
Excuse me. If you didn't know what was in the deepest part of the ocean, there's little thermal vents where heat comes out of the ground under the ocean.
The bugs are the
And there's a
crab.
whole bunch of little Yeti crabs down there huddling. Like, what do you guys want to do today? I don't know. Let's stick around the heat. Okay, that's what I'm
Let's
doing
just
today.
stay here. Yeah.
The lobsters and all those crabs.
Every day. What do you want to do today? How about we just stay
How is it
here?
that there,
Yeah.
How is it that there's like insect type beings that live in that different of a medium, like from the down
Life
at
will
the
find
depths
a way.
and then there's also bugs like that look similar that are above the water. Think about that.
I'm having
You
trouble.
don't see people.
Bugs in the ground, bugs in the
You don't
water,
see
bugs
meat?
in the air. Why wouldn't there be bugs in the sea?
Well, why would they lie about it?
I guess.
That's what I want to know.
Upload failed. How could you fail me now?
Just imagine how much like it would probably be even weirder and crazier if you or I had the world as our petri dish and could just create whatever we wanted to on it.
I don't know about that. I think that my creation would probably get pretty mad at me. So,
Yeah, glad. I'm pissed.
Well, technically, I'd be pissed. I'd be mad at myself. If we are all one and we are all God and all that stuff, then I'd be pissed kind of mostly just at myself and all of you guys too. Everyone, all of this. I'd just be
Here's
mad.
a green.
You're making me
Here's
look
a
bad.
green-eyed Yeti crab. A green-eyed Yeti crab.
Wow, beautiful.
That's an
I'm not looking at
abomination.
it. Sounds good though.
Those damn mutants.
Hey guys,
I'm gonna
okay,
have
so
to
check
take
this out.
I'm
I was
gonna have to
wondering
go
this the
take
other
that
day.
walk. Oh, I'm sorry.
Listen, I'm sorry, but I have to ask this question. Okay, so like, lies on TV, truth in movies, correct? What are the X-Men movies about in reality? Go.
Genetic
Anyone?
modification.
Yeah, like super soldier bullshit. Right?
Ubermensch.
Could be.
X-Men.
Seems like it. Super soldier shit. Upload failed.
You know what I
Damn
mean?
you,
What are they called? The stars, the model, the actors. What are they called?
Do it.
Stars?
Idols. Yeah, idols, gods. Yeah.
Yeah. The actors. Not sure. I understand what you mean.
To the Germanic idea of the Ubermensch, or the great man.
Tell us more.
Probably all lines up with their Roman gods. Their Roman gods somehow. It's all linked up. There we go. There's the green eye.
My love, do you have the cigarettes?
I have a cigarette.
I would very much like one and enjoy it right
Checking
Would
check
you
in
like
the glove.
a fag?
Check in the glove box.
Is that girlfriend or wife that you speak to like that? That's awesome. That's so nice that you talk to her like that. That's great.
I think she likes it.
Who doesn't? My love? Starting off with my love? You bet.
I also call her dumbass sometimes.
That's cheeky. What do I call that? Endearing. Cool.
It's endearing.
She's my lady, nobody else's.
It's very sensitive.
Don't be a dumbass, my love. Sorry.
Hey, Flat Earth dude, are you in here?
I is.
Okay, turn your mic up a lot, please.
Oh, fuck. I can't do that.
It's every time, by the way.
If thou desires coitus, my love, you will shut your mouth.
While addressing me, you will keep your mouth shut.
Watch this. Woman, go get
Shut
some
your
more
mouth.
Go on.
I say, woman, go get some more firewood.
Yes.
There she goes.
That's awesome.
Grab a few of those fish while you're at it. Sorry.
She's definitely one of the good ones.
You're only saying that because this is live on air being recorded and she's right there.
No,
I'm
she's
just
actually
kidding.
like 30 feet away now.
Oh, I know.
She's getting firewood.
I know that you listen, guys. Listen to this. I know that you cherish your wife more than a lot of things, and I could tell by the way that you said "my love." Great.
Yeah.
Not wrong.
Who said that women didn't? Who said that women didn't have clubs and could be beating things with them as well?
I'm sorry.
Well, you know how they
That's
say
nowhere
cavemen-
near the sentiment I was going for, Sonny.
Well, I don't know.
So-
Like they say, like, never mind.
Anyway, I wanted to get sappy for a second.
That was
That's
off
all.
base. I was just saying that women probably they probably had clubs themselves and said,
Clubs.
"Listen, buddy."
Yeah, I know what you said. I heard it.
Yeah.
I only have to be nice enough to her to survive the night.
Right. One day at a time.
You only have one night.
So when she says, "Hey, love, go get me some dinner," do you get your gun and go kill dinner?
Well, I don't usually use my gun. I usually just cook.
Oh, you're not there. You're not at that stage yet. Okay.
Not yet.
I could easily pop a little squirrel off a branch from where I'm sitting right now and definitely get some dinner in a pot. But, I mean, it's not the end of the world yet, so I haven't resorted to it. I'm
Why aren't you
prepared.
practicing? Get that squirrel. No,
Exactly.
Because I love animals, and I'm not just going to kill...
Me too.
Check out the last Rainbow Six.
Because he's black ass.
Yeah, I know. That's great. See, I like this dude. Who am I speaking with?
Iron.
Me?
Iron. Yeah, dude. Cool.
I'm saving that squirrel for when I'm really hungry.
Okay.
Yep.
You can freeze it.
They're starting to get nice and plump. Sorry.
That's true.
I cook squirrel in a frying pan and I give it to my dogs.
Oh, you really do?
Yes, I really
It's pretty
do.
neat.
I'm not joking. I do.
I mean, squirrels are pretty much dog food, aren't they?
Yeah, I would never eat a squirrel because it's a vermin or a rodent. But my dogs, yeah.
Squirrel is better than a lot of your other options. So you don't want to eat a possum, you don't want to eat a raccoon, you don't want to eat a beaver. You can get all kinds of illnesses.
Raw meat, freeze dried. I eat raw meat. It's this new thing I started the other day. Feel great, a lot of energy.
Yeah, it'll give you. You're going to be vital, very virile, my friend.
No, check this out. I'm also taking the worm pill. I take the anti-parasitical medicine, but also this is a grass-fed, non-GMO, all that stuff.
Yeah.
Freeze-dried raw meat. I've been eating raw meat, and I'm also taking all the other stuff, like walnut and wormwood at the same time. It gives me a lot of energy.
Do you at least put some kind of acid on it before you eat it, like lemon juice or vinegar? Or something?
Psychedelic, buddy.
Was that a yes or no? I couldn't hear.
That sounds psychedelic, my friend.
No, it's called ceviche.
Ceviche.
The acid of lemon juice or vinegar or something, when you put it on raw meat, it, in a way, chemically cooks it, or sterilizes it at least. It alters the proteins in a similar way to it being heated.
Hey, listen, I'm about 2 weeks into a detox, and I have not noticed anything. I guess I was parasite-free the whole time, and I didn't...
Excellent.
Never eat sugar, but I've been eating raw meat the last couple days.
That's probably not true. You're not parasite free.
Yeah, it's virtually impossible.
The genetic codes that are within your body, you don't even make up 50%.
Can you clarify that, man? That sounds interesting, Hank. What are you talking about? Hank, what were you saying?
Come on back now.
I wanted to know that, man. He started talking about. It sounded interesting.
It's getting real.
I want to think he was talking about expressed genes versus unexpressed genes, but I don't know.
Why are you guys so smart? What happened? Where'd you go to get all that intelligence?
Not teachers, that's where.
Okay. I'll go with that.
Teachers can only teach you what they know.
Science is a bitch sometimes.
Science is a liar.
So I said that your genetic code doesn't even make up for 50% of the genetic codes that are in your body. So yeah, you make up more of the volume, right? The meat suit takes up more volume, but there's more bacteria, viruses, all sorts of little bugs, parasites, all sorts of little things.
You need to have them.
We have
You
just
need
for
to have
living here on Earth. Some of them are good.
Hey, Hank, let me ask you.
Some of them are bad.
With certainty, man, because that's scaring me, man. I'm now scared.
Do you know what probiotics are?
Yeah, probiotics are good for you, bro. Pro, and postbiotics.
Yeah.
Without microbiomes, you wouldn't be able to eat. Your stomach is a breeding ground for many cultures of different bacterium that will break down the things that you eat into a format that you can process and gain nutrition from. So without a biome in your gut, you cannot eat. You will die.
I've probably killed all the probiotics. Do I actually need those? Is that for real?
Yes.
I used to believe in
Yes.
Yeah. 80% of your immune system comes from your gut.
Hey,
Alcohol's the worst thing for it too.
Is the probiotic thing real or is it fake?
Yes.
I don't know. How
It's
do
real.
I know if I really need
You don't. Hey, by the way, you don't. But evidence
You can
supports.
see bacteria in the microscope.
Evidence supports.
Well, you can do things to test it, like kill all of your biome, drink some bleach in a diluted fashion, and see what happens. You'll waste away.
No, I'm not going to do that though. That's a bad test.
This is not medical advice. No one should listen to anyone anymore.
Drinking bleach. No. Remember they were trying to get conspiracy theorists on that too? Fuck.
Come on, Trump said it's all right. Trump was on board. Just inject some disinfectant.
That's taken out of context, and you know it.
Actually, the thing that they were calling bleach isn't actually bleach when they were saying that people are saying to drink bleach.
Well, you know how they run with things. They like to make a spectacle out of the dumbest shit.
And do you know that you actually drink bleach every time you use tap water?
Yeah, I shower in bleach a lot.
It's
I'm addicted
chlorine.
to showers.
I don't drink
It's chlorine.
Chlorine.
Haven't for over 10 years.
Wow, really? Good for you.
If you take a gallon of pond water, you can pour a cap full of bleach into it, shake it up, and drink it, and not get Giardia or some other parasite or some bacterial infection, even if you're drinking dirty water. Because you can drink up to like 1 in 500 parts diluted bleach, and it's totally fine.
Okay.
That's actually very interesting because when I was in the Army, they used to put a tiny amount of bleach in the water when I was overseas, and I didn't know that what they need.
In water tanks on ships and boats, yachts, you put some of it.
That was saltpeter to keep you from getting hard-ons, bro.
Bleach is like a brand name. Chlorine is what it is.
I learned about the saltpeter in boot camp.
If you get in a swimming pool and you swallow a mouthful of water, are you going to die? No.
What does the saltpeter do?
The saltpeter
removes your sex drive.
It makes you not do things.
I know you feed gunpowder to dogs and it makes them go crazy.
Saltpeter is just an ingredient in gunpowder. So. I wouldn't recommend feeding gunpowder to a dog.
Sorry, what?
I wouldn't recommend feeding gunpowder to a dog unless you want a hot dog.
Hot dog.
I want to ask something, if that's okay, about the flat earth.
Smurf ahead.
Smurf on. Okay, so...
Smurfs away.
Let me try to put this.
Just smurf it out, buddy.
Stop talking. I got to take my headset off, because it was a good point. Hang on.
Have you smurfed it out yet?
We're still smurfing at it. Taking chunks out of the globe every smurfing day.
The Smurfs per minute are exceeding the usual limit.
When
that
people
rhymed.
realize
That was incredible.
You have summoned Gargamel.
you need bacteria to do basically everything, at least to live. Interesting fact.
There is such a thing as good bacteria.
The chicken is superb.
Well, look, even if we're 70, 80% water, 85, 80 something-ish % of bodily functions require bacteria to happen. It includes osmosis, breathing, and other things.
So the best approach is to make sure that you keep your terrain with the right pH and the right environment, so that it's only the ones that your body actually needs is going to thrive, and the good bacteria will keep away the bad bacteria. But if you don't have the right terrain, so it's just all about terrain.
It's not much different.
I thought you were going to say something else.
You got to pull the weeds out of the garden. You got to cultivate the ones that belong there, the plants that belong there. And if you do that, you're in health.
It's a metaphor for life there, partner.
I'd like to get Witsit in here because in the past, Witsit speculated that it's perhaps not a good idea. Sorry, I hit the wrong button. They're not a good idea to take probiotics, is what Witsit speculated. I'd like to get him in here to address what you guys are saying. I don't know. I'm on the fence about probiotics, and I'm on the fence about it.
Are you smurfing that Smurf juice again?
When it comes to health stuff, like, it's best for each person to do their own research and make their own decision.
Yeah, your body responds, and then you should listen to it.
No, I'd rather listen to the Flat Earth channel because the most skeptical people in the world have collected here, and this is the best place in the world. And
Okay, listen. While true, hold on. While true, that's not empirical.
We'll keep it simple for you.
You're the most empirical people that I know.
Okay. I'll take it.
Black. He's all. It's obvious. He's all smurfed up on Smurfberry juice.
That's true.
Oh, yeah,
you gotta stop smurfing all that Smurf juice.
You caught me. You caught me.
Yeah. Hey man, I get it. I've smurfed around, but sometimes you gotta put it down and just get something else to smurf. Smurf. Just what's the word?
Smurf
everything in moderation.
Smurf
even
the
smurfing.
day.
I'm
Right.
just doing what I can. I'm just one Smurf, but we are a legion.
Mm-hmm.
Well, don't they always say Smurf the day?
Right. Smurf the day.
I want to get smurfed up, man. Have a good night.
Joshua, what do you think I was going to say?
Something about like transcendence. I was like, huh?
Smurfscendence.
That actually is offensive. That's not how you use that word. You're racist.
Don't squanch with me.
Holy shit. Rick and Morty did steal Smurf and replaced it with Squanch.
I've had better.
Yeah, fuck the Smurfs. Who remembers the Snorks?
I do. They had the things coming out the top of their head, right?
Stand down.
Because the
You remember
Smurfs were
Dummy Bears?
anti-Semitic.
We're going to attack your house, Mr. Anti-Smurf. You're going to know the anti-Smurf.
Shots fired. Cartoon feelings hurt.
Watch out, guys. These guys don't smurf around.
No, we don't smurf around. We will smurf your smurf up.
But why is Gargamel always like the one pointed out as being the long nose and all that, and like everybody's like running away from Gargamel? He's just lonely. He just wants a tasty pie because he knows Smurfberry juice ingested through the Smurfs is like one of the biggest freaking psychedelic and most powerful sorceries of all time.
And it also causes hair loss.
I live in a mushroom, man.
You live in
Not
a
only
mushroom.
that, the best way to destroy their village is to throw just one female in. That'll break things up a bit.
Just one little slut. I mean, Smurf. Sorry.
I think a better way that would destroy their civilization is to overpopulate them with females.
No, it is Smurfette. I'm sorry, in whatever. I'm drunk.
Was there only one female Smurf?
Yeah, we know your Smurf. No, there was also that Daisy Smurf too, but that was
just two though. Just two of them. Ugh, that's a bad life.
But she was the attainable one. She was the breeder.
In communism, we only require one Smurfette. It meets our communist requirements.
Everyone shares.
Bullshit. How the fuck do Smurfs breed?
You're off, Glad. There's three.
That's her job.
There's three of them.
They just hop out of holes in the ground. Come on.
That makes it barely acceptable.
Does it take 3 Smurfs to spawn a new Smurf?
What really happens is a source drops it off into the window.
No, just like their houses, they spontaneously sprout from the ground after it rains on a warm day.
Finally, somebody knows what the science is going on here.
I'm blue, I'm a bee.
Did you know that?
So basically, you're saying they're
mushrooms,
basically feasting on shit.
They're born out of it.
Is that why it's not just the Smurfberry juice? It's the fact that they are hallucinogenic in themselves, providing the biggest fucking. Oh man, it's the adrenochrome from Smurfs, man.
Have you ever looked into science, quote unquote, knowledge of where eels come from? And now for like 1,000 years, they had ridiculous theories of where eels came from.
How do they know that 1,000 years they had how do they know 1,000 years they were thinking ridiculous things? How do they know that?
They're recorded.
Oh, well. Never mind then, huh?
It was recorded 1,000 years ago that eels come from when rain hits mud, and eels just spontaneously sprout from it.
Cool.
Look it up.
Dude, I wish that were the case.
Science is a liar sometimes.
The Bible says that the flies come from the ether.
And I think 1680 or so, they actually sealed a jar with meat in it and then left one open and then watched flies sprout from the one that was left open, but none sprouted from the sealed one. And that's how they knew it wasn't magic.
Right.
Huh.
Called larvae.
Larvae.
Maggots.
Science has never been right. Anything that science says is right today, wait till tomorrow.
That's so interesting you mentioned that, because when they were trying to study miasma theory and germ theory, they used to study the flies, and they were trying to figure out where they came from. That's very interesting that you mentioned that.
Yeah. It's true.
I don't know.
Germ theory.
All I know is the Earth is flat.
And the terrain.
At the top of my mushroom, and I can see far beyond the
theory.
curve. But where the flies come from, I don't know, man. I don't know that yet.
True.
But you should look into eels and how they breed and
Nobody knows. Nobody knows, bro.
Nobody knows. Most creatures come from other creatures.
All the way from England.
What if eels are just like
are born
whaleworms?
In basically the Bahamas?
What if eels are just like there for like cleaning up whales and shit?
I don't know why they're there. I know God gave them a purpose.
For Asian people to eat in front of the Europeans to gross them out real bad?
Bro, to eat gently fried or gently sauteed with some yum-yums.
Whales eat the eel.
They're tasty, bro.
They're whale food.
They have one of the longest migrations from where they spawn to where they live their adult lives of any creature known to modern man.
Sea turtles. Aye. Sea turtles.
Yeah, but sea turtles keep moving around. Eels go to a destination. They're kind of like salmon in that regard.
I totally forgot about the snorks. Oh my gosh.
Hey, one of
Haven't snorted since college.
the best way to catch eels
That's why it's my favorite color.
is with an eye hook, and you just tie a big ball of
Wow.
a bunch of yarn onto it. Like tie a bunch of yarn onto it. You just throw that in there, and it's brightly colored, and you'll have it scented with liver oil or something like that. And they'll bite on, and the way their teeth are is they'll bite onto the yarn and get their teeth caught.
They can't spit it out because they bend backwards.
Yeah, like barbs. Yeah.
Guys, I got a
what's the
cool
word
video
for
to
that?
show you. Has nothing to do with anything, but it's gorgeous. Go ahead.
Not reticulated.
Yeah, but they don't have scales, so they're not good to eat. Try telling that to the Japanese, they're like, "Oh, we like eels." It's like, ugh.
Check this out.
Find me a Japanese person who won't eat anything.
Yeah, for real. They'll eat glass. Okay, anyway, so there's this this video I found. It's in the voice text. It's an iceberg
no,
turning over.
They won't eat Baloo.
What's
it's a
Baloo?
called being
The whale?
hungry.
No, ask Enoch.
Baloo. Okay, so anyway,
Pearl Harbor.
Baloo.
listen. Just get to halfway through this video that I posted, and you'll see the most beautiful color come out of when this iceberg is halfway. It's like at the peak of turning over. It's like this teal. It's gorgeous. Anyway,
I know what balut is.
what is it?
You should ask me, how do I know?
How do you know?
I don't care. What is it?
Google it.
Let Enoch tell us.
Yeah, Master Chief.
Master Chief. Master Chief. Calling Master Chief.
We need to get chiefed up in here.
Hey.
Do you know that
Master Chief's not available right now?
Okay, Master Chief's not available right now, so I'll tell you what it is. It's some kind of, I think, egg of, I forget what kind of bird.
Like a duck egg or something?
Duck egg, I think, yeah. It could be chicken
which is
also.
the bald eagle.
And it's partly...
It's fertilized and allowed to have the chick grow.
It's partly formed into the chicken, partly formed, and they bury it underground for like 9 months or something, and it ferments like that.
9 years, I think.
It's supposed to be a delicatessen in the Philippines.
No thanks.
They've had them go up to 100 years, and they're like super delicatessen.
Oh my gosh! So,
those are a little bit different.
What a
Those are
waste
just
of
like
fuck
regular
time.
eggs,
As
like
a
century
bonus.
eggs.
Yeah,
sometimes you could get the century eggs like quail century egg.
The way I know that is in the Navy. I had my drill instructors were both Filipinos.
What does that mean?
Yeah, growing up on the farm, we had a village that had a high population of Filipino inhabitants.
What does that mean? It was weird. Well, it wasn't weird for me because I was already California at that point, but it was weird for the people from the Midwest that came there. Never saw anybody of a different, really different race or whatever.
I find that hard to believe.
Tell them what to do.
All of my drill sergeants were psycho killers, man, and they really made me feel very small and insignificant.
Because you are small and insignificant.
There's a purpose for that.
It made you better.
Because you enlisted, fool.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, at least I work for a living.
Well, you volunteer, you mean?
Man, that was the best chicken ever. Tell you what.
Did somebody say I'm not volunteering?
Huh? No, like military, you're called a volunteer. Enlisted, you volunteer.
That sounds fantastic. You've offered that I can volunteer.
And that's why Navy, the acronym for Navy means never again volunteer yourself. Army ain't ready to be a man yet.
I thought it was don't ask, don't tell.
Marines, my ass rides a Navy equipment, sir.
That's how bored soldiers are most of the time. How do we make an anagram out of this?
I've interviewed some vets, and they tell me there's a whole lot of hurry up and wait. So they'll tell you to be there at like fucking 5:30 in the morning. You're sitting there waiting in the pouring rain, and they show up at like 7:15. You know, they mosey in around 7:30, and they're like, "All right, everybody's dismissed."
That's correct. But in other instances, it's very fast paced. But yeah, there's a lot of hurry up and wait. It's
Yeah, it's like-
you know, it's either way too fast paced or it's a hurry up and wait a long while.
It's like what 95% fucking boredom and waiting around with your hand on your cock, waiting for fucking something to happen, and like 5% sheer terror.
It's a combination of you're not moving fast enough to hurry up and wait. Yeah.
It's preparedness, though, isn't it?
You know, when you entrust the government to handle something, it's going to be done all fast.
What if you?
What are you blowing on, Flat?
My motherfucking hands. Shit. I'll never live that one down. I hate you, Josh. First thing I'm gonna do when I meet you is punch you in the neck. Fucker.
Go for the ear. The ear hurts way more.
Like you in the leg.
Nah, ear hurts the most.
All right, you want to know what it is? I get sweaty palms, for sure. That's all it is. I'm being honest.
Well, I didn't realize that you didn't have like push to talk on, or you had your mic keyed open.
Wouldn't sweaty palms just be self-lubrication in your case?
My case? What does that mean?
With you.
What are you nervous about?
I practice semen retention, partner.
Good for you.
Hey, wait a minute.
I mean, I don't have a girlfriend.
Pause.
So what else am I going to do?
Find a wife?
Or that.
Take a trip
I can
to
also
Vegas?
do that. No. No Vegas trips.
Why?
I made it this far
fuck,
without
just
having
get
to
on-
go to Vegas.
Just get on Instagram.
I don't have an Instagram or a Facebook.
Why don't you
Oh, there's your problem.
That's not a problem.
There's plenty of hookers on there, dude.
Super duper. Who's Iron? What were you saying?
I was talking to my wife, sorry.
I got a question for the panel. Why do stars twinkle?
I don't know.
My guess? Do you want to hear my guess?
Assuming
Can I guess,
they're
please?
constantly lit, then it would be atmospheric phenomenon that causes it to appear to
Could
grow
be
and
to an
change
extent.
in intensity.
Let me say real quick.
They also could be just flashing.
Hold on. Let me say real quick. All the quote-unquote footage I've seen of quote-unquote stars seems to be kind of like a cymatics pattern happening, and there seems to be some sort of flow back and forth in between that light doing what it's doing back there. Could be perhaps water. That is so much speculation. I might as well quit for the day. But yeah.
Yeah, it does.
All right,
It
my
does
turn.
resemble
I'm going
like
to
a
quote a
ripple,
wise man.
like a
Light
ripple on water.
attenuation due to the atmosphere. Spellemont said that.
Yeah.
Excuse me, I'd like to add on to what Glat Flobe said is that no matter how many somatics I study, your mother is still fat.
Dude, that couldn't be further from the truth. I'm sorry. I actually have to beg my mom to eat. She's so tiny. So that doesn't work.
My mom is tiny and she eats more.
I just didn't want to let you make a mom joke because I'm a mama's boy. And oh boy, you're in for it now, partner. You're asking for a knuckle sandwich. Cruising for
I
a
knew that before you said it.
You
I knew
smurfed up
before you
now.
said it. And I wasn't going to say anything about your daddy issues.
My daddy issues? My dad's dead, partner. I don't have any more of those.
There you go.
I'll tell you what, guys. Before my dad died, he apologized for everything he needed to, and so did I. And we had a great few years. And that was, and the last thing we did was smoked a joint together. I didn't realize that was going to be the last thing we did, but that's what it was.
Cool.
Pretty cool, huh?
That's actually very cool, but why don't you ask him to have a drink with my grandfather while he's up there?
I can ask the picture that I'm looking at right now. Would that do it?
Whatever.
Okay, I just have to say this, okay? Like, the first thing I would do if I were to like ever meet up with Glat Flobe, since he would punch me in the neck, is I would fucking grab him just like squeeze a hold of his balls real tight and just like, oh, when are you gonna punch me in the neck?
No
Come on,
homo.
come on.
No homo.
That's an
Just,
Always
like,
Sunny quote.
with a
isn't
death
it?
grip on, just like, come on, what are you gonna do?
I'm gonna bite him in the leg.
Go straight for the Marines move. Thanks.
I'm gonna get you Achilles heel.
He's like, yeah, well, shit, man. It's a good thing I got this chastity belt.
I got rid of mine.
Punch you in the neck is the Always Sunny in Philadelphia quote.
I
I
know.
literally have this image in my mind of Joshua and Glatt. One's giving one titty twisters, another one's giving them gonad twisters, and they're both just hanging on for dear life, and neither one wants to let go, and they're just both in excruciating.
We're just looking at each other, veins popping.
Just do it!
Oh, shit.
That was the perfect one for that moment, too. Woo.
We got a whole Smurf squad on your ankle right now.
Oh, God. That's terrifying.
I'll kick 5 Smurfs in the face. Directly. With my boot heel. Shit.
At once.
And the whole time I'd be telling Glatt, just put on the fucking glasses, man.
Right? If Roddy Piper told me to do anything, I'd do it immediately.
That reminds me of Friday, the third one, where Cat Williams had Terry Crews by the nuts with a wrench. And he was like, get the car, 1032, pimp down. You remember that one?
Pimp down, pimp down.
We gotta hear it, Drace.
Negative.
Play it.
Get thick.
Play it for us, Drace.
Yeah.
Let us hear you earn karma's new song.
You gotta make it louder, dude. Gosh, that's awkward. That whole thing is just the best thing Sonny's ever had recorded.
Well, I wouldn't say that.
Is it sing song time? Are we getting new music? Are we
It's
getting a
Christmas
premiere right
caroling
here?
time.
Here we go.
Oh.
Hold on. Let me turn
It's a very sunny Christmas.
One more time. Here we go.
All out, all the moisture all out until it like starts to get thick, like all those juices in there. Yeah.
Ooh, it's almost like you prepared to say that, though. It sounds so good.
No, damn it.
That's great. I'll never hear the word juices for the rest of my life ever again the same way.
Without hearing that last part.
What is juice?
Yeah.
I know about grapes,
Nigga, what is juice?
What the fuck is juice?
This conversation.
What the fuck is juice?
You should play that right after. Sorry. Right after that.
Is that from the movie Juice?
No.
Oh.
Chappelle.
From Chappelle Show.
Trigger, what is juice?
What do you mean?
What the fuck is
I want that purple stuff.
What do you mean? Apple juice. I
When
want
he
apple
showed the commercial, you can see the kids staring at the purple stuff too.
Joshua.
I can just hear him tell. What the fuck is juice?
Fuck this Sunny D shit.
See, I remember Dave Chappelle used to yell a lot more and be a lot more animated. This new clone is just not working for me.
Yeah.
Well,
It's not funny anymore.
Too much red pill gets you banned. It gets you censored. So somebody else had to do his show for how many years now?
Who? Owen Benjamin?
Oh yeah.
That was a good one.
But see, like, I mean, you know, too many red pills too far, and you know.
Owen Benjamin workshops groups for jokes for Dave Chappelle, and once they've been funny for a couple of years, then Dave Chappelle comes along and says, "Yeah, that's a good one. I'll take that."
Gotcha, bitch. Gotcha, bitch.
Love it. Gotcha, bitch. So we got IVAB, VC verified in the live stream. Hey, IVAB.
Hi.
Hello. What's going on, dude?
Greetings.
Nothing much, man.
Nothing much. Welcome to the Sunday night free for all, man. We're just spitballing. What are you doing?
So which one of the monkeys is that?
Huh?
Which one of the monkeys is that?
The monkeys. George.
Uh-oh.
Let me handle this, y'all.
It is George.
What is the shape of the world, do you think?
I'm sorry?
What is the shape of the world that IVAB? What does IVAB think the shape of the world is?
I don't know, man. I don't know.
Did you come to learn?
I don't know either.
Hold on, let me handle this because
sounds good.
Nobody lets me handle anything. I want to ask him, IVAB, you think you're on a spinning planet globe thing?
I'm sorry?
Do you believe in outer space?
Do I believe?
Yeah, do you believe that outer space is a thing, man? I want to know.
You have to love. Yeah.
Jordan.
All right. Now that he said he believes that, I withdraw now, and you all can handle it. I found out that he believes that stuff. I have to. 2021, man. You still believe that stuff? All right, you guys have attitude. You're all right.
Man, why is he always smurfed up?
Well, in all fairness, we all did until we had a reason not to. So maybe when he sees enough information, he'll have a reason not to. I don't know. I don't know how much he's looked into it, but I do know that I would like to take. I don't know how long the song is, but Dre says a new song that him and Carmen did, and I'd kind of like to hear it if we could.
Yeah, come on, Dre's. Play the song, man.
Like to hear it. Here it go.
Here we go.
I want to hear it.
I wrote a song about it. You want to hit? Here we go.
Somebody got it? You want me to
1,
do
2, 3, go.
Now, what happened is it was a song.
Let's see what had happened was failure to communicate.
Okay, here we go. Coming right up. A new song. Here's the new song.
It's a new one. Most people can relate. We've met those who consider everything a debate. Those who destroy it rather than create. Those who thrive on hate and make you wait while thinking they're so great.
No, you never knew me. No, you don't hear me. Do you? I don't know if I can reach you. I don't know if I can teach you. I don't know.
If I can smurf you.
Can't even learn a thing, bro.
Much of this I see, no accountability. Falling free, can I make them see humanity? Not enough humility, lacking in civility. Falling free, thinking they can be nobility.
But your little secret kings pulled around by strings, by those who wear the rings. Pitiful these little things, hope you find your wings. No, for your own offspring's sake. No, for your own offspring's sake.
Everywhere I see, no rationality. Falling free, can I make them see what I see? Not enough for you and me, lacking in real equity. Falling free, thinking they can see a fantasy. Learn from making a mistake, don't spin away acting all fake. If you're honest, reality won't break. Everywhere I see, no credibility. Falling free, can I make them see the fallacy? Not enough science for me, lacking in validity. Falling free, test and see, just like me, no empirically.
You know you never see it, no you don't know logic, do you?
This is kind of painful.
It's hard to see through all the sophistry, but it's hard to believe. Stuck in a fantasy, belief in a fallacy, but it's not meant to be. Hurt those
like
they
who,
care
rape?
about, taking the easy route until they don't care anymore.
Everywhere I see people just like me, falling free, cannot break them free, it's a tragedy. Through the bottom I could see, change the man I used to be, no longer falling sea, your tactics are known to me.
Bunch of little secret kings pulled around by strings, by those who wear the rings. Pitiful these little things, hope you find your wings. No, for your own offspring's sake. No, for your own offspring's sake.
When the masks be slipping, they start tripping. They let rip the guilt trip as the love bomb hits as tender as can be, but then kicks in the selective memory. Now they're gaslighting and they got you fighting. You're accused and abused and their ego bruised, feeling used and confused, no longer amused.
They lack control of themselves, so they try to control you. Think that anything they say is tested and true. The type that's always right, but often wrong, says that you're so weak and act like they're oh so strong. But the mask slips before long, and you will understand why we made this song.
If you deny the narcissistic supply, they scream and they cry, the eternal victims, why lie? Some are like this guy, because they can, they try. Through our naivete, we let them fly. That's how people die. Everyone doesn't have patience for these patients, but to deny their existence is complacence.
Brother, I love that, dude. That was awesome. Yeah, and we got someone in the YouTube chat asking for it too. Colin Dresser wants to know where he could find that.
I thought Colin was in here. He used to be in here.
That was that fire, guys.
Sorry?
That was that fire.
Oh,
guys.
It sure was. It was all the fire. Yep. Yep.
It's good stuff.
Fire. I'm sharing the link to Colin Dresser. You already got a fan with that track, guys. So, actually 2 fans, at least, empirically. Anybody else like it? I thought that was dope.
Yeah, that beat was nice.
Count on me. I'll share it. I'll share it around if you want to, like, is it in chat?
Yeah, it's in the voice text.
Cool.
Go, Drace. Go, Karma.
I wasn't very impressed, if I'm being honest.
You know, fire is illegal in Smurfville because every time somebody starts one, it burns everything down and it start all over again.
Hey, who said they didn't like it? I'll take your round back. You feel me?
No one. I didn't hear it.
I said I did. I didn't say I didn't like it. I said I wasn't impressed.
How dare you?
How dare you not be fully impressed with everything everyone puts out at all times?
Go back to Sweden, Greta.
That's all I'm saying. You're going to support somebody, you're going to like even the stuff you don't like. You're going to be impressed by all of it. I thought it was dope. Anyway, all jokes aside.
Totally generalization, man, but sure.
I think you posted the wrong link in the YouTube chat. I think it was a Discord channel link. I don't think that'll work. I posted the YouTube link.
I saw. Thank you for doing that. I'm a little slow occasionally.
I just saw that they were different, and I thought, well, did I post the wrong link? And I looked to see what it said, and I was like, oh, no. I see what happened now.
Yo, you're not as slow as I am, man. I am hammered, man. You're doing all right. You're doing all right, buddy.
I appreciate it. You're doing fine, too. You're smurfing just fine. I like your style. I like the way you smurf it out.
I'm doing the best smurf I can.
So,
that's all we can do.
IVAB, can you convince me that these buildings move? Earth is spinning?
No, I can't convince you.
Why not, bro? I'm on your team.
I don't have any arguments, so no, I can't.
You don't want to dunk on some flat earthers? Thought you guys were some ballers.
No, I can't.
Love to see it.
How you gonna fire some slugs at the flat earthers with no ammo?
Guess I won't.
Well, that's honest.
But thank you for the offer.
Awesome. And he's polite.
There's hope for this one yet.
He's going to do the slow burn. Okay, stick around, IVAB. If you have any questions, all of us will jump on you at once. No, we'd love to answer some questions. If you have questions. We'd love to answer.
With consent, we will smurf you.
No, not really.
Cool. Yeah, just stick around, ask some questions. Don't mind the guy talking about smurfing. He just likes to smurf, and it gets a little smurfy sometimes. So anyway,
Entire world.
I have never smurfed once in my life. Give me a break.
Pay no
I have
attention to the
smurfed
Smurf.
before, but I haven't smurfed. Sorry, that's enough Smurfs talk.
Is it the space picks I've had? But what's what's got you stuck to the ball?
I don't know.
In Before Gravity, but
I mean, I'm not really like, how do I say, like, too into this. Like, I'm not thinking about this all the time. It's not really on my mind. Like,
Guys, I just showed these lot this in the other room. Have a look at this. What do you think of this? Have a look at this video. I just posted, the link. Listen, I could only hear half of this stuff because I'm drinking. But listen, it doesn't really matter if you only think about this sometimes. The world's flat all the time, or you may feel it's a spherical shape. But the world is a shape all the time, regardless of whether you think of it some of the time, dude.
Tommy, you heavyweight, light heavyweight?
I'm 14 stone at the moment. Well, yeah, I guess that's light heavy, yeah. If I can get down to I can get down to 12 and a half, yeah.
Looking good, man. We should. It'd be really funny to see like a flat Earth versus globe Earth boxing event or something. MMA.
Oh dear.
Down, man. Down. Count me in. I'm already there. Just tell me when. We're gonna do.
I'd love to watch this too.
I'll be flat smacking.
Don't let me near any of those people.
Man, I will bite a glober in the leg.
Listen, I've never been to prison, so I couldn't handle it. So don't let me anywhere near those people.
It'll all be sanctioned, legal.
No, dude, if you kill somebody in the ring, it's over.
They would be like so weak,
They don't do mutual combat anymore, where two people agree to fight. But the winner always gets prosecuted.
Yeah. Anyway, it would be cool to see people slap each other around for a little bit. Sorry, go ahead.
I don't know how I got here tonight, but y'all are crazier than I am. Kind of cool. I like that, Bill.
Thank you.
Maybe not.
Depends on its definition of crazy.
Yeah, I was gonna say I don't know about that one.
Could be not.
I'll probably say no. I'll probably say no to that.
Smoke is my primary language, all right? So I'm doing the best I can to describe. Space is fake, man. Do it. Come on, lay it down, man. Come on, let's debate. Let's have a debate.
That's a different channel for debating. This is not a debate channel.
Yeah, we're not in debate mode.
What is this channel? I thought this is where we do that.
There used to be a debate. There's no debate anymore.
There hasn't been a debate, but
haven't you heard the news? We're searching for the curved adjacent.
Well, no, I haven't heard that one, but don't. I believe you. I know the Earth's flat. I already know that.
Globers are like Japanese people.
Listen. But even if you know it's flat, let's have the audience hear what these fine folks have to say about the curved adjacent and what it means.
I agree completely.
So, anybody want to start off?
So we could present what we talked about earlier, actually.
As far as I know, the curved adjacent can only happen on a flat Earth, or cannot happen on a flat Earth. Show the curved adjacent, because if it's adjacent, it's an angle, a 90-degree angle. Corner pocket, as QE says. So, am I wrong about that?
CP, corner pocket.
No, because on a spherical surface, in order for the sextant to work, the lower portion of the right triangle would It would have to be curved. And therefore, you would not have, on a globe, it would need to be curved. So you don't have such thing as a right triangle.
That's what I'm trying to say.
With a curved
So you can't have a curved adjacent.
It has to be a horizontal plane for that lower leg of the right triangle. It has to be horizontal plane. So here we go. Hold on. Let me copy this link.
And any tangential perpendicular measurement would only last a millimeter before it's not tangential anymore. Or
Correct.
no longer perpendicular.
That's what you guys are smarter than me. That's what I was trying to say.
Hold on a second. So, one moment. Let me get this image.
It's basically the same as saying that a sphere is covered with infinite flat surfaces.
Oh my god.
Hexagons, guys.
I'm a Smurf. Somebody said that we're all smarter than him. My little Smurf mind is a small, no. But I can see the Earth is flat. You don't really need to be very smart to measure across sea level. It's kind of obvious.
Yeah.
It's called navigation.
Yeah, this one's used in navigation specifically.
Yep. But we're on about the curved adjacent because they would have to show it. Like what Drace put in at 50
What's the
minutes.
standard?
We all know that navigation is essentially
Anytime, Globers. Bring it
active.
on.
Things are coming up.
They'll never come in, dude. They'll never try to back up their claims for real. Ever.
I'm asking nicely, please.
Doesn't matter how nice you ask, dude. Sophists, bro. That's all they are. They're drunk on sophistry. It's ridiculous.
All right, can I just call them cucks? All right, you fucking
Sure.
cuck. Get your ass in here.
You're loaded up.
What do you call a woman who has a career change from being a prostitute to a ship captain?
A lost cause.
A Navajo.
Oh.
And I'll be here all week.
Hold on.
Sorry,
Let me get this
guys.
other in.
It's late. I should probably go to bed.
No, truth. That was great.
No, please continue.
Smurf. Smurf it.
Oh.
Is that Smurfy?
Yeah, that's right. I'm here to Smurf it.
Smurfy is a flat earther. He knows it's flat.
Hold on.
What now?
Okay,
what? We got to find out his favorite flat proofs.
Okay, hold on, pasting because these two go
I
to.
just stand on the mustard and I can see a lot further than I'm supposed to.
Hold on. So you see that first part? You could read that yourselves, but Smurfy, if you want to read, or you're probably not able to read. Never mind. Anyone else that wants to read? I shouldn't say you don't. I shouldn't say you aren't able to read. You might be a better drunk reader than I was.
Man, I'm gonna try.
Yeah, like as soon as winter came and they changed the time, I was at 6 o'clock. I started getting tired. Like it's too freaking early.
Yeah, no, I looked at the time and I'm like, man, it's when I said it's getting late, I should probably go to bed. And then I looked to see what time it was. I expected it to be like 2 or 3 a.m. It's freaking what? 9 o'clock?
7 o'clock? 9 o'clock?
Calculate it because my laptop didn't adjust to the time change.
They just mess with your Sadic rhythms, man. It's just here to mess with your rhythms, man. It's impossible to fucking not get affected by it. It's fucked up, man. I hate that they do this shit. I call it hillbilly time, man. Myself. Welcome to hillbilly time, because it's it's like what? Because they say, oh, we got to change the time for the farmers so the kids can go pick the fucking fruit and that makes sense. Yes, of course. We'll just
we know that's bullshit because if you rise with the sun, you rise and set with the sun, it doesn't matter what the clock says.
Exactly. You get your ass up.
Hey, Cruz, stay. Don't go. We need you to destroy the globe with us. You have to stay here. Don't go.
He's destroyed the globe 4,100.
I've been trying to find it, man.
She's destroyed the globe. 100.
What? No. 100 dozens of times.
Probably 100 times this year, maybe.
No, I don't feel it. Like none of us feel satisfied because we want to destroy the globe, but we can't find it.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, you can't destroy something that don't exist now.
Yeah.
Isn't that the same thing as you can't destroy energy or create energy or something?
Correct.
Something like that, right?
The globe is an idea.
That's why we're still here.
Yep. So something doesn't come out of nothing. So therefore, the globe.
You can't destroy it.
As they're trying to make it come out of nothing.
That's a song. Write that shit down, Sonny. Write that shit down.
You can't destroy water. I know. We tried. There's your course.
Hey, that was my always my thing, man. Water lives forever. Think about it. Forever. You can't destroy water, man. It's the only thing you can't fucking.
We're figuring that out. What you're trying to figure out.
Exactly.
Water.
See, if it was an open container, then the water cycle would only go one direction, and it would never come back down.
Mm-hmm. If it was an open container, yeah.
So why would we still have fresh water here? There'd be none left.
Because it's a terrarium, man. Fine.
Well, I would argue if we weren't contained, we would have nothing but water here because I think there's waters above that would just flow in. I think actually on the outside, so we're always.
You guys seen that big glass bottle that guy put some plants and soil in and closed it up and it lived for like 30 years or some shit?
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
We always look at the atmosphere as if it needs to be contained so that it doesn't escape into this infinite vacuum.
That's right.
But it's opposite.
Which is like their thing.
I can't prove it, and I'm not gonna say it is or isn't, but I believe that it is opposite
itself.
Of what they say.
Truth. It proves itself. That's the beautiful thing, man. You just have to accept it. The reality proves itself. Period.
Just find a decent sized pool, get a good size RC boat, $40-$50, and just go to the bottom and have somebody drive over the top and tell me if that does not look like the Hale-Bopp. Well, any of the comets, quote unquote comets, they say come by.
All the meteorites I've seen hit whatever, they all hit the same angle, by the way. They don't deviate their angle.
Hold on.
Always the same, man.
We talk about meteorites.
Meteorites, whatever you want to call it. Lights shooting across.
The main of a meteorite. Where has an asteroid fallen into a crater? Where is the asteroid? All we get is a hole.
They've never found one.
All I see when I look up the last time that so-called thing passed by, whatever the hell it was, it looked like a boat going over water. Period.
Exactly. Well said. Things happen above us, below us, beside us, next to us.
I'm
on the horizon. I mean, we got so many angles to look at, and there's always something that's.
They're all right angles.
You ever seen an oxygen bubble coming out of a leaf? Anybody?
Have you ever seen how flat the Earth is?
Well, yeah, I walked outside today, and guess what? I saw horizon over 50 miles, and it was totally flat. Totally.
Common misconception that oxygen comes from the rainforest. It actually comes from the ocean. There's more phytoplankton in the ocean that produces.
See, that's where I was going, Josh, man. There's more going on here than we know, man.
Yeah.
The heart is not a pump. It's an electromagnetic vibration device.
Guys, we got a question in the YouTube. I'm sorry to violently interrupt, but we have a decent question, I think.
Go ahead, Glad.
So, LLGB in the YouTube chat, they've been classic for a few months now. What's that? Well, anyway, so the question, the request is, hello? You're roboting, dude.
Somebody jumped in, man. Go ahead.
Brandon, LGB.
LGB, go ahead.
Oh, yeah, let's go, Brandon. Super duper. Anyway.
Let's go.
Wow, I can't believe I didn't get that. Okay, thank you for that.
That was good.
Thank you. Okay, so the question or statement is, I'm still waiting for Flat Earth to get on board with showing a linear scale change from near to far for their own proof. I'd be excited if a Flat Earther to show this. Once again, showing a linear scale change from near to far.
From near to far?
Okay.
What?
A linear scale.
So like
Talk to me.
with the sun, for instance, they're saying it doesn't change size.
Okay. Got it. I've tracked that.
So the linear scale change, they want us to demonstrate, like what we've already done with the coin on the table a million times. They want us to do that again.
All right.
Why don't they do it first?
They won't do it. They want us to do it again. So,
Take care.
but don't do it again. Just show them the videos that already exist, and then if they can't do it themselves, they're not serious about researching this topic for sure.
No.
So here's an easy thing that they can do. They can click the link, come on in, and then I'll show them, because I can't. I've got a video, but I can't post it in the YouTube. It's not a YouTube link. So they need to come in here and look at the information that's in the server, and they'll see that.
Oh, she'll show them, man. She'll show the Smurf out of them. It's gonna happen. The globe will be destroyed, and it's all gonna happen.
I know. I'm just having a little fun beforehand, yeah?
Hey, we're gonna destroy the globe. Don't forget it.
We're not going to do that. The truth is going to come out regardless of what we do.
The globe is being destroyed right now.
Well, that's also true, and we're helping out.
I appreciate the fun. Glad. I appreciate the fun.
God, it's fun.
It is fun, man. And
So anyway, hold on. I wanted to finish this out. Sorry, I just want to finish this out with the quote-unquote flat Earth proof that they require, even though we've given it to them so that they can do it themselves, and they haven't done it yet.
Let's go, Brandon.
You're still roboting, but that's okay. I hope everybody can hear me.
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay,
good. I can hear you fine.
We can hear you over the depth of the globe. We can still hear you.
I can hear you all the way over the curve.
Somebody needs to mute him. Who's that?
Smurf.
It's Jordan.
Oh no,
Jordan, hold on, man. Give Glad like 2 minutes.
No,
it's not. It's somebody else.
Am I coming through clear?
Iron, it's you. You're clipping out pretty bad, Iron.
Yeah, I couldn't even tell who. It
Yeah.
was. You were a robot.
Yeah, it's you, Iron.
Somebody get some copper around that iron right away. When you
Just reconnect.
You got to get some magnets and put them on the wires. It'll be fine. It'll work out.
I went in.
Yeah, it won't fix itself until you sound like you know what you did. So fix it and then come on back. Yeah, stop talking though, because it's just good.
There's a picture there's a picture on the.
I live in a shipping container house. That's the problem.
I love that.
It happens. Okay, so anyway, just to finish this out really quickly, because this is good flat Earth stuff, guys.
Yeah, please go ahead, Glad.
Oh man. Okay.
Get to it, all right.
So once again, this person says, I'm still waiting for Flat Earth to get on board with showing a linear scale change from near to far. And you can perform this yourself with the coin in a table. And there's a lot of videos, and I'll post some here in the YouTube that demonstrate what you can do yourself to get what, kids? Empirical evidence of your claims.
Yeah, it involves the inverse square law. So that would work on a linear surface, which means flat surface. So yeah, since all the scales are linear, that means all the scales are flat. Is there a claim for anything else, Glad? That might have been the next question. Cricket.
Check it out.
Yeah, and I said you can do that test yourself and compare it with the sky and see what you find out with that, right? If they're not even willing to do that, right?
You don't want to do that.
I just posted a demonstration in the YouTube. If they click on it, it's timestamped. So
Who doesn't have a dinner table?
What did you post, Truth? Which one? The
LLGB. People have measured the salt flats. We know exactly how many miles, square miles it is. It's already been measured. We could tell you if you'd like, but I doubt you'd believe even the official shit from the internet. So what do we do now?
Wait a minute, Glatt. What do they measure them? Wait, Glatt, you said they're measured in what again?
Square miles.
Oh, okay. Do they know
series
that's been going on?
A series of 4 straight lines put together. That's what it is. A series of 4 perfectly straight lines together. That's what a square is.
Okay, they probably still can't hear you though, but we'll try again.
We'll see.
Square? Don't be a square, man.
Hip to be square now, huh?
Don't you do it now. Yeah, man.
I mean, on his next question, Glatt, why doesn't he ask us to go find out why all the penguins in the Antarctic aren't wearing pink suits? Maybe that would be the next question if we can prove that.
Well, I got an answer for you. The black and white looks way better.
It does. It's tuxy, bro.
Well, how does that work? Yeah, but the question is, how does that work on a flat Earth? You see, I'm just trying to figure out why.
Yeah, that's true. I don't have any evidence for that. That's a good question.
Yeah, why don't we have penguins with pink suits? Because you'd have to have a pink suit if the Earth is flat. How could you expect me to believe that they could wear tuxedos if the Earth's flat? Explain, please.
I'm not going to.
Okay, because that's the same relevancy of just about all their questions. So you might as well, like, why are flying elephants blue? Would be the third one. Yeah.
Yeah, I got one.
Flying elephant unicorns.
Mine's not as funny, but this is it's so. We bring the subject up. We say, let's talk about apples, and the Globers say, oranges are similar to tangerines, and bananas are the fruit of their kind other than plantain.
But I got something else funny for this, too.
Dude, that's a song, bro. Write that shit down. Sure.
I did. I wrote it down.
That was fucking song there, bro.
Anyway, who's talking, Josh?
I just wanted to say that penguins are just propaganders.
Wow.
They're both birds, but one in a tuxedo.
Bro.
Propaganda.
Bro. That was good.
Can I say hi to Aaron?
Iron?
You there? Aaron, are you there?
Yes.
How are you?
Good. How are you?
Cheers, man. Been a minute.
Yeah, it's been a while.
Didn't we hang out?
Unfortunately, I stand right by my front door to be heard, but I can still listen when I go back into my house. So I'm going to be on mute most of the time, but it's good to hear from you.
Do you live in an underground bunker?
I live in a converted shipping container that I insulated and put a wood stove in.
Killer.
I'm impressed.
Dude, that's half of our dreams over here. Hold on.
Wow. I'm impressed. You're the first person. Listen, I've been dreaming of doing that. If I stay single, I'll do it. But
If you stay single, his mom's house.
Sorry.
What do you mean?
Can't
If you
hear
stay
you.
single?
I'm not going to live with another person in a shipping container.
What if you put 4 of them together?
I guess you could do that.
You could have a double decker with
Listen, I want to treat a lady right. I don't want to live in shipping.
You could have a.
What if in her mind? What if that is right? Because you're thinking of her.
Exactly.
Hey, dude, if she brings it up, we'll do it.
Wife?
You're missing it, man. Yeah, there's a lot of chicks out
swimming
there.
pool and jacuzzi in the middle.
I'm
Do you
saying.
want to?
Yeah, if it's her idea, we'll do it.
Lifestyle?
Huh?
Do you want to ask my wife about our lifestyle? She's right here.
Alrighty.
Holy shit. Is she happy? Just ask her if she's happy. That's all.
Ask her.
You need to tell them that. I can't say it for you. All right, ask again.
Aaron's wife, are you happy?
I'm very happy. Yes.
All right.
That's all it takes then. I love it.
I wouldn't be.
She sounds happy.
She does sound happy.
That sounds.
I wouldn't be here if I wasn't.
It's good to hear from you. Thanks for saying hello.
It's nice to meet you all.
Yep. You should make it to ladies' night on Fridays.
She's too shy.
Ah, come on.
Just
now.
got to open her up, man, a little bit.
She had such a robust She made such a robust statement about being happy. I mean,
Mrs.
she
Iron.
shouldn't be shy.
Mrs. Iron. Mrs.
Well, I
Iron.
make her happy, so take that what you will.
Right.
How I smurf my way around that is up to you.
Smurfing is a technique that very few Jedis master.
She brought karma out of the shadows.
Bring your Jedi mastery of smurfing, please.
Yo, I tell you, he knows, man.
I like surfing. That's pretty Jedi, man, as far as I'm concerned. You got to be in touch with the elements around you, man. You got to like read
the Zen moment.
The waves,
You really want to smurf her gently.
wind. You got to
The
gently.
transcendental gay Zen moment.
You got to get your chi on, man. Right? Come on. Chi it up, people. Chia Pat. Anybody got Chia Pat? Anybody? No.
I used to have one of those fucking ridiculous things.
I had one, but it died because I poured beer on it.
Pour beer on the chia.
I'm totally joking. I just thought it would be funny.
Talk about messing up your chi.
Yo, guys.
Man.
Yeah, guys. This is one of my knockouts. Look, have a look at this one. It's one of my knockouts. The best knockout I've ever got. This is the best knockout I've ever seen in boxing, actually.
Man, I'm so glad that wasn't a Christmas song.
Hello there, Mr.
Hey, why'd you quit? Keep going.
Keep going, man. Keep going, Sonny, man. We need a musical interlude, man.
Throw in some E minor, eh? Make it a little Mexican, rip some Spanish music on it, make it progressive.
God, I love those harmonics.
Now, hold on. For the death of the globe.
Dude, that sounds so. Don't stop. Oh man, I'm so relaxed. That was like a couple more G levels to go here.
Keep going. Make it about the globe destruction. Keep going.
Oh, I'm gonna have to get the electric out.
Uh-oh. Hey man, I loved how you switched it up. You started off aggressive going down the scale, and then I told you to flip it. You started going all progressive up the scale, and at the end you threw in some classical Spanish guitar. Man, that was a hell of a riff. Man. Was that off the top of your head?
Yeah.
Hey, dude, and he's like professional musician, basically.
That's pretty good. You picked that up. Went from E minor to D minor. Who was that playing Master Chief?
Yeah, brother.
Dang, see?
Keep playing like the globe is
It cannot be 618, Sonny. Is it 618 where you're at?
1818.
618. Is it 1818?
Yeah, it's 1818. Where I live.
818.
Yes, just like you.
Okay, somebody do the vocals while he plays it.
To the non-globe. I want to do like the western.